DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I would fight for the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah. Yeah.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make
of that night, the moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for
Don't stop till the
more.
morning
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hasty. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. Time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We're sure that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. Of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You
信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めよう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサネフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ 君がひれ伏すの情の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. We are firing away. I was looking at the schedule yesterday. There's only 2.5 weeks left of the LPL. We are powering through this split. 3 games a day, almost every single day. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Jamara for today, and hopefully we'll have some bangers for you today as well. We've got, I reckon, a pretty good schedule for ourselves, Jamara.
Yeah, we do. I think especially the second and the third series are going to be pretty interesting watches, to be honest with you. I think there's a lot of internal storylines there for all 4 teams involved. I feel like our opening series of the day potentially could be a bit lopsided, Joe. But, you know, we'll get to that one when we get to it.
How is that one of yesterday's highlights? We're just straight up roasting Yao Yao. That's how we're starting our day, is it?
I think what we're looking at there is how close the claw actually got to bringing Assume back in, and if it hit, maybe they would have had a little more luck.
Maybe they would have, and you know, maybe our observers can be a little more kind to Yao Yao. But you know, yeah, I'm on broadcast. It's official. It's out in the public eye now, and Yao Yao never forgiven. This clip from LP was so close to beautiful. Look at this, goes so deep for the plays, but carries is still up. ZDZ's still there. Tang Yuan could not carry it.
Yeah, unfortunate moment there for Tang Yuan at the very end, but yeah, it's always nice to see, you know, a lot of I wouldn't even necessarily say over-aggression. I just love the fact that so many of our AD carries here in the LPL are just so happy to go forward, right? 24/7. EDG,
yeah.
Ultra Prime ended up being fairly EDG favored by the end of it. So a couple of interesting picks come out of EDG, right? A lot of older champions as well coming out from Uzi, specifically the Ezreal. We'll have to see and continue to track exactly where and how EDG progress, right? We're still kind of all a bit cautiously optimistic about the ceiling of this lineup, but taking that Ultra Prime and climbing to 5-5 had to feel good.
Yeah. Honestly, that's like the 4th time I've watched that clip of Uzi on Ezreal. I still don't know how he gets the first kill. Like, Kha'Zix is the 3rd kill or 2nd kill there, and he cues someone else at the end. When did he have time to kill someone else while 1v1ing the Kha'Zix? Like, what on earth happened? This series, absolute banger if you missed it. Game 2 and 3, though, EDG, it feels like they really came online. Uzi, Ezreal, and Kai'Sa, 2 of his absolute classics, like redefined how to play Kai'Sa. Fantastic series. I would recommend watching it. The second one as well, AL versus RNG. Like, AL really coming out of the woodwork yesterday and showing us that they really can be a menace. They can be a threat. Going for these dive compositions with Xiaohao on the Nocturne, really an absolute pleasure to watch. So definitely go back and have a look at those. Let's take a look at where we are in the standings, though. As I said earlier, 2.5 weeks left of the LPL, and this is where we sit currently. So that top 10 positions, NIP currently, the last team that are still in, you know, the playoffs bracket for the time being, but there's plenty of time for teams to change that up. And you can see anyone down to, I would say, AL is kind of the cutoff for me right now of the teams that still have a reasonable chance of trying to make playoffs. Because AL on a 2-win streak, getting an upset yesterday, maybe have a chance of making it to that 10th place.
Yeah, it's possible, but their back-end games are a little bit rough. However,
it's a tough schedule.
You know, it's a bit of a tough schedule, but they have, you know, they've got IG in there. They're a 2-8 team. They also have RA, who I guess are on the lower-ish end of the top 10, right? So it's doable. It's doable. But we have today's matches here. LGD, BLG, going to be our opening series. OMG, FPX, LNG, WE as well, the 2nd and 3rd. Looking forward to all of the series today. And you know what else I'm looking forward to, Joe? More than anything, actually. It's the first series. Not only because we're casting it, but because I feel like this is going to be a real test of character for LGD. I think, you know, the odds, they're stacked in BLG's favor. And I feel like in those moments, those are when you really get to see, you know, players and teams find some kind of development, right? It's never just a 2-0 stomp. Right, Joe?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
They definitely won't be a 2-0 stomp. LGD, I get, like, look, I've said it a million times and others have chimed in on it as well. Like, this team has no right to be 1-9 with the series that they have had. They've got 7 game wins, but they just can never quite convert into a series. They took a game off of TT. They took a game off of NIP, JDG, RA. They took a game off of OMG. They managed to beat AL. Like, how are they only 1-9? Whereas the opposite side of the table, BLG, I think we all know, they're 9-1 because they're absolute beasts. Only losing to JDG, that monkey on their shoulder. They are looking to try and clear the rest of the split in clean fashion. And, you know, I would say to you, Jabada, before the broadcast started today, when you look at the schedule today, you look at BLG versus LGD, and you're like, oh yeah, clear favorite. That one's an easy 2-0. Let's move on. And the second you think that in the LPL, that's when the upset comes. That's when LGD come out of the woodwork and BLG lose their win streak. Like, I have cast LPL. This is my, what, third year?
Yeah.
There is never... Teams at the top, even when they look as clean as BLG and JDG, they never have a truly clean season, you know? There's always some happy games. There's always some shenanigans. I'm feeling the vibes today. I think LGD might just make the upset happen.
You know what? I can get behind that. I love a good underdog story, and more than anything, you're actually right. I feel like you know, teams are always the top end teams. They're always having at least 3 happy series, like every single split. So perhaps this is the one for BLG, right? The remainder of their schedule is kind of on the easier side, right? I think after this, off the top of my head, I know they play FPX, and then I think it's Top Esports. Yeah. So. You know, Top Esports is the only other team I feel like in the schedule reasonably that should be taking a series off them, if at all. So this should be a moderately clean sweep. But you are right. It's normally like 3 series that an LPL team has that leeway of just having a little bit too much fun. So I wonder if that will be today.
And on top of that, LGD, they've got that like Rogue Warriors spirit of old, where even though they are 1-9 in the standings, their series are still close. They still manage to take games against top teams. They still manage to look good on the Rift, even though, generally speaking, the results aren't backing up what I'm saying. Like, if you look at the games, just look at the footage, look at the video, man.
Yeah, you know,
they're so much better than the scoreline says.
Yeah, no, and I mean, genuinely, things like this can happen. Normally, it's not as lopsided as this, where a team ends up being, 1-9, and I'm not throwing any shade towards LGD, but like genuinely you can have loads of games, and I do agree with you. Sometimes you look at LGD's games, you look at the ways in which they're drafting too, you think, man, the ingredients in this meal are pretty good, but there's just something slightly missing, right? And I guess for them it's just about finding those finishing touches in games where sometimes they should be able to close out, they should be able to extend the lead, right? So I think for them today against BLG, are they gonna be able to maybe train some of those senses? I'm not entirely sure, but for LGD, it will be a good series to at the very least, try and hands check BLG, even try and macro check them if you start to potentially pull out a lead in the early stages, and see what kind of cooking you can get them.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see some shenanigans from LGD. We were talking about BLG's schedule a minute ago as well, and I feel like you say, the remainder of their schedule is on the easier side. They've got 6 series remaining, including this one. LGD, FPX, Top Esports, NIP, RNG, and WE. Which, for a lot of teams, that would be quite a hard schedule. You've got a few middle-of-the-table teams there and Top Esports. For BLG, like, in my mind, they clear teams like FPX, NIP, RNG, these teams that have shown weakness. It's Top Esports and WE that are the teams that I'm curious about those series. Because Top Esports got absolutely manhandled by JDG. Like, Top Esports did not look like a top team when JDG played against them. They got just gapped in every lane. Like, honestly, it was brutal. And it's not often you see number 1 versus number 3 be that one-sided, that brutal. I feel like BLG, that series, in week 6, they've got to just show up and destroy Top Esports. If they want any shot at the title this time around, like, JDG is their nemesis at this point. They're constantly punching down on them. They've got to show that they can do the same to Top Esports. But then as well, that WE series at the end of the split, their final series, it's like WE continue to be this kind of, I don't know.
They're an enigma.
Yeah, this like phantom quality of them, where they 2-0'd Top Esports most recently after losing to TT. They lost to TT, and everyone was kind of like, okay, you know, they went 4-1. They lost to OMG, fair enough, but yeah, you lost to TT. Okay, it was all a sham. You know,
guys are
the win streak
frauds,
was just scheduling, and then they
yeah.
smashed Top Esports. It's like, okay, well, who knows? Who has a clue where WE are at this point? So I'm excited for that series. I feel like that one could be way better than anyone's giving it credit for.
Yeah, you know what? I agree, and that's why I'm looking forward to WE playing later on tonight against LNG too, right? Because I feel like if they actually do take down LNG, I think it's our third series of the day. It really kind of sets a bit of a weird precedent for, all right, you know what? Maybe WE are kind of, you know, they're a good team this split, and we can't really, you know, view them as this team that last split were kind of middling for a long time, barely clawed their way into playoffs. You know, maybe they can be sort of a top 6, top 7 compare at the very, you know, floor, given how they on occasion do play, you know, like you said, going 2-0 against Top Esports.
We'll see how they're gonna bring it out today. I'm here for it though. I'm here for this series. LGD BLG, like I said before, I think it could be closer than some people are maybe giving it credit. However, it is BLG at the end of the day. This is MSI finalist BLG, and they look like it. The thing is, like, they're not just 9-1 in series; they're also 18-6. They've only lost 6 games across the whole split. That's 4 games outside of JDG, which I think we could clear those 2 games that they lost to JDG, because who hasn't lost those games to JDG? Well, I'll tell you who, Weibo, actually. But outside of that, we'll forget the jet lag series. I'm just like erasing history, apparently. I'm just like removing parts of this split that don't agree with my logic. Let's get into the draft. LGD on the blue side here by Emilio Jack's band. That's a lot of respect given over to Bin.
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not, right? And if I recall correctly, we are now on 13-12, right? So it's not quite the same heavy, you know, Milio, Yumi, prior on the bans. Milio is definitely still on the stronger side for sure, but definitely not one that is consistently getting picked up. Shiv LeBlanc, still pretty powerful on this patch, and it will be locked in for LGD. So, straight away, they are going to have a pretty strong solo laner and potentially a side laner to work with. And I feel like that could definitely be a good way to try and maneuver around BLG's generally very, very strong team fighting if you can try and break the map apart.
I'm kind of surprised to see Annie hovered here, in that BLG banned the Tristana, letting the LeBlanc with Shiv go with no counter. I don't think they were expecting LGD to first pick the LeBlanc here. I think they maybe wanted it for themselves and were hoping LGD would first pick something else. But it does mean now. I thought BLG were going to have some wacky answer. I thought Yaga was going to lock something in specifically to go against the LeBlanc, but he just goes with the standard Annie, which he's been all over this split, and now it goes with the standard FLS. They are still in, you know, 13-11 mode, essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, like, Annie is still kind of the queen of mid lane at the moment. And I think for as long as I can remember, it's been one of the better champions to run into LeBlanc. And Elk is, in my mind, well, I guess rulers in the league, right? So you can't necessarily the best Aphelios in the league, but he's definitely top 2 no matter how you shake it. And LGD.
See, do you want to know? Yeah. Right, I've got a bit of sage advice, some broadcast wisdom. There are 2 phrases that will you can get away with anything. You could say one of the best in the league, and you haven't really clarified your quantity there, because I could mean he's one of the best 17 AD carries in the league, you know? Like, you can say anything if you say one of. And also, you can say arguably the best AD carry in the league. Because whether it's true or not, you can make an argument for it, and therefore he is arguably the best AD carry in the league. See, these are the tricks. These are the tricks of the trade, Gerardo, where you can get away with absolute murder.
No, I'm just going to say flat statements and let people try and tear them apart if they want to. I like conflict, Joe. You know, that's just me. That aside, though.
So what you're saying is Envy best AD carry in the league.
Envy
because that would be the statement that gets you told apart.
Yeah, absolutely. No. You know, man. For me, Envy, he's right below Ruler and Elk actually as number 3. How did you know that he's one of my favorite AD carries in the league? You got me.
To be fair, Envy and Jinjao have actually had some decent lanes. The problem is they've also had some really not decent lanes. Like, I feel like this bot lane have been like they've been hit or miss, but in the way where it's like when they hit, it's a home run. But when they miss,
Yeah.
they strike out and, you know, fall into the dirt. I
I-
don't know why
I
I'm going with
actually-
American sports here.
I don't know why either, but I actually agree with you. I feel like the other bigger issue for me is that MV has been getting manhandled in team fights by Cassante, but LGD have Cassante, so that's maybe not going to be a problem for them this time around. Yeah, we'll see what AD carry is also going to land on, because now he's got no self-pill Zaya. He's also not got a Varus to try and stay super far back and poke and deal with the Aphelios. He's instead got Cassante, not got Cassante, got Kai'Sa and Rel, so they're looking to dive in potentially with this LGD composition. It kind of had the ability to, you know, sort of play 1-3-1, but honestly, this composition is super aggressive from LGD, and I like it. You know, coming in as the underdogs here into BLG and just saying, you know what, we're still not scared of you at the very least on the draft side, and we're going to look to try and, you know, find picks, find these massive engages.
Yeah, I really like this composition from LGD. The one concern I have is that on the side of BLG, you've got a lot of AoE there. If everyone's jumping in from LGD into the Tibbers, into the Needlework, into Viego getting resets, the Moonlight Vigil on everyone, and now an Alistair to get that CC to deny the potential dive, that can get rough if BLG are feeling coordinated today. And I've yet to see BLG not feeling coordinated, so we'll see how this one's going to go. I feel like Alistair has really come into his own on this patch. We started to see much more Alistair. Saw it yesterday from Mako a couple of times, and on going to be replicating that. You know, on a huge Rakan player, I feel like Rakan and Alistair, they're kind of akin to one another. Different in that one's slippery and one's tanky, but both like that go forward, get everyone in the knock-up and cause chaos.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And it's pretty interesting to see that Alistair's kind of starting to pick up a little bit more priority, right? I wonder what the reason is behind the scenes, whether teams are just starting to pick it up. I know it is also just a pretty good answer, Interro inside the lane as well. But he has been kind of sitting in meta limbo for a while, right? Never quite strong enough to be a consistent pick, and never quite weak enough to not be considered in, you know, some spots where it just makes sense. We'll see exactly what gets done on the pick as we move into game number 1.
It's just funny to me that he's started to come into the meta a little bit today and yesterday, and he didn't get a buff. It's not like the new patch has given him some extra strength. This is just the way that the meta is developing. And I always like that. I always like it when we get picks coming into the meta because of innovation as opposed to because Riot tweaked the numbers, you know. So very good. And Rel can do well into the Alistair as well. It's one of those things where both of them massive CC, but if Alistair has his ult up and then Rel manages to steal some of those stats, Rel becomes absolutely invincible.
Can definitely work both ways. That's why I like matchups like that, especially the support round. I feel like support matchups are often overlooked when it comes to draft. It's oftentimes, in my mind, actually far more important than the AD carry. If you have a winning support matchup, you can unlock so much on the map, right? It oftentimes means, you know, if you have a winning support matchup, you probably have bot prio. If you have bot prio, it means you can go set up vision earlier. All these different things which can cascade onto the rest of the map.
Even outside of like controlling the rest of the map, even just in the 2v2, I feel like the support matchup is far more important than the AD carry matchup. Like most of the time, especially in the earlier stages of the game, it's pretty much down to auto attacks for the AD carry. Like especially the first couple of levels, you don't even have the abilities. So it's all down to who has the better support matchup, who can control that middle brush, right? Until you hit that third wave, crash it under tower, and then it starts to become much more relevant which AD carry is in the play. Obviously, not 100% down to the supports, but I'd say they're much more important. Then the other role is here we go. Kicking off now. LGD. Starting on the bottom side is Meteor, who has had an incredible split despite the team's scoreline. Meteor has looked really good on this team, so looking towards him as kind of the driving force for LGD.
Yeah, and he's the one with the agency, right? The biggest agency tool in the side of LGD with the Sejuani and that Glacial Prison. So once that level 6 comes in, I'm anticipating a lot of aggression again. I feel like the composition is kind of spelled for that. Kai'Sa Rel on the bottom side, the Blanc as well. Very, very slippery in the 2v2. Need to see that Meteor looks to facilitate those lanes. And pathing out towards the top side early is definitely a pretty interesting choice. I wonder if he's just trying to cover potentially an early gank from Shun. We'll have to see as
this
trade is starting to get aggressive.
Side. On's in big trouble, forced to flash away. But now El trying to turn it around. Envy's in trouble as he flashes on for the Calibrum. He's looking for a little bit more as well. Jin Zhao, flash available. Elk not going to chase for more, but wow. It looked so good for LGD, but you can't 2v2 Elkanon. These are the best in the league.
Yeah, you just can't, can you? And MV didn't even really have a space to use either of his summoner spells, just dies with them up. Gets splashed on by Elk, and I guess on the bright side, it does mean Elk, no summoner spells, can be collapsed on. Jinjiao has flash, right? So he can look for a flash engage. It's not impossible. Just has to time it around on and not getting CC'd and stopped in his own right. So that's something that we're going to have to check on the side of BLG, right? How El can on now navigate this lane, but also how it's covered by the rest of the map, as Shun's made his way up here. Meteor's not too far away either. Gonna spot him out on the vision plant and probably just force him, at the very least, not to gank the top side of the map, but a lot of movement here from the mid lane means that we could have a bit of a scuffle over the Skull Crab.
The Scuttle Scuffle coming in. Shun doesn't have smite, and it means Meteor gets it. High Chant dips out of the play as well. It won't lead to anything in the end, but Meteor managing to get that one. Now moving down to the bottom side. He wants the double Scuttle. It looks like he's going to get it as the reset will come from Shun.
Yeah, reset's coming out because the bottom side of the map here for LGD has priority, so it all comes down to this 2v2. Just because the wave is kind of stacked up in the extended trade here, so he'll get that. But yeah, it looks pretty bad for On, but Envy can't quite get this last auto attack in, right? And Flash comes out from On, means that he doesn't get that fifth and final proc stacked, and even if Envy goes in, he dies anyway, so maybe he just looks for the 1v1 to get the first blood, right? But Elk, he's the one that goes in instead. He finds his kill. Now he's up that one kill, and he hasn't actually managed the base yet, so I guess it's still technically, you know, even laning for now, but Elk is still up that level. It was On that had to go back to base, so Elk soaked up all that solo XP.
Yeah. And I love the amount of action and aggression we're already seeing in this game, as LGD, it feels like they're the ones on the front foot. Like, BLG, one of the shortest average game times in the league. They're 5th place for average game time. This is a team that definitely puts the pressure on once they get a lead. Not necessarily the most aggressive in the early game, though. Not necessarily the team that is always pushing forwards. That said, they do have insane first blood percentage. Like, first in the league for first blood percentage. And I feel like in this game, this is a great example of how that usually happens. They wait for the opponent to make a mistake and then punish hard.
Absolutely, and it's a fairly big wave stacked up. I wonder, oh, hello, Yagao. Chains are there.
Is he going to flash here, trying to hold on to it? And wow, rightly so. He, not a single bit of fear in his eyes there. He's like, you know what? LeBlanc at level 5 with a long sword and a Sejuani. I don't think you got the damage. And he was absolutely right.
Yeah, ice cold, and Meteor couldn't quite get that 4th auto attack in, right? Hit both parts of the flail, but couldn't get the second auto, and just means, unfortunately, he can't get the permafrost stack in, and Yagao had the passive, just stunned him up, knew he could walk away. Really good understanding of the situation there. I was going to say, earlier on, I wondered if BLG were willing to just go for a very early dragon, right? They had the bottom side priority, but I think the fact that now Yagao's been ganked and forced back to base, that it's just a slightly riskier endeavor than they were willing to actually look to invest in. So for now, they will just hold off on that, but I would like to see from the side of BLG just get those early dragons stacking, or at the very least just try and see if you can pick up the first one. Deny LGD the opportunity to try and get that snowball going, and I think for LGD, they should definitely look to find some aggression somewhere now as these level 6s crest over, right? Yeah. Fearness with the all-out, very, very powerful skirmisher. Yes, Gwen should theoretically win out in most 1v1 situations, but if you can, you know, be the first to the punch, you definitely have a little more wiggle room in that regard.
Yeah, and I think for Fairness, like, the way you're going to impact this game is getting involved in the scraps, right? Like, I don't think you're going to win that 1v1 as Yagao. Use that Tibbers. On was arriving on the plate as well, but just a second too late, can't get involved, as Yagao will be able to just passively clear this wave using Tibbers and actually going to get a bit of damage down onto LGD as well. Interesting to see this 3-man stack in the mid lane from LGD, while Bin trying to stop the proxy farm coming out from Fairness. Tibbers taken down. Prio in mid for LGD. Perhaps they can get an opportunity at Drake.
Yeah, seems pretty good, right? And it is level 6 now, Meteor, and controlling the entrances to the river is so powerful for LGD, as Elk's level 6 with now red and white. Even was able to stack up some chakrams off of the Infernum Q. But now LGD, the worst thing they can do is just check in a little too far.
Stun available for Yagao here. Is Jin Chao the target for now? And he's
Whoa.
gone. He's already gone. The Ignite is there. The auto! Oh no! He gets out. Shun flashes over the wall to stun. Out from Jin Chao. It's not enough for Shun. Does get himself that reset on the rel. Oh no, Envy does have flash, has cleanse. They're not going to go for the dive here. They're just going to go for the Drake instead.
Yeah, and I mean, feels real bad for LGD, right? They had control of the river, but they just get engaged on as they're trying to rotate back towards mid lane, presumably to just get another wave of priority. And really, really good stuff by BLG, just checking the rotation and on finding the engage and Yagao stacking all the damage on top of Jin Chao.
So let's take another look how they started, because Yagao, no Tibbers. You do wonder if they've got the damage to make it happen, but with Elk here, it feels impossible for LGD.
Yeah, I think the fact that Elk also comes in just to make it a 4v5, kind of just, you know, icing on the cake scenario here. Adds in that little bit of additional damage, which does bring Jin Chao down to a point where Shun can follow him over the wall and pick up that kill as Elk. How much threat is he under? The answer is not too much.
Yeah. Envy goes in, uses that ult. Is on escaping on the top side of the play. This is 2v3, by the way, as they will be able to finish on off, I think. It's going to take him a while. Arel and a Sejuani, two mounted tanks just chasing him down. And the bull is finally turned into beef. Envy grabbing himself his first kill of the game.
All right, there we go. Envy's back in the game with this kill, and Elk might end up missing a fair portion of that wave. I'm not quite sure if it had a cannon in it. This is how the initial part of this fight actually started off. So Meteor and Jin Chao kind of acknowledged that they're going to be able to pick up on, and Envy felt like he could maybe force a little bit more than what he ended up getting out of Elk. So there you go, and just because On gets forced down means he also ends up feeding over that kill to the Kai'Sa.
I wonder if On could have, like, On still had flash. I wonder if he could have got away if he'd just moved through the lane towards Elk. Maybe could have looked for more. Obviously his combo was on cooldown. I don't know if he could have got away or not, but either way, goes down. 2-1 now in favor of BLG. And again, like, BLG, this is a team that have been dominant. This is a team that when they get a lead, the speed at which they snowball is absurd. They have the highest goal difference of 15 in the entire league. And that's saying something, because we've got some other insane teams in the league as well. But BLG, they do dominate once you let them get ahead. I like the LGD on conceding the early game, though. They are fighting away. They are trying to make sure that they don't fall too far behind us. 2 Chains comes out from High Chow. Reminds me of that old LCK hype video. I don't even know what season that was, but I just remember 2 Chains being on it, and that was like, for some reason, that was just hilarious.
Huh.
It was like,
I feel like
it was season 4.
You just activated a neuron in my brain. I think I remember that, but that was ages ago. Good, yeah. No, you're right. I think I remember the content piece as well. Very, very old bit. Showing your age there much.
Yeah, I think it's like, I want to say it was season 4, I feel like. I've just like tried to Google it, and there's like an article of the top 10 OGN hype videos, and obviously, oh no, the article's gone. No, it's no longer there. But yeah, I mean, LCK back in the day. Well, it wasn't LCK, was it? It was OGN back then, but they had some insane videos. They had some absolutely insane stuff. But the 2 Chains one, top of the list for me. I mean, I can't really remember any other ones, to be honest. That's the one that I remember, so it's got to be top of the list. Is there anyone on the list? Herald, top of the list for LGD at the minute. And I don't think that there's going to be enough of a contest. The Herald will be taken. Maybe
there's
a fight
teleport behind them.
Ben wants to get involved.
I mean, Fierce should be able to walk it out. There's no... Oh!
Okay.
No.
Been
should be fine,
the tower.
right?
He is Gwen. Needlework's going to come through. Fierce dodges the second one. Third one hits, but now flashing forwards. Has been dashes away, has his own flash, uses it to try and reposition, but he's down. LGD bringing it to BLG in the early game.
Okay, LGD. Not bad, not bad. And well played from Fierce to just slip behind Bin there. Get him close enough to the wall to the point where he could all-eye him towards the tower so that someone else can actually come over and help finish up that kill. And that's a pretty nice bit of cash injection as L. That's an extra tower shot, but he's got red and white.
I'm loving this AD carry
which he's
matchup.
missed.
They are just going at it. Envy tries to find the solo kill. On is there, but here comes Jinjiao to finish the job. BLG are being given a run for their money. Hai Chao with a bit of a dodgy teleport at the end of the play, but it doesn't matter. The 2v2 just got won by Envy and Jinjiao.
He's there to be that mascot of morale that is needed at the moment for LGD. Really well played, to be honest with you. The collapse comes in. I have to say, you know, if Elk hits that ultimate, then maybe he just survives a little bit longer, but everything ends up flying a little bit wide, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I think unironically, I think if Om didn't combo him at that specific time, Envy would have continued to kite into that ultimate. I kind of feel bad for Elk, but it's not even Om's grief.
Perfectly.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unlucky on the timing.
It's one of those ones where, like, you play on your second account to play with your bronze friend, and you're trying to predict your skill shots, and they just don't dodge. You know, they just don't dodge. Like, On stopped him dodging, so Elk just completely whiffs the ult instead. But hey, look at this! LGD have got a gold lead against BLG right now. I was saying at the start, like, LGD, you cannot count them out. This is a team that really can take it to the top teams, despite the scoreline. They're way better than it looks. And I bet there were people in chat like, what a clown. No, they're not. Blah, 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 blah. Look at this early game. LGD are here to play. BLG, they'll be able to get themselves a second Drake, but my goodness. Hey, look, we said Envy, arguably the best AD carry in the league. I'm just saying, he's winning 2v2 against Elkanon.
Hey, look, you know, my analysis is often very on the nose, not particularly subtle. And, you know, I was the first to stand up and be like, you know, Envy is my GOAT. You know what I mean? He's one of the best here. And he's got to prove it against... I can't even keep a straight face. But this is a pretty impressive early game from LGD, all jokes aside. Definitely has to be said as... no smite from Shun means that he had to give that one up and uses ultimate. So another small win here for LGD.
Yeah.
Looking
Too shabby.
pretty good.
So Drakes feel like the big win condition for BLG. I don't feel like we really went in depth on the compositions because it got a bit chaotic right from the word go.
It did.
Let's talk about how this mid game is meant to play out because, you know, I talked about BLG having the best average gold difference at 15 in the league. Like, they don't have the gold lead at 15 this time around. How do they play this comp out to try and answer what LGD are bringing?
I mean, I think it's a bit awkward, right? LGD, all very thematically on point with one another, and they all go forward and murder people like this. Bin has no answer. The rest of BLG weren't there in time to cover either, and they were definitely trying.
I picked a really bad time.
You did, but it's okay. It's all right. I mean, look, you got to answer. You got the answer for the other side, right? Which is for LGD, just looking at the moment for the mid game, looking for picks on side lanes where. It's like clockwork, isn't it?
Here's that pick on the side lane that you wanted, Giovanna. Yagao in a bit of trouble. Does have the stun to try and get himself out, and actually maybe Envy's in trouble instead. Well, we'll walk away. And the presence from Elkanon keeps their mid laner alive. But look at this Meteor. We said earlier, fantastic split so far, and he is absolutely the driving force in this game as well.
Yeah, definitely that's right. Do I try and talk about BLG's comp, or do I wait? I'll you know.
There's a lot of pings. I don't know.
I was watching Lyric and Jake the other day. They were on cast. Every time Lyric tried to talk about the game, instant fighting. Couldn't do it. It was impossible. So I'm wondering if I've been imbued with the same curse today. I would
argue then it's a good opportunity to try and talk about the comps in order to have more action in the game.
True. Okay, yeah. So for BLG, it's definitely a little awkward, right? They've got very strong champions in the meta. You know, they've got Gwen into Cassante, they've got Annie, they've got Aphelios. These are all champions which are pretty, you know, big meta staples at the minute. But compositionally, it's a bit awkward. I feel like for Bin, he wants to be on the side lane, and realistically, he should, you know, be beating out Fearness in the 1v1 for a considerable amount of time. But that's just when LGD should start sending Hai Chao into the side lanes instead, right? Clear out the waves instantly, and Bin shouldn't have too much of an answer in that regard. So that can maybe be answered out. BLG, I think they just have to look for, you know, engages which are moderately limited because they don't really have those non-committal engage tools, right? It's got to be Yagao flashing forward and finding a big Tibbers. It's got to be On kind of doing the same thing with a massive flash pulverize. So I think for BLG, it is kind of about, I suppose, looking for engages that make sense, and the way that you can do that is through vision. And they're already 2 dragons up, so they're going to have to probably just play for Infernal Soul. Mid lane priority is going to be huge, and hopefully for LGD they can identify that, try and shut it down. But I think BLG understand the importance of mid lane priority because they're trying to just get this tier 1 down instantly.
Yeah, they're trying to burn through it. I don't think they'll have the chance. That said, on hunting Jin Zhao away helps. He's going to turn pretty much invincible in the mid lane, and down goes the horsey. Envy jumps forward to answer. Cleanse, flash to get himself back out as Meteor has to get out of dodge. But with Jin Zhao going down, priority finally belongs to BLG, and they will finish the tier 1 tower. Look at Haichao, though. In the meantime, he's pushing a tier 2.
Tier 2, not bad, man. He's pushing the money. I don't think he's going to quite get this tower, but he's going to come close. Trying to get the shiv stacks up as well to deal a little bit more damage on the tower. That's why he destroyed underneath the tower, if you're wondering why. Of course, the shiv procs on the tower. But BLG, they do find a successful fight in the mid lane. It was a little bit dodgy from On, I think, to just be blunt, but goes in. Oh, the combo's interrupted by Jin Zhao's Q. That's what it was. Didn't catch that in live. So it makes it look a little bit jankier than it perhaps actually was. As Jin Zhao, once he goes in, he kind of gets one shot. And Envy forced to use both summon spells on the way out as Shun comes in for the collapse. So
yeah,
well played by Jin Zhao, intentional or not. Stopping On's knock-up potentially means a little more commitment, but at the end of the day, BLG still end up finding just about everything they wanted, right? They get the mid lane tier 1, so now priority should be easier to claim there. They got the Herald right before it's going to despawn in a little bit over a minute's time, and they could just use this as a means to really just brute force this next dragon if they really want to, right? Try and catch this next wave up high, drop the Herald, turn it into a dragon, or turn it into a dragon. Very, very plausible as Fearness forced the flash before the fight even kicks off.
Fearness with his flash down. It's not ideal as Jin Zhao forced over the wall as well.
Haichao just picked up tier 2.
That's all of your front line just forced out of the play instantly. Meteor spotted as Haichao, like you say, finish that tower off, and now moving into the play. I feel like Haichao getting a lot of value out of this LeBlanc pick so far. BLG, they know they need this Drake, but LGD aren't letting it go without a fight. The whole team isn't here just yet as Jin Zhao pulls everyone in. Moonlight Vigil only onto 1, but Jin Zhao's too deep on this one, and Elkin Touch has been buys time in the backside, and the Needlewind full heals him again. Bin's in a 2v1, and he's almost won it, but taken down by Haichao in the end. Calibrum lands onto Haichao. Will get chunked on out. Oh no. Yagao's found him. He's corralling them. Sheepdog Yagao on the scene as he keeps Meteor under the tower, burns through him, and Elk finishes with the Dusk Wave. Haichao has loved this bottom lane all through the game, and he's just going to move. Wait, is he going to threaten an inhib?
I think he's gonna go back to
excited.
base. He's gonna try it. You know, there was a key factor here missing for LGD in this team fight, and it was Envy. You know, the third best AD carry here in the LPL was getting soloed out by Yagao. Unfortunately, I think he was trying to rotate over after catching the mid lane wave, and Yagao just completely zoned him on the side whilst this fight's going on. Honestly, the engage looked not too bad, to be honest with you, but unfortunately for LGD, not only is MV being soloed out over here, but Bin just healed back so much damage in that 2v1 because he was dealing with mostly tanks. As just, there's no counterplay to that, is there? What can you do when you walk face first into Annie? As the collapse comes in, and it just doesn't look pretty for LGD underneath this tower. And I'm very impressed that you knew what Flamethrower Q was called, to be honest with you. But you're an
Dusk Wave,
so
yeah.
Maybe,
Dusk Wave.
I never hear play-by-plays call it by its real name, so I just...
Well, the one that I wish I knew, well, I know that Crescendum is called Sentry. I can't remember what Calibrum's Q is called, the long range one, which I feel like is an important one. Other than that, they're not super important, I don't think.
You know, I feel like there's going to be an Aphelios nerd in chat that's really mad about the fact you don't know what the Aphelios Q name is.
It's Quickshot. Quickshot is mad. Because Quickshot knows every single ability name in the entire game. I'm not that cracked on the names. My memory is appalling, actually. If there's one thing, you know, people always say oh, if you could change one thing about yourself, what would you change? And they're like, ooh, I'd make my nose a little slimmer. I'd actually have a functioning memory, you know? I feel like that's more important.
Yeah, that's a good one there. As you know, what?
How has Meteor got away with that?
Yeah,
Shun is gonna get ruined up. He's gonna die. Second route is not gonna land. He's not gonna die. I thought they were gonna commit way harder to that.
you oversold that by a bit of a mile there, but it's okay. It's okay. We're not mad at you, Munch. We're just disappointed a little bit. I think this is now the point in the game for LGD where they're gonna have to make a tough decision very soon, because I think they've tested the 5v5, and I don't know if it's really actually gonna get that much better unless they find a real big wombo. They've got very strong carries right now in Haichao and Envy. They're both 2 items, but it's about finding those, you know, favorable fights. For me, I just feel like BLG are very unlikely to give that to LGD, and their best shot is playing through the side lane. Right now, it's BLG playing through the side lane, I suppose, as Fearless gets chunked out. But down here, like, Haichao can just be a menace to Bin. He's forced out the needlework just to clear the wave. And that's a huge, you know, 1v1 component for Bin that's just gone. And this is kind of the thing I said for BLG compositionally. Yeah. They'd want Bin to be on the side lane, but the issue is with LeBlanc with Stag Shiv, it kind of just makes that a bit of a non-factor. So Haichao can stay down here, clear waves, potentially even eventually get to a point where you can hard pressure a tower. And that could be a bit of a problem for BLG if they don't pick the pace up of the game. And for LGD, they can just kind of stay safe and maybe fish for picks with the ult from Sejuani.
That's one thing about this LeBlanc that's not really been talked about that much is actually you have significant split push pressure. The fact that you're building an attack speed item to start off, like your AP does increase your damage to towers. So the build for LeBlanc is actually fantastic for pushing down objectives in the side lane. And the Shiv even procs on towers as well. So you can really put side lane threat on. And like you say, Haichao doing a really good job of that. He's having a fantastic game. And honestly, the fact that Bin is 0-3 against this Cassante down in CS, the fact that there's a massive CS lead for Haichao, he's been able to impact the game more than Yagao has so far. Both of the solo lanes for BLG got their counter pick. They got to choose what matchup they were going into here. And unfortunately, it's not working out for them. LGD really giving BLG a run for their money. And again, this is what LGD do. I feel like we consistently see LGD showing up against top teams, but now they have to do it when it matters. 15 seconds until Ocean Soul spawns on the map for BLG, if they can take that Drake.
Yeah, definitely. BLG do have been on the side lane right now, uncontested on. Looks for an engage. Fitness getting chunked out. Joe.
Jin Zhao's in trouble as well, and Fitness is going to go down. Is it me, or did they just pretty much win a 4v5? Because Bin wasn't even a part of most of the play.
What? I don't know. I think Jin Zhao just being so squishy as he went in there just kind of ruined it for LGD. There's nothing else to really say. They got engaged on real half-heartedly, to be honest with you, as Elk. The chains are there.
Oh, he's going to go down. Has a stopwatch. Yagao, you got to save the day here. Elk flashes to his teammates. How is he alive? Haichao tries to finish the jump. Meteor jumps on him as well. The whole gang there to finish him off. But Envy's actually carrying this one. It's 2 kills for the side of LGD. The Soul still going to go the way of BLG, but LGD getting some consolation prizes.
Yeah, all right. I mean, Ocean Soul, though, is the permanent buff. I think for LGD, this would feel a lot sweeter if Meteor wasn't the one that accidentally claimed, well, he had to claim that 950 gold bounty off the back of Elk. As the engage comes in, and it's, I don't know. I feel like for Jin Zhao, the fact he goes in, there's not like immediate CC follow-up, but it's just not like there really is much. Feels really bad. Finus also got chunked out on the front line from the engage from Yagao too, so once he takes somebody over the wall with that all out, he just gets one shot. What happens with Elk? Does he just get engaged on double distort, chain in the middle of the wave as well? Really, really solid from Haichao. Stopwatch buys a lot of time, and it does mean that Yagao comes in and gets that stun to stop Meteor from going even further forward, but eventually just finds the W flash auto down. So he's the one that claims the bounty. If that goes into MP's back pocket or Haichao, that gold acceleration is huge, right? But unfortunately, Meteor picking it up does just mean, I mean, he'll be tankier, right? But you need Envy and Haichao to be dishing out the damage right now, and BLG have those damage carries inside of Yagao and Elk.
So Baron started. LGD. I mean, they've got to make something happen here. Jin Zhao, the one to do it. Gravity well across the team with the Q3 lands onto Elk. Envy's onto the back line. And redemption for the LGD roster. But in the meantime, it's been carrying. It's been taking over the fight. The Ocean Soul doing so much work. I don't know how. Elk gets assassinated at the start of the fight, and LGD still can't win it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane, isn't it? Elk goes down, but I guess Bin, even though he's 0-3, He's still a 2-item Gwen, unfortunately for LGD, and he just minces through the front line. It's so awkward for LGD. They just can't take 5v5s, like flat out. They can't just go in and engage and hope that they, you know, blow up enough targets, because if it's not Bin and Elk at the same time getting completely one-shot, it doesn't particularly feel doable. This engage from Jin Jiao is pretty damn neat, to be honest with you. He gets almost all 5 members inside of the gravity well. The knockback onto Elk is good, but in the mixer, Bin's just not dying, and I think actually Elk got out a massive Inferno moment. That's why so many members ended up getting minced so quickly. It's actually Elk in his dying breath that makes that one work for BLG, and they pick up the Baron now as well on the back of this team fight, and LGD, all the strengths, right, potential strength, side lane, pressure here from Haichao, going to be greatly nullified once BLG starts to get onto the map.
You could say that that was Elk's last whisper of the team fight, but now he's upgraded that last whisper to a Lord Dominic's regard off the back of it.
Everyone boo him. That was no.
Don't boo me, I'm right. BLG though, I mean, look, this is a heartbreak for LGD, but I feel like every single LGD game and series is a heartbreak for them. Some moments look so good, but on now, diving underneath the tower, it goes back in, and somehow they find a kill before he even goes down. Shun has to ult out of the play here. Bin not a part of this one as Haichao goes in once again, but the carry's still alive. And LGD, they don't want to overpush it.
Yeah, they don't want to go too far. 1-for-1, support for top. In this kind of situation, you take it, I think, as LGD. Maybe it kind of just staves off BLG from knocking on the base doors, but there's tier 2 on the top side, rather. Definitely going to be focused down. It's so low. It's just 600 gold waiting for Bin to be collecting it, and it will go over. So I think for BLG, this siege almost entirely done now, unless they can really find a way to kind of outmaneuver LGD, but they don't really have the best side lane setup at the minute to make that one work. Haichao should still be able to clear out these minions on the top side. Maybe they can actually run it down mid, because LGD went for a little bit of a pick onto Bin. I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be, so yeah, that should just be the siege done.
I don't feel like BLG are going to be able to siege much more, but then I do feel like they'll just wait for On to get back and then try and brute force a 5v5. But in fact, they're not even going to wait for On to get back. Haichao's been found. Bin in all kinds of trouble, though, and the answer is there. But Shun is here to carry, and Elk's moved over as well. Jin Jiao out of the top side of the fight. Spearn is now chased down. Tibbers is 1v1ing Envy, who's forced now away. Meteor has that ult available. If they overpush this one, they could be in trouble. Shun steps in. Won't get stunned for the time being, though, but the turret not really doing enough. BLG don't seem to mind that it's there.
Yeah, no, not at all. They do not care. Still got 10 seconds left on the Baron. They could maybe crack open 2 lanes here. Should be able to pick up the mid lane
siege
and the top side. Yeah, forget the siege point, you know. They can just find that pick onto Haichao, who holds so much of LGD together this game. They can just do this, and it looks like we could just get 2 inhibitors here. As BLG feels real good, considering the siege looks pretty done and dusted. Now LGD are down 2 inhibs.
Meteor trying to get onto Shun here. This BLG, I mean, they're just choking LGD out of this game here. LGD have pushed them to 30 minutes, though. It's a much closer game than realistically the scoreboard would indicate. 5,000 gold lead, though, for BLG. Ocean Soul, 2 inhibs taken, and now Elder spawning on the map in 40 seconds' time. That could be a window for LGD.
Okay.
That could be the way back in.
This is it, Joe. 31 minutes on the clock. Probably 32 by the time the play happens. Elder is there. Meteor has flash. They've already lost the team fight. I'm gonna say Jin Jiao's dead. But then they try and execute the Baron, the dragon. Meteor slips in, finds the pick.
Oh no!
Oh, Jigao just.
I think he's got away with it. I think he's got away with it.
Yeah, Jigao just didn't press Q quite in time. As he is playing with fire.
Yeah, he's walked back in and forced a flash. He got away with it, man. Why did he go back in? I feel like this is the same as when you've got a player on like Lee Sin or on Rakan or on LeBlanc. Like, you know you're so slippery that you want to make these plays. Bin is going to just go in. It's an absolute meat grinder. Oh, what a combo from Jin Jiao, though. But in the meantime, Envy's going to get cut apart by Bin. It's looking good for BLG so far. Meteor goes down. I think that might be game Jamada. It looked so good for so long for LGD, but they just can't make it happen.
You know, I tried. I tried to cope for a second for LGD and for the fans, but couldn't quite do it enough. BLG find the pick. Jin Zhao's engage, re-engage rather, looked pretty damn good, but BLG a little bit too far ahead, and Bin cuts down what remained of LGD. Haichao still doing a lot of damage, to be fair, but it's not going to be enough, Joe, and BLG will take game number 1.
Fantastic stuff from BLG. A solid start, as you would expect. Like, I don't think anyone was expecting BLG not looking good today. It felt a little sleepy to start the game, has to be said. Like, you would anticipate a stronger early game from BLG, but at the end of the day, still extremely confident team fighting, extremely confident just plays across the board. Like, the fact that fight around Baron, where we saw Jin Zhao get a great combo on everyone, and you see the Q3 from Fearless hit onto Elk, you see Envy fly into the backline on Kai'Sa, they assassinate Elk, it's like, oh yes, all the pieces are coming together, and then needlework happens. And that's all the combo that BLG needed for that fight. It just hits everyone, shreds the whole team, and it's like, okay, well, Baron for BLG. And I feel like that's kind of, that fight was like a case study of the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard one to break down, I feel like, unfortunately, because you can very clearly see where the strengths of the composition were for the side here of LGD, but it never really played out on paper as you would like to have hoped it would in theory, right? You've got basically a full dive comp, a lot of mobility between basically every single carry on the side of LGD, actually. And you try and just basically burst down the first couple of targets that you managed to CC down, but unfortunately, you know, it feels like for their sake, Alistar was peeling a little bit too much. It meant that Bin as well was either not being focused because they were trying to find Elk, or they were trying to find Yagao, who, you know, always is going to be able to find at least one stun plus drop Tibbers on everyone's head, right? So unfortunately, BLG just had the correct kind of tools, and the kind of fights that LGD ended up taking, for the most part, unfortunately meant that they were isolating one target but forgetting about another, and that meant that target forgotten often ended up carrying the team fight for BLG. A bit of a hard one to get out of, because I think you could only really look to try and side lane, but if you start to lose the team fight so quickly, and BLG stacked up those dragons so soon too, it meant that you had to contest the Soul, you had to try and contest Elder, and there was no way that you could try and maybe let Haichao flourish on the side lane for a bit longer.
Yeah, bit of a tough one. Haichao did his best on this LeBlanc to put pressure on in the side lanes, like you say, but didn't really have the time to work with. Bin's damage in the team fights was absolutely absurd, and it's kind of hilarious considering how badly the laning phase went, how badly he fell behind. He was 0-3 at one point, but just didn't seem to matter as BLG managed to find themselves the win. And, you know, like we said, early game, not as dominant as you would have expected. LGD really showing up, but when it comes, I feel like this is constantly the story for LGD. When it comes to the late game, when it comes to team fighting and the coordination there, quite often they leave something to be desired, and quite often they don't quite play into the enemy comps that well. Like, everyone grouping up and diving onto Elk, I get the idea, you've got a dive comp, but if you're clustering a death ball against Gwen, against Annie, against the Moonlight Vigil, you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, and not only that, underneath all of it as well, the unfortunate fact of the matter is that almost every single champion on LGD is an insane target to get a reset on as Viego. So the first target that consistently died was like Jin Zhao, and it's like, great, now Shen has a full Rel combo to work with to turn the fight again and find that next combination. So, you know, just looking at some of the numbers towards the end of that game, even though obviously there was pretty big moments from Elk, really big moments from Bin as well, I feel like Shen's probably going to end up getting MVP from the side of the analysts and the judges on the Chinese side, because, yeah, I think statistically he was kind of pulling some pretty heavy weights there, and again, I feel like it was too big of a mountain to overcome there from LGD's perspective.
I respect it. I can see it. I hope that you're right. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll find out who gets the MVP. We'll find out who wins Game 2.
A Minin, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio del sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento, Dorus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está, Magna gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say. But they all die as well.
Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's gonna be game.
Đó là vị trí của BLG và BLG đã phải nằm xuống mất luôn cả tông biến. Người tới ở phía sau là Golden, anh ta làm kén không được ai và khả năng bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấp máu. Golden đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của Sogen cộng với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được rồi. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt ở phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill, Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết là double kill và đây sẽ là nó không phải là beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt well.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and Huki might lose it. Buki goes into the back with the twisted advance, and Licorice swings away to get a lock on the Chime, who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good. Licorice coming out. Stixxay manages to blast one down. No turtle here for no more damage. Stixxay one into lock eyes with Gory. Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixxay with the quadro. Stixxay wrapping it up with a pentakill!
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Ui, pronto, round ultimate. Meu Deus! O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill!
Que iniciante maravilhosa do Aus! Conseguiu pegar todo mundo logo em seguida o Tai Flash Ultimate. Triple kill pro Brains que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for Caps. Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it just stands there hitting them. Look at him go! Okay, Caps! Oh! What? Yeah, stop push. Maybe if you pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
But seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it how I feel it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. It's BLG versus LGD to kick us off today. And BLG have started strong, although LGD did show up in game number 1 and gave us a bit of a fight for it. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Gabriel, Jamada, Walton, Thorn as we head towards our second game in the series. How are you doing, Gabriel?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Yeah, no. This is an inside joke that no one on the stream
That's okay.
is gonna get. My
They don't
name's
need to
not
know.
Gabriel. God, that was a game 1, wasn't it? That was a game 1. That's for sure. We got told that the MVP was Shun, and there you go for confirmation on the screen. MVP is Shun. Yeah, made sense. He was actually pulling some numbers out, and I think even though maybe not the damage percent per se, because Elkin and Bin and Yagao were dealing so much, but again, when you have these champions to take resets offers as Shun, it just feels really nasty, and it felt pretty difficult for LGD to ever find any kind of a foothold in team fights because the engagers looked so dismantled and pulled apart from BLG.
Yeah, looked absolutely fantastic from BLG. Just that, I mean, this is the fight, right, where Jin Zhao gets onto Elk, Q3 Fairness, Envy goes and assassinates him. In the meantime, the rest of the team's already died. Like, as Envy goes in to finish the kill onto Elk, the rest of the squad has already fallen apart. And then BLG just, every single time that they got close, they would just shred the health bars.
Yeah, it wasn't close in these team fights, and it feels bad for LGD because I feel like their read was likely that they would have been winning some of these 5v5s, right? And we were kind of also guessing whether or not BLG would be able to win them just based on the, strength of champion, or whether or not they could actually be picked apart a little bit. Side lanes played out by LGD with Hai Chao and LeBlanc, or just, finding picks, big engages, AoE with Sejuani plus the Rel, but it never came into, that particular fantasy that we were looking for LGD, unfortunately. And for BLG now, I think they're pretty happy for the most part with where that game went. They didn't really have to do much, right? The only issue that they had was this LeBlanc. They've moved over to blue side, so, if they want it, they can have it. If they even care, right? They can ban it away if they feel like it was an issue, as blue side is often less stricken on the ban department, right? We'll kind of see, I guess, as we move off of the 13, 10, and 11 patches, which were definitely a little bit more on the stale side in terms of what teams were, kind of allowed to ban on either side of the rift as some nerfs come to those champions. But for BLG, yeah, the only issue that they really dealt with was Hai Chao putting down a little bit of pressure on the side lane, and that felt just about it.
Yep. You saw On and Balulu there having a bit of bants together. What a moment. What a great time that was back in BLG day. Balulu, absolutely terrifying, generally speaking, but that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? Because a lot of people seem to think he's cute, but I'm not on board. I am not on board at all. BLG going to ban away the Tristana. LeBlanc instantly answered, then a Jason of Vi taken over the board.
Yeah, BLG often shouldn't. And Yagao, so many times they've had Vi on it, and I don't blame LGD for banning it. I mean, doubly so on red side, very strong. Don't want to give the combo over ever, so LGD, kind of surprised that they banned LeBlanc on their end, right? They could also just have left the Annie up themselves and matched it inside of the lane. And with R5, you can always find some kind of counter pick which should be able to side lane, okay enough into it, as Nico will also join the ban table. So, for BLG, plenty of options really still up. AD carries, junglers, Annie, of course, the big one, and instantly gonna just snap it in. And there's a massive smile on Yagao's face as for the what feels like 100th time since MSI, he's gonna be planted on the Annie.
Annie, first pick. Who could have seen this coming? It's it's a fresh look from BLG. Yagao must have maybe the most Annie picks in the league at this point. Like, he was on 10 before this series.
Yeah, I'd be willing to feel pretty confident on that one.
Tangyuan was tied with him on 10. Yagao's now on 11. This will be his 12th Annie pick of the split. He was on a 70% win rate when it was on 10 games. So that's slightly more now. I don't know what, 8/11ths is as a percentage, but I imagine it's like 77 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. So this is the part where BLG lock it. I was gonna say it as well. Lock in the Jax, and then probably the Wukong and leave their bot lane to second rotation. I feel like Bin would be pretty happy to go down this direction. There's no reason for him not to. Also, the Wukong up as well. Very, very strong jungler. Either or, right? I think for BLG would have been really, really powerful. And LGD, now they're going to have to make a little bit of a choice in terms of mid lane and also the jungle pick.
Well, the Jax you talked about is going to come on through. That was banned by LGD in game number 1. Fearness did not want to go against Bin's Jax. He's got that Renekton, which has kind of been the flavor of the month so far on this patch. But Bin's Jax is just something else, isn't it? Never feels like it has a bad matchup somehow. As Meteor goes for the Sejuani once again. Let's see how this second ban phase is going to go. Because you could try and set up, you know, a terrible mid lane matchup from the side of BLG, ban away some of those mid laners from Haichao. On the other side, get rid of AD carries away from Elk.
Yeah, also just removing the Xayah means not only does he have no safety net, but it kind of does hamper the power of a potential Xayah Rakan lane. I like this call out on the Yone towards Haichao, just saying, you know what, this is something that we know that you could potentially lock in here, even if the matchup itself is a little bit subpar. Compositionally, having another melee or attacker for the Sejuani to play around in these team fights would definitely be a little bit more of a nuisance than we're willing to deal with. And just saying, hey, for Jin Zhao, we're not particularly too fussed either about support picks here, as Kai'Sa is also going to join the ban bench for Elk. Definitely still has a couple of options, right? You could go something super aggression. Yeah, Kali also for Haichao. Really, really good shout, Joe. Wouldn't be surprised, yeah, as that one also gets moved away from. I wanted to focus on Elk's picks here because there's double AD carry bans plus Tristana, so he's moderately limited with the Aphelios also being off the table, but I feel like you could go something pretty aggressive here, even blind, even though you know that Jin Zhao's going to get the support counter matchup. I feel like your skirmishing power is so powerful between Shun and Bin that when you sort of hit towards that level 6 mark, you'd be pretty comfortable looking for fights, you know, around Dragon, around Herald. So I'm thinking maybe even something along the lines of a Draven could come out if Elk's feeling himself, to be honest. But I feel that, like you mentioned, for BLG's early games,
so
there is also just Jinx, right? Which kind of makes me a bit sad. Lucian is also up. Oh, do some...
Okay,
yeah, give us something spicy.
But yeah, we've seen Varus. Oh, the Ashe comes in. The Ashe comes in. This has been so buffed. Triforce Ashe is actually cracked. I can't believe we've not seen it yet, to be honest. And On gets his Rakan. Like, feels pretty good. Do we get the Heimerdinger alongside the Ashe? I mean, you've definitely got lane prio.
Yeah, all right. I'm down for this. So, what we were seeing a lot into Aphelios's for a while, right, was that Varus plus the Heimerdinger, but Ashe kind of probably functions in a very similar way. You've got a lot of a pretty big auto attack range. Your W poke isn't quite as strong as Varus Q poke, but generally I feel like Ashe is going to have a little more damage available to her on the frontline divers, depending on the builds that we end up seeing. And you mentioned, of course, that Triforce Ashe, definitely a very, very powerful item build at the moment, and we'll see whether or not Elk goes towards that, or maybe a more slightly different on-hit variant without the Triforce, because there are quite a few options available since 1310. But I'm excited for this. A different AD carry out of Elk is going to be one that I don't feel like we've seen it on the Ashe for a long time, if ever.
I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know, but
I don't think I've seen it.
I've got a fun stat for you. On 1312, we've seen Ashe 5 times around the world. Now, it's only won 1 of those games out of the 5. 4 of those games were in the LCS, which it has a 0% win rate.
Look, we can just disregard the LCS.
However, in the LCK, it's a 100% win rate. Kellen played it with a 12 KDA by the end of the game. So, look, it's a 1-game sample pool on the LCK, but it's looking good over there.
So,
however, that was support. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, grain of salt there. Do you know, in the Spirit Freak, who does love the numbers so much, as the LCS is the weakest of the 4 major regions, we shouldn't be taking pointers from the LCS, right? So this is basically a fresh Ashe AD carry game.
The logic is you just discount the strongest teams, and that's where you pull your stats from. Like you take the best teams out of the equation and then use the rest of the pool. Yeah, that was the
anyway.
Beautiful. Anyway, we'll stop railing on Freak for no reason.
Yeah.
BLG versus LGD, game number 2. Yeah, sorry, mate. bit mean for no reason whatsoever. BLG versus LGD here. And Ashe coming out alongside a Heimerdinger down in that bottom lane. If you ever wanted priority, this is the lane to do it on. volley straight off of the bat. Elk already getting some damage in, going for the lethal tempo. You would assume he's going for that approach velocity as well. It's such a powerful combination on the Ashe.
Yeah, it just allows you to space a little bit better, right? You've already got so much attack speed, lethal tempo. Also going to give you even more attack ranges. Those gyros are exceptionally loud. Love the fans out in Shanghai tonight.
Powerful gyros today. Powerful.
Yeah. You know, when we was at MSI, I had the opportunity to do stage hosting, and I specifically got T1 and JDG, and man, the JDG fans that day were crazy. Got them to do the gyros. It's not something we often get access to here in the gyros in the arena in person.
Yeah,
right.
It was cool, but there was like cheerleaders there, not in the like cheerleader way, but like as in people that were leading cheers.
Yeah,
that were there for the gyros. There was a guy with a big BLG sign that
Oh,
was there every single day.
That guy was awesome. So he actually had a JDG and a BLG banner. He was just rooting for the Chinese
was
teams.
he?
Yeah. He was just there for the LPL teams. Because I got a picture of him because he was so cool. He was definitely keeping the energy super high in the arena. And
dude, I met a guy that had a Jomung shirt. He had a sign saying like Jomung is the best AD carry or whatever. Like, I'm here for it. For anyone that doesn't know, Elk used to be called Jomung back when he was on Team WE. That's it. It feels like a long time ago now, but I had to get a picture of that guy. What an absolute legend. So I've been looking at the stats a little bit, Jabada, because you were asking, has Elk ever played Ashe? And the answer is yes. It is his 7th most played. He's got 36 games. He's won 23 of them. That's a 64% win rate on Ashe. That's not bad at all, right? That's not bad at all. But then we look at the Heimerdinger for Elk. He doesn't have as many games. He's only got 3 games. But he does have a 100% win rate on the Heimerdinger. On has never lost on the Heimerdinger. And I feel like this is the kind of lane that might just continue that record, because Ashe Heimerdinger is just so obnoxious to play against.
You know, in my head, for some reason, I just thought to myself, BLG like had a bit of a hard time in the early game, and I'm just like, guys, bust out my 100% win rate Heimerdinger. We need to put these guys in the dirt straight away. This can't be happening.
Tabby's there in the back room, like checking lol.fandom.com to see what win rates the players have got. Oh, his Caitlyn support is actually 100% win rate. Let's bust out a Caitlyn support. I feel like that's maybe what T1 does. Is they're big fans of the Caitlyn support.
Remember, like start of the year when we had AD carries and meta, like Carrier was just cooking up.
Yeah,
so much stuff. You know, as obnoxious as that meta was, it was also kind of fun to watch. That, like for me, I'm a big fan of skill expression, and I feel like for supports, they don't often get that much skill expression outside of a few select champions. You know, a lot of the champions are quite simple to pilot, and it was kind of nice for the 3 patches that we got to see them play AD carry, just to see what kind of hands some of our supports were working with, as Fearless eats a pretty meaty trade.
Yeah, it was I think as a spectator it was fantastic. As a player, as an AD carry main,
obnoxious as hell.
I hated it. I absolutely hated it. Like, I really despise playing in metas where there's just no tank supports ever. There's no engage supports ever, because nobody below like Diamond can play enchanters. They just sprint it or just don't exist at all. There's no middle ground. There's no like participate in the fight without running in. And nobody can play the well, you can play the kill lanes, but then I have to play against Brand and Belcos and stuff, and I'll move on. I'm now just ranting about solo queue. So let's take a look at bot lane, though, because LGD Meteor's coming in on instantly. Both Summoner's Burn.
Yeah, Jin Zhao remounting there. A lot of movement speed since the new changes. 2 round. Could have even just flashed to confirm now. This is a huge wave, and Fearless is going to have to do a lot.
Oh, the counter-strike lands. There's the damage. Fearless flashes out, but being happy to tank. Shun gets the kill. This will be denying so much because Fearless had just TP'd.
Huge wave. Huge wave. And, this is already a matchup which can really be steered the Jack's way after, first item. But if you start to pull ahead before level 6, before first item, man, this is going to suck for Fearless. And I think this is now a pretty big red flag lane for LGD. The problem is Meteor doesn't really have the ability to play up there on a consistent level. It's going to be quite difficult unless Bin is taking over aggressive trades. The counter strikes are always going to make it kind of difficult to stack up the permafrost. So something that Mio's going to have to be very cognizant about. And for LGD, mid lane, pretty kind of, you know, back and forth. There's not going to be any major trades going on for the most part. So I need to see them try and flip something now, I think, Joe. I'm not going to lie. I think they got the flash out of on the bottom side. See if they can abuse it.
6 minutes in.
Yeah,
we're 6 minutes in and we're just looking for LGD flips. That seems insane.
Honestly though, I just feel like the game state is in one of those kind of scenarios. Now, what I will say is that they do have a Felios. And I'll never put it past the Felios to, you know, pull out the ears and whatnot. These are a good chain of trades here for Bin to set up for this dive. And the healing is good from Fearness, but unfortunately not able to really escape. Kind of surprised Shun doesn't tank aggro, but I guess because he killed Fearness with simply one auto attack, the tower just decided that I didn't want to auto attack it.
Well, I think he hit Fearness while Bin was still technically in range, right? So then it resets.
But even then, it should change the aggro, right? But
well, no, because
sometimes
if the laser is still on Bin as that last auto attack hits, and then Bin drops aggro, then it'll just reset the minions, right?
Right. I'm with you. Either way, the result is Fearness was going to die for sure.
Envy takes a volley here, but Elk takes a lance to the face. I'm going to be honest, I don't think we're going to see much. We'll see a few auto attacks traded back and forth in the bottom lane, but that said, with junglers involved, maybe we could see some action. Shun desperately trying to hit 6 off of these Krugs. I don't think he'll get level 6 though yet, as Meteor was hanging around, but won't find his opportunity here. And surprisingly, Envy and Jinja are actually getting a bit of priority in that bottom lane, which against Ashheimer you wouldn't necessarily expect.
Oh man, Bin slow stacking this wave. That's worrying me as Shun starts to pop up there.
just walked past all of his cabs.
He's just walked past all of his jungle cabs. Yagao has mid lane prior, he's walking up. But Haichao's actually running from base to cover this. That's like the dive is telegraphed, but I mean, it's just shortly going to happen. 3 versus 2. I don't think Fearness is walking out of here. It's about whether or not Haichao can trade back.
Bin is behind the tower already. Counter-Strike comes on in, and they disengage immediately. Haichao's presence alone is enough for BLG to walk away, but Bin got a plate off of it, and it's not like Haichao was farming.
No, exactly right. As engage onto on. No flash still, remember.
Yeah, he's got no summoners, but Envy's gone so deep for this one, he's just going to trade his life. Jin Zhao, you're just going to get chased the whole way down the lane. Meteor is running as fast as he can, and Elk realizes that this won't be a 1v1 for long. 1 for 1 in the end.
Yeah, it just feels like he doesn't quite have the damage in time to bring down Jin Zhao, but like you mentioned, Envy goes so deep for the kill onto On. They want to commit because they know that he's still summonerless. And once they do find the kill, they still trade a kill back over to Elk, so how worth is it really? We'll have to see. I feel like, again, you know, Zeria Felios, they're in that camp of a kill feels like more like it's like a kill and a half, right? The gold value feels a little bit higher for those champions, so maybe for Envy, in the long run, it works out as Q flash into the engage. It's solid. But the issue is, so much damage actually just gets floated back into Envy. Surprisingly, Envy doesn't really get hit, I don't think, by too many spells from On. Like, I think the grenade missed. He also dodged a turret auto too, so that's surprising. A lot of that damage, I think, just came out of Elk, which is a bit worrying seeing that come out so early.
I mean, yeah, like, I'm telling you, Ash, way stronger than people are giving it credit for right now, and I think we might start to see it come a little bit more into the meta. I've been personally abusing it in solo queue for the last couple of matches, and it's real strong. It's real strong, especially if he, I mean, actually, he's not going to go for the Triforce. He's got the Noon Quiver, so deciding he wants to go for the Kraken Slayer build here as Meteor tries to get in on the top side. Shun is here, though. Herald in pocket. Herald must have been taken during that replay.
Yep.
Meteor tries to chase him out. They're just desperately trying to protect Fearness because there's already only 3 plates remaining on that top tower. And LGD know. If they let Shun drop Herald top, it's over.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Bin's going to be pretty close soon to his Divine Sunderer, so if that tower manages to drop before the 14-minute mark, he is going to hit that item super soon, and Fearness is going to be left in the dust. There's no way that even in a, you know, a 1v2 situation, you could maybe even start to angle Bin would win out on that one.
Jin Zhao just Hex Flash the ult. That is insane. He was just randomly channeling Hex Flash and Elk tries to ult him. I can't, what?
You know, Jin Zhao's been keeping up with Dragon Ball, and his Ultra Instinct kicked in. You know, he just kind of.
I have never seen someone dodge something with a Hex Flash before. That was amazing. Oh, what a moment. What a day, Javada. What a day this has been. We're only up game 2.
Exactly. You know, and this is going to be our least chaotic series of today. I'm pretty sure. By a country landslide, unless
country landslide. Are they different in the country to? Have you seen many city landslides or?
Fortunately not, as I feel like city landslides would be a little more devastating. You know, all those high-rise buildings and stuff.
I guess maybe that is a thing in like mountainous areas. There are cities near mountains. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm not qualified to talk about landslides. I'm barely even qualified to talk about League of Legends.
Aren't we all barely qualified to talk about League of Legends? You know, in the grand scheme of it all.
Well, luckily for us, logistically speaking, there are no qualifications required talking about League of Legends.
True.
Oh, the flash forwards! It's not enough. High Chow answers the flash. Corrupting Potion, saving the day there. That's why you drink your pots during the trade. Fearness has to use Dominus just to live underneath the tower.
Vines under grasp. Those W hits are just so meaty. Now, LGD, can they find a good engage here?
Nice pick up onto started off, and Yagao charmed as well. Shun stuck in the back of the pit here. Elk getting some autos out, but he doesn't really have any damage just yet. He's still only on that Noon Quiver as he just goes for the Drake. Shun is like, you know what, I'm just committing. Ults the Drake, gets the smite. It costs him 3 deaths, but BLG get the Drake.
All right, you know what? Worth it.
How are they up in gold still?
Dude, to be fair, it's the plates on the side lanes. That's actually where they're raking in the money here. Yeah, you're right. Shun just commits for the dragon. He just acknowledges that this fight is doomed. Like, there's no way that we're gonna win this fight. Haichao finds a charm as well onto Yagao after On honestly just gets switched off. And yeah, that's a Cyclone. Use Cyclone, just about enough damage before going down. So good on Shun. Doesn't mean that LGD won't be able to pick up that dragon. And again, you know, Hexed Hex Soul makes this game quite difficult for LGD if it gets picked up by BLG. And it's arguably the best snowballing soul too, so BLG start to pick up, you know, a little bit more pace. This game can start to get a little bit awkward.
Yeah, certainly good. And make no mistake, On may be a support player and he may be 0-2, but the Heimerdinger is going to do a lot of damage. You can see it's already almost finished that first item. And Heimerdinger is essentially like a semi-carry in the games. Like, he'll build AP. He's not going for like a redemption or whatever. He's going for damage. He's going to drop a massive turret, and LGD have to play into that. That's where things get real scary for them in team fights.
Yeah, and you know what? Even if he like ends up not necessarily like dealing the most damage in the world, he's into, you know, effectively three champions that are melee and 2 champions that kind of have to get moderately close in Aphelios' case if he doesn't have Calibrum, right? And that Rylai's slow is going to be so obnoxious on the floor with the turrets, and even that can be enough to just make the pick. You know, one that's very, very validated here by BLG and by On. He's got the Rylai's now, and first items are in across the board. Divine Thunder is on the top side for Shun and Bin, and Elk has the Kraken Slayer. So we'll see what mythic he ends up going now that he has that first item, right? I imagine it's going to be, you know, probably, I mean, Triforce is still pretty doable on this build, so I guess we'll see.
True.
It could also still be very much, you know, a real on-hit build of like Gwinsus and Runans or something like that.
Yeah.
It really is up to him.
We'll see what build he opts for in the end. Quite often, if you're going for the Triforce, you do see it as an early purchase, but we'll wait and see. We've not really seen much of it in pro play yet, so still time to figure out what the pros are doing, because, you know, what the pros are doing versus what I do in solo queue, not always necessarily the same thing. Dare I say.
Dare you say.
LGD, though, posturing for Baron right here. Oh, sorry, Baron. It's 15 minutes. Posturing for Herald right here. 4 men strong.
Back in the day, it used to spawn that early, right? I think it was like season 4. It was like 15 minutes. Baron came up, but people wouldn't take it.
Man, that's a long old time ago. I'm not sure if you're right or not, to be honest. My memory's not that good. We talked about this before.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. I'm sorry for trying to test it. I feel like Baron used to spawn up really, really early, but maybe I'm wrong. I feel like it used to spawn early, but it wasn't a buff that you would take for a while.
Yeah. It also, oh, hang on, Elk's been caught out, dodges the Everfrost, but the charm is in. Cleanse used, Blast Cone is there, and he gets out to safety. LGD still looking for this fight as BLG committing to the Herald. Elk is just recalling. BLG really don't want to fight this, but he's staying around after all. There we go, Moonlight Vigil to try and save it, but it's not happening. Bin's not going anywhere. He started the fight himself as Elk is recalling. BLG, they just don't care, do they? They really don't care.
Nope, they don't. I mean, they are all on first item here. I think just the fact that their champions are pretty strong on those one items, right? Divine Thunder specifically really amps up Wukong and Jax's ability to skirmish. Very happy to just look for a fight. But LGD just disengaged. They recognized that they weren't going to get the Herald after Elk didn't actually get confirmed. Just left it at that. So LGD now has... Oh, Dominus gets popped here prematurely a little bit by Fearness. And again, Haichao up here to cover just in case, you know, random map open towards the top side. But also the fact he's got teleport means he can stay up here, try and keep Bin underneath the tower. If you can also chunk him out, that would be pretty big. And it could be a 4v5 down here on the bottom side of the map. They send Fearness down because he's got no teleport. I feel like Bin will just give up a wave. Like, he'll just leave. He doesn't really care. He wants to be involved in the dragon fight. That's exactly what he's doing.
And, you know, we were talking about the Ashe build earlier. And we've got a pickaxe, which pretty much rules out the Triforce, but it doesn't actually answer what the rest of the build is going to be here. Could be the Gwinsus,
or...
But it could be IE. Can go Crit Ashe.
Oh, that's good, right?
Crit Ashe is actually pretty decent. You'd expect the Gwinsus, though. Blade of the Rune King, etc. As Fearness literally just gets rinsed. That's the power of the Ashe ultimate. BLG will get themselves the third Drake of the game. I feel like BLG are just walking around the map, taking whatever objective they feel like, and LGD kind of show up and watch them take it and wish that they had contested. As now, an engage from Shun. And again, BLG just walk at them and LGD just kind of flee. Haichao looking for a re-engage potentially, but dips over the wall.
Yeah, it's too hard. I feel like for LGD to go in, it's really difficult. As
oh, he flashed into it. Great little read from Meteor. What a pick. That's what we're wanting, LGD. More of that.
All right. I respect it, Meteor. You know, mind control Elk into flashing into ult. Not bad, but also just the fact that he didn't have cleanse meant that he's just gone, right? He can't cleanse out of that one. And he was a little bit too split apart. So good identification there from Meteor as...
oh, boy.
I'm sorry. You will be punished by Bin for finding his AD carry. He now has a
you've
red
walked
buff.
into your own jungle there, which is a bit of a mistake, wasn't it? That's Bin's jungle.
Exactly. And I'm not going to lie, if Bin had more mana, he would probably stay there and look to contest it. But doesn't want to fight, doesn't want to risk it. Saw that someone was coming through the Hex Gate as well as Shun. He's hunting.
Shun plus Yagao plus on. Ah, good little sweeper from Haichao. Tower's still there. He'll get away to safety, but Shun doesn't want to let him out of the longer play
Do
here.
they care?
I mean, they can... Yeah, okay. They,
Never mind. They can.
I wasn't sure if they were just going to cut off that wave, let the tower clear the other one, wait for the wave to arrive. I mean, Haichao's sticking around. He's had the option of leaving at this point. Shun is going to have to hop over the wall as Meteor arrives as well. But On's still here. Shun's going to Hex Gate away. Let's take another look at what happened. This flash from Elk, sort of from it missing to it somehow hit. It didn't even look like it hit.
That's an awkward... I kind of feel bad for Elk. I feel like that's one of those things where he flashed in a way where, because of how he flashed, Sejuani's ultimate obviously like blows up at the end of its channel, or like at the end of its skill shot, and I think it just expands a little bit, and that was an unfortunate circumstance for Elk, where he was definitely gonna get hit before he flashed. Then still, yeah, it's a bit sad. Anyway, Jin Zhao, he's on a flank. And it should just about force them back enough to get the tower. But Shun's here, Bin's here, there's a teleport behind from Yagao. Joe, can you see it happening?
I can see it right on my screen because Meteor's already gone. Yagao behind enemy lines here. Tibbers goes down, but flashes to the rest of his team. And BLG I called the Baron a little too early on in the game, but with Meteor down, tier 1 taken, they're not going to pull the trigger on it, but I wouldn't have been surprised to see BLG just try to start it.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised either, but just trying to... Oh.
Is he going IE? Is that... He's got a crit cape.
Oh.
It might be the crit build. It might be the crit build. I'm here for it.
Okay.
Sorry, it wasn't actually relevant to the conversation. I just saw it and got quite excited.
No, it's fine. You know, look, I can appreciate your excitement for AD carry builds. You know, there's a lot of variety right now in the meta for what ADCs can build. That's the end of my point.
Yeah, it could be shield bow either, but I don't really see anyone building shield bow at the minute. And aside from that, I'm pretty sure that's the only other item. Oh, do you know what else it could be? The Collector. The Collector comes out of those two items. Just say it. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Mercurial Scimitar. But it's a long time since I saw that built without the QSS first. I think it's going to be IE. I feel like IE is probably the safest shout. As LGD try and find some vision control of the Baron area. I'm loving this little theory crafted session we're having, though. Let's try and figure out what Odd is building. But the crit Ash does a lot of damage, especially in a longer fight. You really do chunk.
You know what?
And you're against a fairly squishy team.
I'm just happy it's not another Static Shiv. I'm not saying that we've seen Static Shiv Ash, but you know, Static Shiv. I'm glad. I'm kind of glad and sad it's getting nerfed next patch, because it's like obnoxious on the, well, basically just long. But in my mind, all the other champions, I guess Tristana a little bit, but even that, I'm not too fussed about the Tristana with it. I feel like it's a kind of a fun item, you know?
It's been fun that it's shaken things up, but I don't think it's good for the game that you build one item and you can one-shot minion wave. I think that is ridiculous. So
to be honest with you, though, I feel like what would have been, because I don't think they ended up doing it, but it's just the way that Energized works. Like, because it's based on movement. By the way, LGD are actually getting this dragon. BLG are opting for back. Okay, sure, that makes sense.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'll
all
take this
good.
trade.
Yeah, pretty good trade deal. I don't even think that Meteor's gonna get here in time. That's just the dead Baron. Nope.
Okay, LGD, let's see it. Team fight, here we go. Envy currently nowhere near the rest of the squad as BLG will just exit stage left. The resets come on through. They're out of there. Didn't even TP to the mid lane to defend.
Trade deal that BLG are happy with.
LGD has set up a dive on no one.
Yeah, you know, for me, but it's just, I actually just learned recently is how the Energized thing like stacks up. And if you remove that, there are a couple of interactions which feel a little bit bad for other champions that kind of just unintentionally get hit. But I feel like you could just make it work for blinks instead of like distance travel. Just so you stop LeBlanc from like instant stacking two Shiv.
The problem is
early on.
Does LeBlanc stack on the way back? It's just the way forward, right?
No. When she goes back on the blink, that's what charges the energizing faster.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Yikes, that is a problem. Because I get it on the dash, it's just the blink.
Yeah, on the dash, like sure, that would be fine. But it also does it on the blink. It was highlighted by Vedius on the LEC in a little, you know, segment thing. Nice. I'm sure you got to see. So it was
Let's go Vedius.
Let's go Vedi, right? But yeah, the Blanc would distort forward, and then maybe move a couple of units, then distort back, and would basically half charge / 60% charge energized.
It's not bad, is it? It's not bad.
It's not bad.
And then one shot
what you mean.
And or champion. Here we go, engage onto on. I'm not sure Heimerdinger's really the target you're wanting here. The turrets are doing so much, but Fierce is on the back line. Elk with the crit, though, is shredding that health bar. And BLG once again. It looks like LGD have the engage, but BLG just shred them in. The team by Envy tries to make it happen. Gets one. The chakrams are kind of popping off here. And Envy might have just saved the base.
All right, Envy pops off just about enough to ensure that Elk, Bin, and Yagao can't go any further on this siege in the mid lane. He's also just going to cover the top side for now. Not bad, but I mean, for LGD, you can kind of just see that they're a little bit too far behind, right? The divers get one shot. The actual fight itself looks really, really good, like, as soon as it kicks off, but once BLG start to dish damage back out, you can start to see the just general difference in wallet size, to be entirely honest with you. And like you mentioned, not the ideal target, but the target that they kind of go on because it's in front of them. Flash forward goes Jigal, then Shun gets involved. On dies, but Envy the entire time, relatively untouched. Also found a lot of chakrams with the ultimate, but again, you know, Fearless went in on the back line, kind of dives into the backside of the choke, hits one shot. Feels kind of bad, and you know, we spoke about Envy just a moment ago. Bless his heart. He's unfortunately going to get run down. He is dealing a lot of damage, but
yeah, he is kind of wrecking Bin, but that is a Jax, so you know, he's at this point envious of the AD carries that are still alive on the map. Speaking of Elk specifically there, Fearless flashes onto Elk, but won't be able to close the gap. High Chow's now here, the charm is in. Do they have the damage? Yes! They do manage to bring down the AD carry. It's a 3 for 2 across the map so far. That's going to turn it into a 4 for 2 in favor of BLG. High Chow has got a high tail it out of there with all 9 of them, as it'll be BLG pushing in the mid lane.
Yeah, and once they get this push in the mid lane, top side tower as well under threat. Honestly, BLG could go like collapse on this. Hijau has no ult, no flash, but clears out the wave in time. He should just about be safe. So BLG, you know, trade out a couple of kills here and there. A lot go into Shun's back pocket. Maybe they will just take this tier 2 in the extended. Yeah. And they can look to dive Hijau if he steps up too far whilst defending. So the gold goes into the solo laners in the jungler's pocket. Dragon spawns up in a minute's time, and you know that this time around BLG will go and contest that soul because Baron's not up for a minute after that.
Do you know something I want to talk about before we get into Dragon Souls and all of that in a minute? Is Shun on Wukong. I feel like people know that Shun can be a bit of a carry when it's on the Nidali, when it's on the Kindred, etc., etc. But like, I feel like Wukong is low-key a carry pick for Shun. I feel like so often Shun absolutely pops off on this Wukong.
I also feel like, you know, Shun, especially on his IG stint from last... I don't know, why are we getting a look all the way from... Oh, so this is how he ends up behind him. Okay, all right, sure, no problem. Yeah, Shun, you know, especially on IG last year, where IG undoubtedly struggled, but Shun just looked really, really good. Definitely instilled that carry, you know, mentality inside of him, and then last split, he spent a lot of time on Vi. Even this split, to the point where it's starting to get basically unanimously banned against him because BLG will put pretty high prio on it because he's good, but it does mean that oftentimes you forget that this guy is pretty damn cracked on things like the Wukong, and you're right, he's taken over this game. MVP game 1, wouldn't be surprised if he gets it in game 2 here as well, if they look to close out, which they get the soul, they almost certainly will.
High Chow's behind enemy lines. Elk the target once again. He's assassinated. It's 1 for 2 though, as once again Elk goes down and the rest of the team is shredded by Shun. Look at the damage at the bottom, 1,000 more than either solo laner. Shun is the real carrier, BLG.
He really is this game, and it's great. Like LGD, it's like they've resigned to the fact that they're probably going to lose this game, and they're just murdering Elk's KDA the entire way. Will they be able to catch up to Envy? I feel like the answer's no. They also got a spare blast cone to get out, so it should be all right.
I think it's more of a Baron's up in 20 seconds, let's head to the top side.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder what... Because, you know, we take from the Chinese feed, right? The live feed that we see, the spectate. I wonder why we're focusing on Bin so... Like, I wonder what the... You know? Do you ever wonder about that? Like, what conversation's going on the opposite side?
Probably the Bin got Jax and he's absolutely rinsing LGD right now.
Yeah,
It's what I would imagine is the conversation.
Good analysis. I'm there with you.
I mean, this is Bin, isn't it? He is he's relatively famous at this point. Giga Bin is up in the top side, and he's going in once again, looking for fairness there. He postures so aggressively every single fight. Gagao's here too as they go on to Jin Chao. Elk not even close to the fight this time. This is a smart way to play it for LGD as they manage to get one for themselves. Looking for On as well, but Elk is here to save his support. Bin turns golden and buys so much time and space for Elk to finally carry a fight himself. He finally gets to participate. But it's Shun with a triple kill. It's Shun 10, 2, and 7. And it's Shun carrying on Wukong again.
Yeah, what an awesome day for Shun. He's been on fire. Got an extra wave on its way, and they should just be able to close this one out. They're even just going to tank it, keep the minions alive. Shun's got the GA, so he knows he's all right. Death timer's way too long, and BLG will just sweep LGD aside in a 2-0.
Kind of brutal from BLG. Not the fastest games ever, but even still, just dominating these team fights. And she just tanking Jin Zhao. Almost everyone gets hit there as Elk manages to redeem his KDA towards the end of things. The crit ash finally coming through. It basically didn't get to auto attack though, because everyone from LGD was just singular focus on obliterating Elk.
Yeah, exactly. Singular focus on obliterating Elk, and maybe they should have had a singular focus on that man on your screen right now. Shun was absolutely monstrous in this series. Game number 1, really, really strong on the Viego. Had powerful champions to take up the souls of, but game number 2 on the Wukong, like you mentioned, dealing 2,000, 1,000 more damage than the solo laners in some of these team fights. Absolutely huge. And someone that for BLG they know they can rely on when obviously if they have to, right? They've already got such big carries in Bin, Elk, and Yagao, but knowing that they can also lean on Shun has to definitely feel good.
It really does. I feel like they can lean on literally any lane at this point. Yagao's been having a really great split as well, which is, I think, the most important thing for BLG, because at the end of the day, at MSI, Yagao had a bit of a rough tournament. Isn't that insane? The fact that you can say Yagao had kind of a rough tournament at MSI, like he got better towards the end of things, but especially early stages of MSI, had a really rough time of it. BLG still made it to finals with their mid laner having a rough tournament. Doesn't that just say insane things about the level of BLG? I mean, that your mid laner can be underperforming pretty dramatically and you still make it to finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just that. I feel like as a whole, like that MSI for BLG was like a hyperbolic time chamber, because even when they came in play-ins, like, I'm not gonna lie, I was concerned. I was like, you know what, these guys are kind of gonna just get like washed by either the Korean teams, or if they end up matching JDG super early, it's not going to look great. But then there was a massive amount of character development throughout the entire MSI. I mean, it's kind of the story of BLG this year generally as a whole, right? What have you got on your mind? What have you cooked? I can see it in your eyes.
I was just going to bounce off of you there. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, good.
JDG won MSI, but BLG were the main characters of MSI, Like, yeah. I feel like everyone was talking about BLG. Even when JDG were winning, BLG was still like the focus of the conversation, honestly.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think, again, it's because of that growth, like, and the expectations against both teams, right? For JDG, I wouldn't say winning MSI is an expectation, but it's more along the lines of, like, that is the relevant goal. Like, that is the only... For JDG, not making it to finals would have, I wouldn't say been a failure, but given where it felt like a lot of the teams were moving into...
I think it would have been a failure.
Yeah.
With the expectations of JDG, they were expected to be in the final.
Exactly, right? So, yeah, sure. I'll flat say it as well. Like, it would have been a failure. But for BLG, it was more about, hey, they should kind of just push the European teams and NA teams apart. And, as far as the LCK teams are concerned, we'll see, we'll see when we get there, right? But, they took out both T1 and Genji, and it felt pretty BLG favored for the most part in those series too. So, yeah, I think it's more about the fact that they've come so far from being that team in the regular season in spring who were, inconsistent to be politically correct, and very, very powerful when it came to the playoffs and the bigger best ofs, and of course, especially MSI.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff at MSI, but importantly, Yagao stepping up for this split, and I feel like we were talking about, every single lane can carry, Shun included in the jungle. They're a powerhouse team right now, looking really good. And let's take a moment to talk about LGD as well, because I feel like there were positives. Like Meteor had some good moments to try and find picks and things, and apparently we're going back to us. I didn't realize we'd not been on us.
So I was thinking about that, because I often, and it's a bad habit of mine, I've said it on stream a lot of times, whenever we're here on the LPL, I often have the stream on the right hand side. I saw all of the PGB stuff coming up. I was like, well, on my feed it's still us, so I'm not too sure. But okay. I think I heard we've got an interview ready.
All right, let's kick it over to an interview and see how the winners are feeling.
Thank you so much, guys. And now we have On from BLG with us. Congratulations for another very smooth 2-0. It feels like for today, BLG definitely shown us a very dominant place. So how satisfied you are with the team's performance at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们，今天又是一场平平无奇的2-0。我们现在感觉 BLG 总是能给我们展现出非常具有统治力的表现。所以说到目前为止，你对队伍整体的一个表现和整个的状态还满意吗？
我觉得我今天队友都打得挺好的，就是我有一点小送了。
I must say, all the other 4 teammates, they really performed so good for today's best of 5. But in terms of my own personal performance, maybe I just threw the game a little bit, made some mistakes here and there. But still, we were able to get a very good performance as a whole team. And also, I want to talk a little bit more about Game 1, because it feels like in the mid game of Game 1, the opponent's team, they were able to get some kills and also they got some gold lead. But you guys were able to have a very good early to mid game tempo to control all the Drakes. So that's your focus from Game 1. 那其实也想问一下关于第一局的内容。其实，第一局的时候，我们感觉到在中期对面是有拿到一些击杀，同时也有一定的经济领先的，但是你们却有一个很好的控龙的节奏，所以说这可能是你们在第一局整个更多关注的重点嘛？
因为我们阵容比较笨重吧，我们中野辅很难开起来团战，那我们只能逼迫一些小规模团战来跟他们打架，因为他们的电刀妖姬在边线中后期的时候出到电刀的时候太厉害了。
So I must say, based on our draft from Game 1, we're a bit like too tanky, or we have a very passive composition. So after in the mid game, we really need to seek more opportunities to make the hard engage with the opponent's team. That's our focus in Game 1, because they got the LeBlanc. If the LeBlanc got the Sheaf in the late game, he can be super strong in the silent push. So we would like to avoid that and try our best to have more mid game tempo to open the situation for the whole team. And also in Game 2, we have seen you guys have this Ashe and Hammerdinger balling. We haven't seen them quite for a long time on the stage of LPL. So what's the background of having this pick, and also under what kind of situations do you think this balling can be a good choice? 那其实，在第2局的时候，你们也是选出了艾希和大头的这样的一个下路组合嘛？感觉很久没有在 LPL 的赛场上见到了。所以说，第2局选差他们的原因是什么呢？你觉得可能在什么情况下，这个下路组合在当前版本会是一个比较好的选择呢？
我们选出艾希加大头下路组合，原因就是艾希在近几个版本在 AD 位的话都进行了一个加强，然后我觉得他在这个版本。因为这个版本节奏比较快了，所以说我觉得这种快节奏进攻下路是比较好的选择。然后配合大头一直推线，然后拿到资源，我觉得是很简单的赢游戏的方法。
So I must say, from the recent metas, Ashe really got buffed a lot, especially as an AD's role as a marksman. So it feels like maybe he can be a very good pick in the recent meta, because recent meta we really need to have a very tight early game tempo to really play very aggressively. So at the situation, maybe Ashe can be a very good choice for the marksman, and also together with Hammerdinger, we can really push the lane from the early game and try to use a snowball to control all the neutral objectives. We feel like this can be a very good way to end up the game. And the last question, also we have seen more hard engaged support champions now on the stage of LPL. And for today's game, the opponent's team, they have 2 Ryo. So what's your thoughts towards Ryo? Because we feel like Ryo, this champion, didn't manage to have a very high win rate on LPL. 那其实也想问一下你对瑞尔这个英雄的看法。最近有看到更多的硬辅登场，对面也是选出了2局，但是其实这个英雄在 LPL 的一个胜率并不高，所以说你觉得可能原因是什么呢？
我觉得这个英雄在这个版本的打辅助是挺强的，因为现在他的 W 回调成击飞1秒，然后 Q 还带有控制 ，E 也能更快的接近敌人，然后 WR 闪现 WR 也很好开团。我觉得他这个英雄是挺厉害的，但是我觉得可能就运气不好吧，他胜率挺低的。
Definitely, I feel that Rel is a very strong champion in the recent meta because all the Q and W skill can have the CC chain, and also for E skill, he can have a dash ability, and also with the flash together with ultimate W, it can have a very smooth combo. But it's just maybe the opponent's team that just not that lucky. They're not that lucky, so they didn't manage to get the win with Rel. But still, Rel can be a very strong champion in the current meta. So thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，后面也加油。And back to our casters.
Thanks very much, Wendy, and On, of course, as well. Always great to hear from On. And you were saying during the interview, not a single sane thought behind those eyes. I completely agree. I completely agree. The man's a psychopath on the Rift.
Like, yeah, I don't know what to say, man. He was, he's looking into the camera. I had to start looking away. I felt like he could see me through the lens for some reason. I was starting to get a little bit worried. But yeah, no, he serious face on, game face only, and he was here to to kind of just stomp LGD alongside Shun, who got the MVP for game number 2. I don't feel like anyone is surprised about that fact. Yeah, he absolutely 1v9 this game, didn't he? Like, there's no other way around it. It felt pretty impossible once those first couple of kills rolled in, and then he just magically ended up with like 6 kills. I think it was like back-to-back triples or something silly like that. Insane game from Shun.
Yeah, the thing is, when you get ahead on Wukong, the enemy team still has to focus your AD carry and your mid laner and all of that. And often you just see these Wukongs get ignored in the fight, and they just get free time to hit the enemy AD carry and just start building up these multi-kills. It's always funny to see, especially when those times have come in. The Black Cleaver stacking off of the Cyclones. Fantastic game from Shun. His prowess on the Wukong really is something to be feared, and the whole team from BLG just absolutely popping off. The early game's not necessarily as clean as you would have wanted from BLG in this series, but LGD, again, I think a team that are often underestimated in the early game.
Yeah, definitely agree, right? I feel like it's kind of a mix of a perfect storm where, for LGD, like you mentioned, the fact that they do have an aggressive early game at times, and BLG, despite being, obviously now 10-1, a very, very strong team here in the LPL. The early game does leave a lot to be desired. Sometimes the decision making isn't quite as, on the same page as you'd like it to see, or perhaps as concise, right? Sort of at the snap of a finger, they're all going on the same targets or whatever it may be in the skirmishes. They are still BLG, right? They are still the team that will hands check you in any skirmish after the 15-minute mark and pretty much kind of just win. So yeah, it's a shame, I suppose, that LGD couldn't put up more of a fight in the sense of it never quite felt like, outside of game 1, 10 minutes, that they were potentially gonna, run the pockets of BLG here for at least one game. For BLG, I feel like it was still the expected result.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, like, when it comes to BLG, the best example of what you were saying about them, they'll just hands check you, they'll just go in. Like, Elk is recalling on 200 HP after they do Baron, Bin's going in. That says a lot about the confidence of BLG. That's not discoordination. That's Bin going, no, we're fighting this. And LGD, they respect it. They're like, they actually will fight this. We got to get out of here. Fantastic stuff from BLG. Another phenomenal win from them. And that means they are the first team in the standings. They're the first team to double digits on the wins as well. Now 10-1, sitting pretty and letting JDG answer to them instead. We're going to jump into a break, and myself and Jamada will be replaced, but plenty more coming your way, and the rest of the schedule today is just non-stop bangers, so do not go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's looking for something now. With the flash available to him, they can see they're trying to corral everyone around here, and they will be able to get something going, and I think WE recognize something is in the air. Nice ultimate, good flash.
Not going to come and steal plate gold. Just going to keep on mentioning that. Lien is Fofo. He's found Baolan, and we know he's going down. Fofo grabs a kill as Lien re-engages it. Mako has to flash away, Strive with a chain as well. Fofo the target for now. As Uzi is kind of alone on the top side, but they don't really focus him, and Strive's in trouble instead. Uzi's just charging at them. and Strive forced away. Assume now, under the tower, on his own. Root goes wide, but the minion wave is moving on in, and Uzi's behind him. Featherstorm comes out, and the pull's gonna be good. Uzi is surfing on RA. It is brutal.
Gonna pause though, because Forge in a bit of trouble. There's the flash. Oh my god! A level 2 solo kill. Scout does it again.
3k gold lead for FPX. They've had full map control for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, hang on, Wise Cam. What? Just solo kill Jojo in front of the team and he's out!
Oh, they're just gonna pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just ult to him though. The Hex Blast is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's gonna be game.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch a crop before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your crop before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I'm losing my mind.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever stars grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Didn't even know what happiness till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit
Daja hi everyone, welcome back to Shanghai. Are we in Shanghai? No. We're in the comfort of our own home as we look at some of the tallest buildings. I have been to the 100th floor of that Sky Tower, the one that looks like a bottle opener, as I welcome you back. Now, today's a very strange day. Why is that? And why am I in pajamas? Why is Naimira half in pajamas? Why did he get the memo but didn't fully commit? Well, that's a good question. It's because today is absolute bangers from here on out. Yes, BLG vs LGD went the way you expect, but OMG, FPX, LNG, WE, that's where Naimira and I come in to take you through, and we got comfy for this because I think we'll be taking off the robes in a second as we get into how bloody these series could be.
It's like, you know, in the sequel, in the prequels rather for Star Wars, when like everyone's gearing up for the lightsaber fight and they like take off the robe. I need you to now do that as soon as we load into the Rift. But it's great to see you again.
Oh, not now.
I didn't get the memo until like 3 minutes ago, and I'm like, well, I can't really do much about that now.
It's a classy shirt. It's okay. People are gonna think, he's just wearing casual today. Well, we're from home. You know, ain't no suit and tie day. And also, I went to Peter Alexander for any Australians. I don't know. Do you have Peter Alexander?
No.
Over there.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, Peter Alexander is like just pajamas. It's literally just pajamas. Any Aussies will know. And it's financial year in Australia, by the way. End of June, end of financial year. Sales, discounts. Yes.
That makes
almost
a lot
as
of
good as
sense.
OMG FPX.
Almost, because I mean, when we head into this series, right? Now, I've been listening into what the other folks on this broadcast have been saying about a couple of these teams. And there's one thing I think that I diverge from the rest of you all just a little bit. Because I know that we've been talking about like Top Esports and OMG and LNG and a couple of other teams. It's like, who is our like the next team after JDG and BLG? And I'm fairly convinced that OMG are a solid third place. Now, they do have to prove that in the next week with LNG and Top Esports, who are the other teams they're competing with that with. But when you have a series like this today, we might see OMG do the classic best-of-3 merchant thing they do, where they lose game 1 and come back in game 2 and 3, but I really want to see them start to charge home towards the end of the split, to prove me right, at least.
I mean, you've got a solid point, because I was thinking the same thing, actually, unironically coming in, that we are kind of lacking, you know, that next step, right? Because we don't know at the moment, because Top Esports have shown they're a bit fallible to the top teams as well. They struggled a little bit against Weibo, even despite finding the win. They lost to WE recently, right? So that next step is really important, and I think that's why this OMG FPX series gives us an understanding, because Naimira, FPX are a bit on the up and up. They beat Weibo recently, right? They've had really solid games against IG, against LGD. They've also taken a game against the likes of LNG. So I think FPX aren't a walk in the park, and OMG need to show us something really convincing, because OMG haven't had the hardest schedule so far. And so because they've had like a mixture, you could say, this is a really good time to show us that they are above, you know, just a bottom 10 team or a team that is competing to make their way into playoffs.
You know, OMG, like you said, they've had a bit of a strange schedule because their first couple of series were JDG, BLG. The two losses they have are against the two best teams in the league, and that's pretty clear-cut at this point. We just saw BLG demolish the first series of the day, and JDG continuing to do some absolutely crazy stuff. But one of the reasons why OMG kind of set themselves apart from me is looking down the 1 picks on this graph here as well, and even the 7 picks for Abel there on the Tristana. They have some very different picks in pocket. You look at that top lane champion pool from Shanji. I think that Shanji has been incredibly strong once again. I think he could make a home anywhere in the LPL should he change rosters at any point. He's the player who I think is of really solid stock on this roster above everyone else, and it's already a fairly strong roster as part of individual parts. And that, for me, gives them a leg up, because it feels like whenever there's an innovation in the meta, OMG are leading the way on that.
I couldn't agree more. People like Aki follow suit as well. You know, we saw things like the Velvet, the Zed in previous splits when no one else was willing to play it. Even now, Nocturne's made its way through, the Poppy more consistently as well. It's fun to talk about OMG's drafting, as I think you and I did one of their last series where their innovation came through again. But on the other side, let's quickly just touch on FPX. This team making their way up the standings a little bit, and it came off the back of them having such a big win recently. It was mentioned before, but against Weibo Gaming, taking the win. Yes, Weibo kind of fell in the bed a little bit, but still, it's a massive win. Now pushing them to 4-6, now putting them ever so close to a playoff position, or at least to compete for one. And we're not saying the same innovation about this team, but Nymera, we're not discounting it completely either, especially when you consider what Care's pulled out so far with things like the Kiana, the Tristana as well. Even the Yone's come out one time too.
We have like Cream versus other Cream in the mid lane because Care has been pulling out this other stuff. They are both the Yone and the Kiana players. And you know, if Silas is back in meta, they'd be playing a lot of that too. FPX are a team which I think to view this team properly, you kind of have to... You have to acknowledge Spring and how poorly it went for FPX, despite the fact that we were hearing towards the end of the split they were doing very well in scrims, as much as we can't value that as much. But you have to then kind of like shake that off a little bit and say, much like the Jedi taking off the robe, they've come into summer now. They're ready to fight, and they have shaken off a lot of the worries from Spring. It's not like all of those worries are gone. They're still at that negative win rate in terms of series. I think they've had some issues really with their jungle as well. They've been switching out Hacker and Bonnie, and I don't think they're comfortable with what they're doing with the jungle role right now, but they have had a lot more stability this season as someone else taking a bit of a nap there as well. They're following the pajama mode, but they've shaken off some of that instability.
Yeah, they have indeed. And again, it was only one series for Bonnie, but at least FPX have kind of committed to saying, well, Hacker seems to be the best direction. Maybe just lighting the fire under Hacker, knowing that they are willing to sub him out if this performance doesn't cut the slack. For OMG, though, I want to return to this team because we're getting closer to getting in draft, and draft is such a good conversation when we're moving on, when we're getting into 13-12, like 13-13 Nymera should be upon us, hopefully, within the next week as well. And I am kind of curious as to what we see because things like the Renekton first pick has come through in LPL quite recently. It's been banned a lot as well. We've seen things like the Darius come through from Shanji, even the Aatrox a couple of times. When he is going up against an arguable, like, back and forth top laner in Xiao Hu, I'm kind of wondering how hard Shanji wants to win the lane today.
Oh, it's Shanji. This guy has always got another pick to brutalize that lane. And if you give him the meta stuff, like you were talking about the Renekton, Cassante, obviously a huge priority pick in the LPL as well. It feels like we just play it differently here compared to the rest of the world. He will have something to create an advantage in that top side if you don't have that great counter pick kind of taken away from him. Where we saw OMG really falter in Spring Playoffs was when Shanji finally met his match in the likes of Bin, and then also when you have other players around, I suppose in this split as well with the likes of 369 when they come up against them. Shanji is not the best top player in the LPL. He hasn't shown that yet. He's one of the best, but then he has set himself above that the middle of the pack, and you have to have some tools ready to kind of take the teeth out of this player because he will win a game by himself.
Yeah, but he can also lose a game by himself, as we've seen as well. Like, I mean, Shanji, it's a consistency throughout splits that takes away from me calling him like a top 3, maybe a top 5, right? This split definitely, you know, Shanji's been someone who I've been kind of excited to watch. Which is a very general statement, but I think when top laners can be back and forth is definitely respected to add that to Shanji. But I will say in the rest of this team, you know, speaking of exciting to watch, like Abel for me has been really fun to watch. 7 games of the Tristana. This is a pick that people are starting to respect. And it's not just the pick. I think Abel's having the worst of the splits, but it is just kind of crazy when he finds his pocket and does suddenly shoot up in priority for 80 carries.
So one of the questions I had for OMG heading into summer was how do you innovate around bot lane? Because it felt like the innovation was around top side in spring. They taught the world how to play around top side when it was a bot-sided meta. That was an incredible thing to achieve for them. And a lot of teams learned from them with the Sejuani and the Yone and stuff like that. In summer, they pulled out stuff like the Tristana, like you were saying, which has beaten even stuff like the Yuumi combos we've seen use Tristana Milio to kind of counter Yuumi. They've won that side of the matchup. You can't give them the Milio side of the Milio-Yuumi matchup. And it feels like that Tristana has been now a very strong pick, even outside of that as a kill lane. And Abel has played it very proficiently. That innovation has come through in bot side.
It'll be really interesting because we just talked about Care through mid, you know, picking it up as well. As a side note, maybe this is going to be like first pick worthy in the series with both teams looking at it in different ways. Yeah. So I'm kind of excited to see where Tristana lands as players come out on the stage.
I absolutely love that. One of my favorite series from this year was, to switch regions very briefly, was the LJL finals, where we had a first pick Malphite meta. Because the teams had such a good read on each other, it's like, look, this will be the pick which wins the game. I love these kind of unorthodox first picks, like something like that Tristana, which you that we've been talking about a fair bit, because it shows the understanding between the two teams. And FPX, if they're going to win today, switching over to them, they need to have an understanding of OMG, who feel like they're fairly ununderstandable. But because FPX, I don't think they're going to be like winning out the arm wrestles 1v1 necessarily. They need to, as a team, figure out a strong angle to stop OMG just playing their own game.
Yeah, again, I think in recent series we can agree that, you know, players like LWX have been really key to, I guess, winning over fights. I think FPX, we've seen some groundbreaking team fights that maybe they shouldn't have won, and players like LWX kind of carrying through. So if there is an angle, maybe we're looking more at the 5v5 for this team. Maybe we're looking at for Shalahu to be on something that has a lot of utility and backline access like the Cassante. We go on ages for picks here as, oh my god, I thought that was a fan. I just looked at the audience and I thought, man, that is a big camera to have as a fan. Imagine rocking up with the, I think that's what we call the stalker cam, you know? It can go for miles and miles. It's like what the private investigators have to look into people's houses.
Reflect, enhance, rotate.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, as we get closer and closer to OMG FPX, I have to say this is a strange reflection because last split or even previous seasons, this was a close one. FPX were a competitive team and, you know, even shooting back to like the OMG and FPX days of 2021, FPX were such a solid team who we expected to do so well going into 2021 Worlds. And FPX kind of let us down. And that's my instant reflection that this matchup used to be a lot more competitive. And it's just crazy that we're looking at OMG, I think, being the firm favorites here by a number.
I would say that. I'll put my name towards that. But, you know, you have to travel back even further to get onto OMG's kind of good streak, right? Because one of the first tournaments I ever watched live was 2014 All-Star. That was the precursor to MSI. That was the year before MSI started kicking off in 2015. OMG were the LPL representatives in 2014. They were the team that went towards 2014. That was cool in the mid lane those days. And no, in fact, they had such a different roster, but they were a team which was so powerful within the LPL at that point. They were at 2014 Worlds as well. That was the era where I think of OMG being at the height of their power in regards to the rest of the Chinese region. It has taken an awful long time for OMG to come back into prominence. They've had to sit so many years out of playoffs, and then in spring they finally made playoffs the first time in 5 years. And suddenly in summer we're sat there talking about them, saying, well, yes, they are one of our top teams. How far did they stack up among those top teams? We don't quite know yet, but they're definitely up there. So for them to achieve that after that amount of time, it is fairly incredible considering what they've built with this organization and this roster. They've trusted a lot of kind of, I'm not going to say misfits, but they've trusted some parts which are not necessarily the elite players we see across the LPL, but they are an elite team together, which is what makes them special.
I mean, they've been developing this roster for so long, and just correction, you know, like it was LPL playoffs last split where they made it the furthest they had in those, I think it was 6 years or so.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that OMG weren't able to make playoffs. It was Nightmare that they got to playoffs and they got knocked out in the first round in 2021 summer, in 2022 summer. No, but you're on the right path because, again, it was momentous with OMG making it the furthest by a country mile than they had made in a long time, almost getting a Game 5 to a victory against BLG for spring, our MSI representatives who got to the finals as well. You look at OMG and what they've been able to achieve recently, it's because of the development of these players. Nymera, Arky, Cream, Abel, they have been on the team for a long while now. I'm looking back. We're talking like 2021 summer where they joined the roster. And now we're like almost 3 years later, including the split itself. So 1, 2, 3. This being the third year where OMG have committed to this roster. They have committed to developing talent. And it's worked. And as you were saying, there might be a ringer for outside that bubble for third or even fourth as they're sitting right now.
Now you can tell it is the new patch because there are some different champions on the ban list. Notably, the Ivern has been banned by OMG. The Ivern and the Rel, which were reworked in 13.11, are now available on 13.12. Now the thing is, we haven't got to the Mega Shiv nerfs, which means that the LeBlanc is in and available and strong. Cream picking up that as first pick. Now we have to go over to Kez champion pool, which we talked about in the run-up to this as well. It feels like FPX, if they do have a large champion pool to rely on any one player, it's their mid lane.
They have taken away the Tristana from themselves. Again, we talked about that, so he's not going to be able to lean on it. But for Xiaolahu, a Cassante takeaway, especially from Shanji, makes a lot of sense in the interim as, okay, LWX still on that hyper carry. Also, as we're talking about the team fighting for this 32% damage 80 carry, is another solid one for FPX.
Absolutely. Now you have to consider, okay, are we doing anything with our enchanters at this point? We don't see a Yumi or Emilio on the ban list right now. Of course, both of them stack up very well with the Aphelios down towards that bot side. So that potentially could come through. So it is, however, going to be the Wukong locked in for Aki. And Aki loves this kind of pick to kind of tie the rest of his team together, be that half engage, have some early pressure. Shanji thinking about the matchup he wants to take it towards this top side. The Renekton has been the meta pick. The Darius has been the Shanji pick, though. It is going to go towards meta, though. Renekton locked in.
I know a lot of top laners right now that are favoring this pick as well. I think viewer perspective was very different, but speaking of Renekton buffs and the changes over towards Cassante, everyone's looking at this as just the pick to take into that old OP top as we get some strength for Shanji in the laning phase and for Cream as well. We can talk about that in a second because with the Annie locked in, I want to see direction to bot. Because right now, FPX need to ban away from Abel, from PP God. They decided to get their solo lanes and just leave Abel and PP God on an island here in the second phase.
It's another kind of test of the depth of OMG's bot side as well because of these bans coming through. Because we're not going to see that Zyra Rakan coming through. The Rakan's banned away. You're going to have some enchants banned away by OMG to remove the best options for the Aphelios too. One of the big questions we had coming into summer was, okay, feels like bot lane has been very stale for a while. Who can break this open with some of the new picks coming in, like the Milio? And OMG, they pulled out that Tristana. The Rel's going to be off the table too. A lot of the known kind of work that we've done towards innovating bot lane is being stripped away in this first game.
Getting rid of it again. You mentioned the Realm Glad because that's just been so OP as of recent. Support saying the same thing as Poppy's also taken away. So what do FPX pull up here? Things like the Nautilus Open Nymera and engage support, but maybe they choose to get jungle away. But do you really need to? Is it not better to take support away and then you can pick jungle on 5 to just see what you're dealing with?
Maybe the logic is, hang on, this is OMG. They're going to pick something weird. Let's just save counter pick. We know that the Kha'Zix will have use, and if we're going to go for an engaged support, Kha'Zix has done very well in the LPL, taking Umbral Glaive, especially for stuff like the Annie in the mid lane too, to allow your engagers to come out of Fog of War. Now, if you're going to play something weird at this bot side, you can see Abel, he is a noted Samira player.
Yeah.
He was banned so much this spring, and we do get ourselves an Abel Samira game. We're in for a treat. PP God going to lock in the engage support alongside it. It is a kill lane, and now suddenly, you look at that fourth pick and you say, if you blind picked support and allowed them to take that kill lane, it could have got a little bit hairy. Now they have themselves the last pick, the Alistar locked in, it can disengage some of these picks, and you can't Wind Wall, or Blade Wall, rather in this case, the Alistar combo. I think this is a good last pick for FPX.
It's been a known pick into Abel Samira in the past as well, so you're right. I really love that you pulled up the point that jungle was picked there for the sake of knowing what's going into the bottom lane with OMG. Now, Mira, a nice little clean take is, for game 1, run me through what's happening here. OMG, we have a lot of all-in, but I feel like we're going to be talking about timers a lot for them to get the game moving.
I think reset timers in this game are going to be utterly above importance above all else, because if somehow PP God and Abel get a free run in bot lane, they get a 2v1, they get a clean 2v2 with no one else in their lane, that's dangerous. However, on the other side, if Chocho gets out onto the map and punishes someone like that Wukong going a little too aggressively, that can be the turning point too. The last thing I want to talk about is the Herald fight. I look at all these champions, I think there's a real chance for something like this Renekton to start dominating that area of the game in the way that only Renekton can.
Well, look, for OMG, as you said, time is everything, and time in general is everything for OMG in game number 1. FPX, look at their comp. We've seen it so many times. The Kha'Zix, a little bit less forgotten, or, excuse me, more forgotten, I should say, in this current meta, but still, picks that we've been experiencing for a while. Let's see if they can chill out and get through this early to mid-game Nymera, because FPX have been on the rise and rise. It's 4-6 for a team that was struggling in the early part of the split that just got battered around by teams like Ultra Prime, RA, LNG, Top Esports, RNG. They put them on a loss streak, but FPX rose from the ashes. While on the other side, you look at OMG in 4th. A win here puts them up to 7th on their 5-win streak. Can they make it a 6? Are OMG in the top 4? We continue asking that question as we enter Summoner's Rift. Nymera, side note, we remember the lucky number is usually 8 or 9 in a split. OMG are 2 series away from that. And they could be getting an early playoffs berth if things continue to play out in their favor.
See the late invade being set up for by FPX. PP God scouting out towards that bot side invade. Care going to be trading a little bit back and forth. Molten Shield start though from Cat. Stop slipping. Completely free trade.
Not too much you can do with level 1 Alistar. While Nymera, we got to pull this out. Alistar last pick against Samira. It just hurts so much. Like in a team fight later on, we will experience it, as I'm sure all Samira mains in the chat have. It is just so rough to play Samira and get anything done. And let's not forget, that's not the only backline or like full dive access. Renekton, LeBlanc, Wukong, excuse me, wrong side, Kha'Zix, Shallow on the Cassante. My point still stands. Flash on Annie. There is a lot of access to just nuke this Samira into the ground if Abel doesn't play it perfectly.
The thing is, I was actually going to take OMG's comp as a reason for that that backline dive point as well, because Alistar is not just great at diving in with some dive buddies, but is awesome when the enemy team is low range as well. Because you got the Samira, yes, you get right on top of them, the Nautilus, the Renekton, and the Wukong. Alistar is going to pop ult and stand on top of them and make their team fights really, really gnarly to pull off. They'll be stuck in this no-man land getting CC'd up for forever, while the rest of FPX can hopefully do the work, and hopefully LWX can have some room to free fire in the way that he has done so very impressively for the side of Fun plus Phoenix. However, that might have to be a bit more of a case of who has gold in pocket, because if OMG pull ahead, this isn't going to be Alistar holding the door shut. He's going to get blown away with it, and OMG can run over the team fights.
And the hinges too. I mean, Shanji, Cream, champions that if they snowball, they take over as Hacker. Look at the position coming up here, Nymera. Shanji in a bad wave state.
Yes, has himself empowered ability, but just pushed into tower.
Oh, 2 turret shots. He flashes. Hacker just gets a freebie. Flies in. First blood. Timing everything for FPX.
Shallow who completely wrecks Shanji in that top side. This is the one point in the matchup where it feels like this happened with the Cassante Jax matchup too. This is one of the most dangerous points in the game. You pushed in the Cassante with the first couple of waves, and he can shove you into turret. 2 tower shots for free. That's not about Hacker making it towards top side. Shallow who did the heavy work already.
I mean, beautifully set up, and a bit of a whoopsie from Shanji. Also flashing after the double turret shot. Shanji just want to push the wave in, but in front of a Cassante, why are you ever standing there?
I think he just loses track of what's happening with his melee minions, because if Tower's aggroed onto something else, you can get away with that one. Didn't end up doing so now, and FPX walk away with an important lead towards this top side. Hacker, any early gold on the Kha'Zix will help towards bringing the extra damage profile up. Of course, Kha'Zix can be a bit of a carry, but also getting towards that first item. So important, particularly when you have engaged threats like the Alistar and the Annie, which will very much benefit from Kha'Zix adding to the vision control.
Yeah, also add in, you know, the Umbral Glaive early too. The ability to take out wards in the game when there are so few wards being placed because people lack of committing to things like control wards in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. I think it's important to note. So Hacker already with double longsword as he comes back. Meanwhile, Aki trying to find an appearance in a bot side. But Hacker's here yet again. Back's going to be cancelled. Hello, you're isolated. It's just a clone for now, and Aki is forced to leave.
That he is. So, Hacker, a player, of course, which has been subbed in and out of this FPX roster, gets himself involved early, and now he's starting to get some vision control for his lanes, stopping OMG, potentially getting themselves their first resets to the game in quite as valuable positions. If you have someone like PP God on the map, he's spotted out on that bot river, can't have the same impact as he maybe could do on this Nautilus. As it stands, bot lane has been fairly even. We haven't had our first resets of the game coming towards that, and now Hacker heading towards mid lane.
Oh, Cream's just used Distortion, no ulti available. Hacker still has Flash, but Cream does use the movement speed to just get out of there. And again, Hacker just showing his face in. Precious put in, kind of predicting, but Cream, Distortion should be close as chains don't connect. And Cream just chunked out so that Care can get a bit more pressure in lane.
You could just see the cogs ticking and turning in Hacker's mind there. Does get a good trade onto Cream. However, one thing which LeBlanc has with the Shiv build is you do go to... Hang on, I'm going to hold it to that point. Feels like a fight's maybe brewing. It's going to be fizzled away from because Aki was spotted in that try rush. But anyway, yes, you have fleet footwork on the LeBlanc. One of the things, I believe it was Showmaker was talking about this, it reminds me a little bit of the Jace conversation. You don't have sustain on LeBlanc. It's one of her big kind of balance points as a champion. If you take a good trade against her, she tends to stay at that HP. Fleet footwork, auto-attacking champions, it does very much help keep you a little bit more topped up.
I mean, again, the ability to do so as well with the coach's shard. Really good point to raise. It's Hacker invading. He's setting up a top side, but it's only because Shanji is clearing the way, pushing up. He's got no TP, so if Hacker finds him here, they will be able to shove top side, but he's just backing away, not overextending with mid moving, and Aki also doing the same. Gromp will just be left for the time being.
Yeah. Now, Renekton has hit the Exodia point of the game, where people haven't hit their first item yet, and he has Dominus. And of course allows you to tick up in terms of your rage, gets you some extra damage and HP as well. It means that you get 2 or 3 empowered abilities before you get burst out, which is what happens later into the game. It's one of the reasons why Renekton is kind of back onto the meta menu, because he can really abuse this point of power very, very well right now. Very interested to see now if Shanji can make up for some of those earlier mistakes, that death under turret, to take over part of this top side for OMG, particularly around that Herald.
It's coming up. 10 seconds and a minute on top of that. Some people would just say a minute 10 if they were normal. Dragon's also sitting there. We haven't looked at it for now, but wards are placed by FPX. And Aki just going to get topside scuttle. So even after that punish in topside, I mean, FPX take a lead, but nothing really happening here. And we've got to remember, Nymera, we did talk about it. If nothing's happening, let's be real. FPX, the winner's out. They know that they've stifled some of the tempo in top. And they're just continuing to pace this game out. Slower Dragon, beneficial for them.
And what was important about that last minute was we did see Chocho find himself a reset, walk towards the top side, and just be on call in case something did happen towards that top side. It's that kind of forethought which can really help you flip fights if they do end up that way, because PP God was not there at the same time. We did say that the first resets of the game could potentially be very important, but OMG in their own right haven't reached their first skirmishes of the game yet. OMG probably do want to start pulling that trigger. Maybe they will be beyond first item at this point. You are waiting for the Shiv, I suppose, and that LeBlanc to start taking off. But OMG, they'd love some extra golden pocket.
Well, at least to make something happen, it would really escalate the game. Herald is a question as Shallow, who just puts a ward down. No one there. Aki going about his clear. He's only got a camp up in this top side, so maybe now it's just towards Herald. As Cream does have the shove towards mid, and that means OMG might be able to get this party started in Baron's stepsister.
So, you don't really want to walk up to Renekton around Herald. They are moving, and maybe things change if you have an extra member involved, but still, again, this is the point of power for Renekton. Very, very strong here.
Also got the Tabbies as well, so again, Sophelios, Kha'Zix, who also has an Umbral Glaive to mention. Might be worth considering the fight, but Hacker has just been given access. We're just bouncing back and forth with these waves. Abel's also stayed bot. So Nymera, OMG committed to Abel being down. He's going to be spotted on a ward, moving, then back, and FPX are like, cool, we know we can just continue taking this objective.
So yeah, not necessarily playing towards the Renekton point of power OMG. They leave their AD carry bot lane, get the guaranteed gold towards Abel, building up towards their first item. Has that the Vamp Scepter alongside the Dirk, so we are going to see potentially a Duskblade coming through. It'd be interesting to see what the build path will be. We see a couple of different options. Shanji going to recall now. However, what you've now done is you've cross-mapped and given up Herald to a Chakram Aphelios. This feels like a bit of a mistake. OMG, they're keeping the Renekton topside, but he's alone right now.
I mean, how long until he makes the engage? Look, no one's nearby. Shanji's just waiting, hoping he'll get LWX isolated, but it's 3 members. Hello, there's Shanji. Wants to clear the wave. He's going to be Gravitummed, but against an Alistar and a Herald, what do you do? OMG. Like, bot side for a Sabira versus a Crescendum of Aphelios. What are they thinking?
I couldn't tell you that one. I'm not sure myself. LWX gets so much gold off this. I don't know whether this will be the full tower, but it's going to be damn close. I think it is. That is a 5-plate trade across the map, and the gold which you get from Abel staying bot side is completely nullified by the superior Herald trade.
Care catches mid. Looks like a plate might be found here, so OMG getting some gold, but again, some gold is nothing in comparison to FPX being 2k gold ahead at 10 minutes with this comp. Nymera, this is just a bit of a whoopsie here for OMG, who are being scattered around the map, but just don't feel like they have a game plan so far.
And I get that OMG occasionally in these first games take a little while to get going. They'll often drop a game 1 and come back in a game 2 or 3 of a series, but that doesn't really excuse whatever the heck just happened around that Herald. It felt like they had some options to go towards it. FPX calling the bluff though, getting a lot of gold onto that AD carry, which has done so much work for them this split.
So let's give some comparison. Is Chocho just going to be chained up here? Good little piece of damage, but not enough to try and force that ulti. OMG were able to get something to Abel. So gold in the form of 2 plates. A side note, that mid plate went down as we saw on our screen. So 3 plates in total. Like OMG missed out completely, but still massive for FPX as Kraken's now been picked up. I've even got a Thornmail first for Xiaolao Hunai Mira. But against this comp, I get it. I completely get it. Renekton, Wukong, like Divine Thunder usage with Abel on a Samira. If there's a comp to build it against, I feel like this is right.
I completely agree. Speaking of those first items, we have a lot of them coming in across the board with the Umbral Glaive being picked up from Hacker. We always talk about that with Kha'Zix. Feels like it's so important for him at a professional level to build that item. And then you also have, it's not really a first item, it's just the shoes on your feet, but you have mobility boots for Chocho. You don't need the tanky stats for the Alistar as much if you have your ultimate available. It does mean he can be at the right place at the right time more often. So really, again, keep your eyes out for the resets from this Alistar. I think because Chocho's managed to survive lane, he's in a really good spot to start influencing the first fights of the game, should OMG take them.
And the first fights where, you know, you're relying on people like Abel as well to get in a position to pull out that, I keep saying Chrono Trigger, Inferno Trigger. No, I'm thinking of the game, like Time Crisis or something like, oh, no, Devil May Cry, sorry. Completely
yes, that is in fact what Samira is completely based off of.
Yeah. Okay, there's Flash on a ward. There you go. Tibbers comes out. They all dive in. PP God gets out. CC doesn't connect, and I think that's because Merc Treads literally just saved his life.
Talked about the importance of mobility boots for the Alistar. The Nautilus does need those tank stats and uses them effectively. PP God not going to go down for that first play of the game. Abel is sat on the turret collecting this wave out, but I mean, despite the fact that you burned that flash, flash for the Annie versus the Nautilus, Nautilus has Hex Flash. PP God will be happy to keep that one in inventory, and it has been a very, I want to say uncharacteristically slow game for OMG in particular. They do sometimes wait for the first explosive skirmish in the game. Feels like top esports kind of lights how the top esports used to play. Wait for that first fight of the game and then explode the game afterwards. But it's been a long time waiting for that first fight.
Again, like it's 13 minutes in, plating's almost down. And it's not like OMG have dominated their lanes. You know, 20 CS lead mid. Even towards bot side. In fact, it should be LWX with this push out with Abel deciding to back now, or at least cancelling that. But he should be close. There's LWX the right guns to duel anyone right now. And Abel just making sure that the wave does not crash in. He doesn't miss out too much. But further to what I was just saying, I mean, Nymera, like, even topside, you don't care as a Cassante. Jungle has a lead for FPX, for God's sake. It's nothing to really, it's nothing to really cry about. If you're FPX, honestly, and with 45 seconds till Dragon, even if you lose this one, let's be real, it's 14 minutes where we're talking about the second Dragon being up. It hasn't been that early for OMG to take the first.
No, but we do, however, have first items for them coming through. We talked about it on the side of FPX. We have the Duskblade coming in for Samira. So if you lose the first kill of the fight against OMG, the untargetability, invulnerability rather, comes through for Abel. And the way that it works is that it will last until you take another action, that you end up making an attack. If you're in your ult already, then it just keeps on. So if FPX lose that first kill because someone's picked out of position, Abel might just be able to run over the fight, and you can't burst them out in a way that you could do a Samira of past seasons. Care doesn't have flash, used that before, but he has his ult anyway.
Angle. Oh, it's big. It's a double knockup from Chocho, and the range comes in from LWX, who was already far ahead. Aki is slow with the ulti because his team's already dead. 2 members in a quick instant. I mean, Care just pushes the trigger, and Cream's like, I'll get the turret. He doesn't even commit to the fight.
Again, very strange and a little disconnected from OMG in regards to their macro. It felt like they were trying to control mid-push, but also push in the bot side, but they weren't ready for that fight. FPX picking up a lot of gold here, and you can see the value of a lot of their engaging pieces. You can see Care closes one angle. If Chocho was on a Leona or something like the Nautilus himself, maybe you give that first kill over to Abel and you start spinning around the fight as well. But because of that, the Alistar ultimate, makes them a lot harder to take out as that first kill. And OMG, they never get that window into the fight.
It's 2k gold lead still, but on top of that fight, Nomira, on top of those picks that slow the game down yet again, it's Dragon that also takes away time from the clock that OMG are dealing with. This is big, and look, I think FPX so far, we got to compliment them. You know, we're talking about OMG not having any options. I think also FPX are not giving them any options in this game and making it ultimately difficult as Care gets half health to play this early game at all.
For sure. We've got the second Herald on the table too. So again, if we're going to continue that conversation of removing options from OMG, taking down something like a mid lane outer turret with the second Herald, with the threat of the big fight coming through again, because you've got Flash Tibbers available now, is a very powerful play that FPX have available to them. And it also stops Cream being able to play out through side lanes in the 1v1s, which he has been taking turrets in, has started to get significant lead on this LeBlanc. It feels like Cream is maybe the X factor for OMG in the ability to play out the map, because he's pushing in again, hampering FPX in those side lanes. FPX, I think they need to use this Herald to break up in mid lane and again force OMG into a fight which they're not ready for.
So I get easily distracted when I just see Static Shift take away a whole wave. Like, what were we thinking?
What are we saying?
What are we saying? Like, I don't know. Why does that item exist? I'm glad again, as you were saying, because I haven't looked ahead to 13-13. But I'm glad that we're walking away from it as a hacker takes the epic blast cone. Aki ultis, but he's isolated for the time being. Can Shanji turn it around? As here comes a flash on top of... It's a question from Care, but maybe it's still turnable as LWX has got shurikens for days onto Shanji. LWX flashes forward. Look at him go. Hacker now with the Dust Blade is ready to roll. Is able to get a chance to play. Nymera, it hurts all over his Cream. Almost Shanji'd out. Excuse me, that's Xiaolao on the other side. We're used to the Cassante on his end, but Xiaolao does it just as dirty. As FPX have done no wrong in this game so far, OMG get nothing.
FPX make the right play. They force a fight when OMG are trying to split the map again, play around multiple lanes with the LeBlanc pushing in towards topside. And it just is so disrespectful of Aki to walk up this far. He didn't have the clone for the start of this fight. You have to imagine, otherwise he would have used that straight away. Aki caught sleeping a little bit. And with a great Zhonya's from Care, it stops him going down for the first kill of the fight. Resets coming through for the side of OMG. OMG are getting out macroed and out fought right now.
It's so impressive from FPX. I mean, again, like, we talked about OMG being in a question for top 3, top 4. This game, I mean, FPX is just like, nah, man, hold my beer. This is a beautiful display of talent as to why FPX have really shaped up to the later half of this very short split. 4-6, and game 1 is looking likely to be an absolute win. Imagine if FPX could beat OMG, then we start talking about how much they're going to be cooking in this brand new kitchen of theirs. Because right now, this is a supreme display. And Nymera with 5k gold lead at 19 minutes. And with Cream in a bit of danger, like the map is theirs and they are running it well.
Absolutely, 5,000 gold rather, the lead for FPX. Multiple items well over their opponents at this point. Feels like the Renekton pick as well has done very little for the side of Shanji. OMG didn't necessarily play towards it, but Shanji with his own mistake in the laning phase made it harder to play around him in the first place. Now we have that Dragon coming up for the side of FPX. It's not going to be towards Soul Point, just split one Dragon apiece, but FPX, I think they're still very happy with how this game is going across. I think OMG, they have one shot left in the chamber, which is just that Baron spawning in 30 seconds. You might just be able to throw everything at that objective and hope that it sticks.
Or maybe get, you know, a Samira fight that you can really value in this game, because we have not seen Abel do much at all interacting with enemy laners. Okay, we're going to keep watching this for the time being, I guess. Cream trying to do his dirtiest against his Cassante, but Xiaolao just absorbs while the rest of the team, oh, man, this is going to be big. Grab a multi, only under 1 for the time being. Able slowed down, but Chocho's angle, hello! It's going to be blocked for the time being, though. His ulti pops out, but FPX are bringing in the cavalry. There's all 5 members joining up. Bazaki gets a good setup. OMG, the dream fight could be theirs as LWX is caught out as well. Their damage piece down. Hack has to get over the wall. And finally, they have woken up. They have gotten the fight handed to them on a silver platter as OMG have a lit.
Cream cancels the teleport from the Cassante and makes the fight better than ever for OMG. They get themselves the first big fight of the game. I don't think this is going to lead into the Baron, which would change the game for them, but it slashes the gold lead to nearly half of what it was. Actually, slightly less than that, but still, getting gold back in pocket, getting it into important places. I like the angle from FPX. Again, it's saying, look, you know, OMG, you're playing on multiple lanes. Come respond to us. Come respond to us in mid lane. But they don't get the engage into the right place at this time.
Yeah.
Pipigo's the one that gets engaged onto, and he just doesn't care. It doesn't matter at this point. Aki gets a great engage, uses the clone to avoid a load of the damage, and the teleport is stopped by LeBlanc on the other side, meaning that you don't have to worry about the Cassante making a mess of things. It gives just enough space for the Samira to pop off.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I can't believe the ulti continues during Dustblade. Like,
yeah, me neither.
What is that?
I think that is getting removed. I mean, technically it's a channeled ability. You're not. So I mean, in the same way that if you have a spell shield and you walk into a Morgana W or something, it doesn't remove the spell shield because it's kind of like it's kind of already in. It has to be cast on you rather than you kind of walking into it while it's already in progress. You're not taking a new action. By the letter of the item and the way that it's coded, it makes sense. It's just not a very fair interaction.
I mean, but you essentially get Kayle ult while dealing Samira ult. Like,
that is what the item does.
That's bull. That's so dumb. Oh man, with Cassante, with like, you know, Nico stuff going on.
It's like
the Zeri Yumi. Just stop it.
Do you play much D&D? You played much D&D in the past?
No, not enough.
Okay, so I will have to introduce you to this concept called the peasant railgun, where effectively by the letter of the law, because you can, I mean, Cream might just die here.
Hang on.
No,
yeah,
he's in fact just killing Hair.
Oh, Hacker in the right spot, but he can't get it. The flash forward, it's a 1-for-1. Hacker cleans it up in the end, but look towards Baron, your jungler now, spotted towards bot side. No, Mira, hold the thought on D&D because OMG is trying to make a play.
Strange rules violations aside, it is that 1-for-1 on that bot side. Cream adding an extra load of pressure onto the map for OMG. It just allows OMG a lot more safety. This time he's answering the Annie, and I think you can understand why Shallow, who has been the one answering this LeBlanc in the side lane up until this point, because you can see the LeBlanc, the first pick LeBlanc, really starting to get value in the side lanes.
Can I just speak, before going back to the game, and before going back to the fact that it's only a 4K gold lead now, why does Ivan's passive now exist in League of Legends in general? You know? Like, okay, Ivan, so, am I a joke to you? Like, why is that?
So, I understand why they're doing it, because it allows junglers to get farm and experience from buffs later into the game, so they don't fall completely off the planet and just become, like, here's Sir AD carry, have your red buff, Sir AD carry, here, mid laner, have your blue buff as well. It allows them to at least share some of the buffs while continuing to have some extra golden XP. I'm sad that they had to remove a unique mechanic from another champion to do it, but I do understand the value.
I mean, again, it's just a little bit tilting, but getting past that at the very least. Look, there's still a timer in this game, and while we lull about and while we wait for this dragon to spawn with Baron in contingency as well, FPX are actually going to start up the Baron. Good guns for LWX here and Nymera. They're just full committing. OMG need to move now. They need to go now.
They don't have the vision. They're teleporting in now.
It's just gone, and Baron for FPX is huge as Chocho zoning them off. Cream is teleported in. Abel is at S rank though. Watch Abel here. The Samira set up as he gets the first kill. Goes invulnerable. We're going to do it again. And Shallow who separates the fight. Abel blocking some of the damage over the wall. Cream zones out. Hacker as Abel decides to ult for the hell of it. He's running out of the ranks anyway, and OMG are only able to pick off Chocho. FPX with the Baron. The game is stalled yet again.
So OMG, they picked up the one good fight and then some side lane plays, but FPX have to remind everyone they are still ahead in the macro and in gold in this game. So FPX, they take an important Baron while FPX and while OMG are rather not ready to respond. They gave up that vision control towards that top side, and Chocho holds the door shut on that Alistar. It's a good hook at least from Pipigo to catch Chocho as his ultimate runs out. You think maybe this is the moment, but again, the damage and the gold is still in favor of FPX, and that means that they can take these fights and threaten people like Abel, even with just the incidental damage from Tibbers.
He's got 2.5. You can see that Abel, I mean, is again the person who is doing damage for the side of OMG, but it's not enough in the end because FPX have now broken down all outer turrets. They've got the Baron, they've got the gold lead, 5,000 at 25, and Nymera, we got to remember that this is a Chemtech Rift. Like, what use are we going to find here in one of the weakest dragons in the game, as OMG aren't even going to be on Soul if they get this in 15 seconds, which they won't because they have no priority here at all. Peep-be-god, peep-kaboo.
I would throw it out there. That's probably better for OMG in some ways because it means that you're losing the game already, so you're not threatening losing control of the map through Dragons and Dragon's Soul as well. Maybe it means you can play through side lane a little more, which is exactly what Cream's doing. He's back into the side lane again, as he has been the whole game. When you have this Shiv LeBlanc, you have so much wave clear, it's very hard to respond to someone like that in the side lane. So FPX, they're going to get themselves that tower towards bot side, but because Cream split the map, OMG at least get something back from the negative Baron power play, from their side at least.
Didn't even get demolished. Surprised Cream just wanted to back away so soon. Probably thought he'd get it. Minions, yeah, they do the work for him anyway. As Dragon goes down to FPX in the meantime. 5k gold lead still there. And FPX still continue being the favorites at this point. Nymeria, we've got a 3-item Aphelios. We've got a lot of contingency to deal with something like the Samira. I think for OMG, the game just continues getting harder, and we just got to kind of manage expectations as to whether they can find a miracle fight with numbers advantage.
They really are looking at Cream to say, what advantages, what openings can you give us on the map? Cat positioning aggressively again. FPX on the other side. They need to find a way to leverage their advantage. They've struggled to do that, honestly. They've found some fights where OMG have had to commit overly hard in the mid lane, and of course that Baron. But they don't have the soul to force a winning game state over to OMG. They can't close the game right now.
I will say it would have been better that maybe FPX had all the dragons, Nymeria, because then you'd have an early Elder. Maybe you go for the full 5-on-5 and you can actually flip the game. A little bit more realistic than it is now, as they continue staying topside, using the Baron to its most efficiency, as I feel like we have already run out of the set buff anyway, as Hacker just sits mid and is pushing the wave. Cream threatens him a bit, Arky's spotted, Hacker doesn't have to stick around, and we continue playing push and pull here between top and mid.
One of the extra bonuses of the buff sharing is that Cream and Aki can both get blue buff fairly readily, especially when you don't have a mana mythic. Cream is trying to, again, harass on the side. He is joining the team more now, though. He's actually being here and available, has Night Harvester to bring to play.
Peep-be-god going in, a little bit dangerous. Shanji's tagged out as well. Hacker dealing with Cream, but in the side, Cream is winning this one. Even isolated, no! Never mind! Hacker gets off the queue. Taste their fear for a solo kill off the side.
Big moment. Hacker can answer the LeBlanc in the right situation, and his own Duskblade comes in very, very handy. Could have used the stopwatch as well, didn't need to. And he goes for the reset on the jump as his last evolve. Love that for him. The extra jump range, the resets. Maybe that'll come into play a little later. OMG, you can see them though. It's very hard for them to play out this map the way that they wanted to. Cream couldn't sit down towards this bot side, harassing that inner turret and whoever came to answer it. Joined the fight, and he loses the 1v1 on the side. Hacker, great damage in the isolated 1v1, uses that ultimate to get that passive again and again. And the thing is, you can't cancel the Q animation by getting out of range of it. The animation starts before Cream can flip back, he dies.
That's big for Hacker, man. I mean, this is good because at the start of the split, we're like, dude, well, what's going on with Hacker? You know, he has splits where he's up and down. He hasn't really been the best jungle for a couple of years now, or at least in that discussion. There's a really nice game from him, and they committed to him after bringing in Bonnie for a series. We talked about it, where FPX were obviously deliberating their options. And with someone behind Hacker, knowing that he can be replaced, I think Hacker, you know, that fire's been thrown into him, and he's really stepped up. This game, a great example of it, as he is 60 CS up. He's the 3-item Kha'Zix with stopwatch. Hacker, as Nymeria just told you all, has evolved the wings. So we are getting Reset City. We're getting a confident man who's ready to take over and finish this game one. FPX on a bit of a storm, as OMG looking like a game one loss still. It's up to them to find a miracle with this Samira, with this Renekton. I don't know. I just feel like I'm talking baloney here because of how hard this game feels and how small those options really are.
In OMG, they've done more with less in some games. They are one of our strangest teams when it comes to late game as well. But it does feel like the game one curse for them has struck once again. They haven't really hit the ground running, and FPX have been more than willing to take the fight to them. Cream has gone back to the side lane. That's where OMG found their advantages beforehand. But you can see the camera zoomed out because Hacker is again waiting in the wings. A lot of damage now in this Kha'Zix with so much gold in pocket.
And so much range. Comes with the leap as well. OMG moving towards the Baron. They've got a LeBlanc up in that bottom lane with teleport available, but OMG It's about the pathing here. Ward from FPX going to spot them as they move away. Means FPX can go on a river, clear the vision away themselves. Knowing that, yeah, I mean, Dragon's not going to give anyone soul here. FPX just moved to Baron again. And look at the guns. What great timing.
Great timing indeed. If you start diving into that Aphelios, he's about to switch out of that as well, probably going into his green-white just after that, so he can put down turrets. Diving into turrets feels absolutely hellish. But they haven't been able, though, to start this Baron and force OMG into a bad situation. They've lost themselves the inner turret already. They've got themselves green-white. They want to fight.
Well, are they going to just flip the Baron instead? Look how quickly Aki almost tries to get the steal, but now he's in the pit with a bad, bad boy. LWX, look at him. Oh my God, it begins. Ladies and gentlemen, don't look at Abel. Or maybe you should. Should you? Nah. I told you, it's Aphelios time. I even doubted myself as teleport in to die, I guess. Well, Cream knows it's over as he flashes, but guess who follows him? LWX burns him down for a triple kill. Abel was close. I started believing, but you gotta look at Ninja Gaiden on FPX and the world champion to carry them through game one.
LWX does it again, finally gets himself some damage down, but it really was that leading gold advantage in the jungle which flips things for FPX right from the start of the game. First blood through to the macro, through to the objective secures. FPX had OMG's number in game one.
And a beautiful rendition of play to boot. Only one moment where you kind of question what FPX were doing in that team fight towards bottom side jungle, but outside of that, everything looks superb. A real masterclass in the early game, as you said. They played it slow. They knew OMG had to pull the trigger, Nightmare, but OMG just never found an opportunity to make the first 15-20 minutes work in their favor.
And I think additional shout out has to go towards Chocho on the last pick, Alistair, as well. Again, you know that OMG, they will try and pull out some curveballs in the draft. Leaving that last pick for the counter pick and bot side to say, okay, the Samiras come in now, we have an answer available to that, which also helps us in our team fights. Worked out very, very well for FPX. I do think that OMG almost problem solved their way out of some of that macro state with this powerful LeBlanc, their first pick, as opposed to the last pick of that Alistair coming in from FPX, but it wasn't enough. It felt like they were a little disconnected, particularly in the first couple of fights in the game where they lost that first mid lane fight when the LeBlanc couldn't join them, and then as soon as FPX took that, they got control of the vision, got control of the pushing lanes as well, besides wherever the LeBlanc was, and they used that to just really just chokehold OMG into submission.
And again, it's something that I don't think we could say is consistent of FPX's split. We don't see FPX with, what's the word I'm looking for? Consistency in their game plan, I guess, where that they have a complete understanding of how to play the game out. This was a really good showing. I think against Ultra Prime early in the split, like they looked lost. They didn't have much direction. So this is a good development, considering it's showing yet another reason why FPX are starting to be feared. They just beat Weibo for a reason as well. Now against OMG, who are 4th place at the moment, FPX looking on the brink of maybe taking an unexpected series. It is early days. It is just one game. But still, Nightmare, with play like that, you start thinking that FPX might be giving us an argument to put them in the top 10 in coming weeks.
They're definitely making an open-ended question. End of spring, they had some good games. Of course, they took down even EDG when they were on their hot streak at the end of spring. 2-0 them. That was a great series, thinking back to it. And coming back into this game, I think the word which I'd use is probably comprehension of the game in terms of knowing where the game was won and lost, right? It's saying, okay, we have these champions with these advantages. What can we do with this? I think the Herald play was a really good example of that. That's what really put LWX and the whole team ahead of the rest of the game. It felt like OMG on the other side. Look, it takes two to tango. They were all left feet in this first game because it felt like Shanji, some uncharacteristic mistakes, dying on a turret, randomly staying in the side lane when the Herald was going down and losing out there as well. Some awkward moments, and it felt by the time OMG were awake, FPX had already just taken over the game.
Yep. Nothing you could do from that point because, I mean, where's OMG? Where's the team fight? Where's the setup? FPX get to chill through the early game, and as you can see, I mean, Hacker got some core stats in this one. 6-0-6 Nightmare. This feels like a no-brainer for MVP, considering not just the timing for top lane game, but the fact that Hacker was always there shadowing, was always there alongside Care, setting up some of the greatest fights I think I've seen on a Kha'Zix. This split in total.
I think that's where my vote would go as well, because particularly for the player as well, Hacker has been under a lot of flack, reasonably so. He's had a very difficult year. Having games like this for a player, which we've leveled a lot of criticism at. It's a great game from him. Just nameplates off, put the nameplate on. It has extra significance.
Honestly, one of the best games seen in Hacker in a while. Gives me confidence in FPX. Gives me hope here. But we'll see. It is only game one. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to a break. When we return, this pajama party will continue again for game 2 to see if OMG can step up.
A Mining, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio del sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento, Dorus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está Magda gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say. But they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow. But Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's going to be game.
Đó là vị trí của BLG và BLG đã phải nằm xuống mất luôn cả tông biến. Người tới ở phía sau là cô Tịch, anh ta làm kén không được ai và xả bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấm máu. Cô Tịch đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của Sogen cầu với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được Glory. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt ở phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill. Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết lòng double kill và đây sẽ là nó không phải là Beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt quêu.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and Huhi might lose it. Buki goes into the back with the twisted advance, and Licorice swings away to get a lock on the chime, who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good for Licorice coming out. Stixay manages to blast one down. No turtle here for no more damage. Stixay one into lock eyes with Gory. Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixay with the quadro. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill!
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Do round ultimate. Meu Deus! O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill! Que iniciante maravilhosa do Alves! Conseguiu pegar todo mundo, logo em seguida o Tai Flash Ultimate, triple kill pro Brains que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for Caps. Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it just stands there hitting them. Look at him go! What the hell, Caps? Oh! What? Yeah, stopwatch. Maybe if he pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
Stay will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name.
FPX have flown in game number 1 here in Shanghai as OMG struggled to get direction. It was a draft that was just chilling, man. It was fun. Well, it wasn't chilling, you know, it's the opposite. Let's be real. But Nymera, you just brought up something interesting as we look at our MVP on the way in. Tell me a little bit about OMG's track record in 3-game series.
They are greatly benefiting from the fact that we have best of threes here in the LPL. If you take only the first game from every series that they have played, OMG, after this loss, would be 3-6 in game 1s. They just don't get it going from that first game, and FPX really, again, caught them napping, caught them flat-footed, and Hacker in particular, with his martial artist pose, really slapped him around the face.
Man, look at that guy, dude. That's palm technique right there. Is Hacker married? Is that a wedding ring?
I think it looks like it.
Hacker is Hacker married? Hacker's married. And with gameplay like this, who wouldn't marry Hacker? Right now, everyone think to yourself, would you marry Hacker? Of course you would. Look at this gameplay, dude. It's like Doombit 2019 Worlds. Everyone jealous that he was a married man considering how well he played too.
You know, he does everything. You know, he's in charge of the finances because he's got all of this gold in pocket. He protects your interests by sitting on the flank and just making sure that no one's ever going to bother you. He does everything. And you know what? Hacker, really standout game from him for a player that, again, has had a lot of criticism leveled at him before. Not for necessarily wrong reasons in this game, though. Really did a really good job of kind of reclaiming himself a little bit. And if you put a foot wrong in this game, you can see how close these team fights get. Look how close it gets to getting those resets. If Hacker dies there, that's another reset. Maybe Abel can pop off. Yes, the GA would have been there from LWX either way, but you can see the composition in the team fights that OMG could bring to bear. Even with that gold lead, it got a little bit close, but FPX closed it out.
I mean, again, it's questionable from OMG's side, but I think for FPX it seemed really, really solid play in game number 1. But I can't get over the fact that you said OMG are a 3-game team. They're not the first game where they roll off the bat quite nicely. OMG do go the distance, and for a team that's 6-2, the fact that their game record is 2-9, I think tells the story, right? Like, a game against Weibo Gaming, a game against RNG, NIP, WE, even LGD. If this goes the distance, then regardless, it would still be a game or 2 against FPX. As again, we've got the detective, the private investigator cameras out in the audience to get us a closer view of game 2 as we go into draft out.
So we really need to get ourselves like an LPL like crime scene investigation thing, kind of break down how these drafts go. We can look into each pick and have like a little like chalkboard up with all of our notes on it. Going into the second game though, OMG are on red side. They've changed over. What is happening in terms of those orders? It's not going to be a LeBlanc first pick because Nico is left open. Cream could go towards that again, and indeed is going to go towards it. And that's the Shyvana, which just has buffs on the table coming up. I think at some point, getting Shanji towards that pick again, that'll be a great thing to see. But Nephalios this time, not going to go to the side of LWX, but to Abel.
Okay, so Abel on something a little bit more straightforward rather than the Samira. Let's see what FPX's direction is. We already mentioned that it was the Nico for LeBlanc trade, but I want to see if we're getting something like, you know, early Wukong here. Or does Hacker say, I did so well in game 1 on this Kha'Zix, that he just wants to rinse and repeat and maybe expect a handshake from Arky's angle.
Has himself another CC mid laner. It's not the Annie, but it is the Nico. Still loads of ability to play around kind of CC into the Kha'Zix burst. Kara hovering over. One, of course, is Shanji's favorite picks as well. But it's going to be the Kennen locked in. Now, in spring, OMG were pretty good at countering Kennen. They had, of the LPL teams, they had the most effective answers to it. We saw some Malphite and Cho'Gath attempted into the Kennen. It didn't really work. However, Shanji plays stuff like Rumble. Whoa. This works. Get in the damn robot, Shanji. He's done it again. This is his, like, iconic pick. And Shalafu, he had best be ready for this 1v1.
I mean, again, they knew it was coming. They kind of egged him on for it as well. It does mean, however, that there's no jungle for no jungle for OMG, but there's no AD for FPX. So that's the trade-off here as we start with the bot side bans from OMG's angle. FPX getting rid of things that help the mobility, and the Poppy is swiftly taken off the board.
If you are going to remove the safest of the AD carries, and LWX has to lock in something which is going to get roasted alive by the red carpet, by the equalizer, I think these teamfights are going to get very difficult for FPX. You almost expect Shanji to get ahead in this topside. It reminds me of those of you who watched back in 2015, the Marin days of Rumble in that topside. You push, you win the 1v1, and often it gets to the point where you're going to start losing 1v2s at that point too,
True.
because you get the first couple of backs, especially with Ignite taken in that top lane as well as what Rumble takes. You're going to be in some very difficult positions, especially with two very squishy champions towards that top side.
But we do know, again, that OMG are trying to build tempo here, Nightmare. Like, we see solo lanes that need a bit of work with pace, but this time, at least the difference is that OMG aren't all in into that. They've got the Aphelios, they've just lost the Alistar, but let's be real, an Enchanter possibility here for PP God, maybe another engage in the Nautilus. Like, they're not limited on options like Draft 1 felt like.
This has been messed up as well. It goes through, so the Rel returns back to OMG's pockets as well. They've played that before with stuff like Rel Tristana and Rel Samira in previous seasons, but this is, of course, the changed Rel, stun on the Q, changes to the kit, lots of things coming through, and that is going to be an absolute magnet storm of terror if that is also combined with the Rumble.
But speaking of terror on side of FPX, what are they going to do? No way! LWX deadpan as well. He's deadpan. He's like, whatever, dude. What the hell? LWX with the Samira against Abel? No way is this serious.
Wow, so that is saying, so, you know, Abel, that pick which you failed to win within game one, you're iconic champion yourself, let's see if we can do one better. Thing is, there's still a lot of stuff you need to be very afraid of from OMG. One of the things about the Blade Well is that, of course, it doesn't stop something like the Severum damage coming out from Abel if he has that weapon up. Won't stop the Equalizer either if you're sat on top of it. And, of course, Rel can massively lock you down. It is, however, still a kill lane. You can very much threaten this Aphelios and the Rel given the right angle. FPX, I love this so much because when we led out with this series at the start of it, we said FPX, if they are going to win versus OMG, they have to understand the team they're playing against. You have to understand what kind of a team they are in terms of them bringing out different picks, and they are matching fire for fire here.
And how ult-reliant is it? Like, look at both teams here, Nightmare. Look at how big their go buttons are. Rumble Equalizer, Aphelios ulti, Rel ulti. You were talking about the Wukong Cyclone. I go on the other side and I'm like, oh, there's a Kennen, there's a Nico. Like, there are so many big one-punch moments in this game that I feel like are a big part of deciding it.
Absolutely agree with that one too. So hopefully what that means is we're going to have ourselves some slightly more even big team fights and the ability to pull the trigger a little easier from both sides. I think particularly with the Alistar off the table, killing the first target becomes a lot easier because Chocho did a great job from FPX saying, no, the door is shut, you can't get through the Unbreakable Will. When you have the Rel and the Nautilus, yes, they're fairly tanky, not tanky enough against these teams.
It's going to be fun, as you said, regardless, though. We'll talk about the engage options and how it all kicks off in game, but FPX with a game one win showed up OMG, and OMG did next to nothing in game one. Let's be real, their comp needed to get ahead early, and they did nothing of the sort. But here in game number two, we see very different conditions. We see FPX and OMG both with big triggers, and LWX, I cannot get over the deadpan zoom in of him picking Samira, not giving two packets of anything towards the counterpart in Abel, who has this as a big pick and always has. OMG fans
Crowd's
deflated.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I don't know. I
Real.
think I was about to say they're fired up. I thought that was pretty okay. I thought they're okay. Shout out
Dude,
to the
FPX fans were like, you know, putting energy into it. OMG was like, Jayo, like, what did we experience in game number one? But hey,
maybe they're also in their pajamas today. Maybe they're all saying, you know what, get the pop, go and get the pajamas. We're in for some great entertainment. Saki goes in.
That's Care faking it. He has to burn a flash. I mean, you're face checking there, pretending to be someone else. I guess they didn't call the bluff.
That is very, very awkward. Of course, you don't start with the ability to have your Shape Splitter up and available. You can do the old emote trick to get yourself that helicopter into the enemy jungle, watering it out for like 11 seconds odd. Hook lands level 1.
Got him. Remounts though, so not really going to see too much apart from LWX getting some of that bonus attack speed naturally. Ladies and gentlemen, LWX is in reverse this game. It's going to be interesting to watch this bottom lane 2v2 play out. As we all know, Samira needs to build up that early game snowball. Just a classic here. Abel and PP God, though, do have the push so far, so level 2 is going to belong to them.
Another thing which we're going to have to pay attention to as well. We talk about summoners for the Rumble. You take the Ignite into the cannon. That's great. Helps you get control of that lane. You can very much solo kill that cannon given the right angle. There is, however, no exhaust on the side of OMG. So if Xiaolahu manages to last out against Shanji's Rumble, which of course has been a trying task for a great many top laners in the LPL, it is a pretty good angle to get in towards these team fights. Even someone as slippery as that LeBlanc can get stunned out and absolutely burst down, especially with no exhaust to counter the cannon ultimate.
I mean, they picked this into Shanji. Shanji got this as a response into the cannon, so again, FPX kind of flirting with danger a little bit. Even in the bottom side, you could say the same thing right now as Aki now moves in for the invade, while Hacker's committing with the pushed up wave. It's a massive wave as well. Timings everything as Chocho flashes but doesn't get it onto Abel now. Trying to get his summoners. It's match. Hacker has got his flash out. Abel's already burned his and both summoners down. He'll get forced out of the lane. LWX goes back to the turret to take away the minions. And Hacker getting himself 4 out of 4 summoners with 1 rotation.
But you don't end up killing the AD carry. That's the saving grace for OMG. And it means that Aki can walk into the enemy jungle, get some vision down. Cream gets to push in Care as well, who's blown teleport very early into the game. Demolish already thrown down by Cream. You can see his game plan on this LeBlanc. Hit those turrets as much as possible. Very interested now to see what OMG do against this kill lane bot side, though, because there's still a Hex Flash with the side of Chocho. They still have all their combat summoners. OMG, they're in some real trouble if they get into a bad spot, but Shanji hits the E.
Yeah, only trouble here. Shanji, oh, solo kill. You picked this into him. You knew it was happening, as meanwhile on the bottom side, OMG might be in a bit of trouble. Even in a 2v1, LWX flashes in. What a psycho. Is he dead? I think he is. He just wanted the kill. Oh my god, that man. Put him into a mental ward.
Put him into the absolute dumpster after this one. Look at the wave. You're losing so much farm from this. You're going to lose a full cannon wave. Have to see what Abel wants to do with that wave stay afterwards. Have to imagine that's a big snowball play. Big snowball play towards the top side, though. Talked about summoners for this Rumble. Takes Ignite because you have so much damage in this early game. OMG have always been ahead of the cannon meta. This Rumble's a big part of the reason why. PP God is trying to set up this freeze under tower towards the bot side, though, and because they lose the fight afterwards, the freeze maintains intact. This is a good amount of gold, I suppose, from the kill, but what you lose afterwards is going to be very, very poor to deal with.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, look, I take back what I said about LWX, but in a great way, that man definitely wanted combat as onto Abel, Dredgeline. Oh, it connects the knockups there. They're all in under the turret on Samira. Chocho willing to die just to give LWX everything. You love to see it.
Maybe Abel thought that Chocho was also on the roam, because I don't see why you wouldn't just stand behind the minions there being afraid of a hook. So what that does is it opens up things a little bit more for LWX. It means that, again, another kill comes through. It's good gold to the Samira, and it means that the freeze, which was being kept up by Abel, is finally broken at that point. So FPX kind of spared their blushes a little bit from that earlier 2v2, or rather the 2v3 loss towards that bot side.
It has just been a crazy early game. 6 kills, 5 minutes. I mean, this is what we expected out of the draft. The Chocho now on the roam with Hex Flash on the Cream. It'll be spotted out by a ward, so not much to be done here. As Care can't even help him follow that up. But Nymira, I was going to lead into the fact that the gold lead is in favor of OMG. And we can say why, right? Like, we know 2 kills onto the enemy jungler in Aki. Shanji getting the solo kill on top side. A much better early game, much more proactive early game, you can say, despite FPX trying to hard force bot.
And it's coming through laning plays. It's not necessarily through big macro movements. Saw that PP God tried to get a roam play towards that top side. First Dragon, of course, up on the table. Have to see if OMG go towards that now with this wave crash towards bot side. In game 1, Dragon was started off quite slowly into that game. This one is going to be much more quick. What this means is that OMG, they can push in towards this Dragon. You can see that Shanji has actually ulted the last wave of top side too, and that will be back up again for the Herald fight. So they're getting control of both sides of the map, potentially opening up for a big Herald fight in the next 2 minutes too.
Okay, looking forward to that one. Dragon hasn't been touched either, kind of similar, but as I say, that OMG have just taken it away. Everyone, check your mini-maps. So as that goes, it gives perfect time for OMG to move in 1:30 for this second objective. As Shanji is just taking away the scuttle himself as well. I mean, this guy...
great timing. Because this buff is now going to last over to that spawn. I was going to see if Shallow who could take that away with the Q. So, I really like what Shanji did there. Gets himself control of that lane, backs from Merc Treads, very important item, uses an ult to push out that wave, and then gets the scuttle on a spawn, so you will still have that scuttle speed shrine available for that first herald of the game. OMG does again really feel like they've got their hands on the wheel and foot on the accelerator in this early game.
Well, good to see at the very least. I want to talk about items quickly as we get the Kache's Shard from Cream on this recall as well. Noon Quiver actually picked up on the recall, to be more specific, as we've got an alternator for Care just to set up some early damage here. One for Shallow as well. And Nomira, I want to point out that because of that solo kill topside, Cannon without flash on his ulti. Maybe worth noting here, Ashanti will have his ulti, but he doesn't need a flash for it. He's fine as the Rumble to play at range.
And everything's pointing towards the next big fight going in favor of OMG, isn't it? It feels like they've set up for something around this top side of the map. It's 10 seconds until that Herald spawns, though. And it does look like Abel is once again sat towards this bot side. This is something that they got punished for in game 1. That is the clone. That is going to be the emote extension of the Nico. Because normally it's only meant to last a couple of seconds. When you start emoting, the clone lasts for much longer though, and it means you can basically use it as a battle ward.
Is that by design? Like, was that meant to do
I don't know, but it's being used. It's apparently being allowed because it's been used in the LEC and of course in the LPL here as well. OMG though, not immediately starting up towards that Herald. I was wondering if they were going to go really heavy towards this. It felt like they were with the way they were playing the map, but they're delaying it slightly.
Maybe delaying until they know what's going to be happening with the bot side. Chocho and PB God already on the roam. Bots just being evened out for the time being, but a lot of items there as Chocho dredge lines into a minion. And Hacker, as he moves across, now has his evolve. We'll just have to see how FPX want to play it out, as Herald's already begun. It's on a ward, but OMG have begun it.
That's the stun. Knockup followed afterwards. Good damage onto Hacker, but PB God now a little bit out of summoners, and out of cooldowns, rather.
Okay. So a small trade. PB God not willing to attract and repel. He's got no partner with him for the time being. As he remounts, OMG are just going to get a free Herald here. FPX have been grouped up mid for the past minute or so, Nymera. They haven't done too much. I guess with Shallow who being forced to stay in topside by Shanji as well. OMG are really exerting their pressure to make sure that there is no response for now.
There is a potential of a dive happening towards bot side. When AD carries are left alone in that sort of situation, you have to look at their level 6 power spikes and say, okay, what's going to happen here? This was a big thing which happened between the Jinx Aphelios meta of last spring, because Aphelios could kill Jinx in a 1v1 if left alone with ult versus ult. With something like the Samira, you have to be a little worried about that too, but Abel stays safe, picks up farm despite the kill advantage going over to the side of LWX. And what was potentially building up for a big fight towards that Herald has fizzled out. We haven't got ourselves the first big fight of the game.
No, just small skirmishes here and there. It was the early game, the first 6-7 minutes that really blew it open. But then we've just chilled out and lulled about for a little bit as OMG are moving up to a gold lead. It's a 2K at this point with Herald also in their back pocket. They got the first dragon. Things going really well through the laning phase. And again, we can't overstate that it is an improvement from game number 1, but let's be real, it's also a draft difference as well. Nymera, I like that they didn't just edge themselves into, 3 have to win by 15-minute or 20-minute lanes. We've also got bot side that, isn't doing too well as Equalizer comes through. I need to pause because Shanji just trying to push out Shallow, who... And at least OMG have got a lot of different direction going this game, as topside is definitely winning out quite easily this time around, as Shanji just keeps bullying.
I think Shanji just sees the unleashed teleport symbol over Shallow whose head and goes, haha, but what happens if you're half HP? I have an ultimate that can help with that. Yeah. Removes his ability to immediately teleport across the map, has himself flash and ult back available. You pointed that out earlier as not being available if it came to that first Herald fight. Has it up now though. Have to really pay attention though to where those teleports are going. It is just the cannon with the ability to go across the map right now.
Cream going to get tower plating in the meanwhile as well. I want to mention, as you were talking about TPs too, Cream and Care, of course, burning theirs, and Shanji not having it. We already talked about the Ignite in the top side for the lane, but that is just one takeaway, that he won't be able to join for any of the TP plays. But I want to see what Shanji can do more in this lane, because he's already pushed it so heavily. He's still winning out on some of the trades versus Shallow. But will he push and move down Nightmare? That's the biggest question, because Dragon's up again. And Hacker starts this one off by himself as OMG try to play the lane itself. PP God is all in, grabbing him underneath on LWX as well. He can't get out, so he has to go in. But there is no escape as Aki picks up kill number 3. And just like that, Herald is an opportunity that takes away Dragon for bot side.
PP God making the full use of Rel's new kit, but here's the teleport. Here comes the cannon.
Oh my god, is he going to die on the way there? No, Shallow, who still gets the ulti? Never mind. Oh, Shanji, the true carry of that play, denied. As Abel underneath turret, yes, he will die as well, but they've still gotten so much on the bot side. Cameraman obsessed with mid, apparently, because he knows there's going to be a pop blossom from Care, but Cream can turn this around. He's got flash. One more combo does it, as Shanji just made short work of Shallow to make that little rat do nothing on the way in.
It's good. Shanji kind of like its neurons activated as soon as you see the teleport unleashed on your lane opponent. He goes, wait, I don't have that, but I have an ignite. I can start shredding this HP bar. This is PP God making the full use of the new rel kit. The new E gives you that moves and speed to yourself and an ally, allows the route to get in range for Abel, and allows them to get that extra damage, of course, to the next ability cast by Rel. Large amount of burst, and despite the collector being built up by the Samira, only really works when you're snowballing those fights, despite the fact that it has a lot more stats nowadays. Shanji has enough stats towards the top side, though. Overheats, ignites, in the right position to threaten. Shallow, because he has the ignite on top of him as well, he's seen in the brush as soon as he teleports through. So it's just like, okay, full vision, full damage, full dead.
Because it's rough to watch. Abel, a little bit too far forward, but still a net win for OMG. A 3k gold lead here in game number 2. And even though FPX, it looks like we're able to get the Dragon on the return, we are looking at a Wukong who is 3-0 in the jungle. It's Aki's time to shine. It is Shanji's time to shine from a very quiet game number 1 as well. And Shallow, who right now getting outmatched in the top side. Cream outmatching Care, it seems like, on this LeBlanc. And the bot side is set up to just chill now. Nightmare with a, almost first item built, and Abel matching CS of LWX in this early game.
Abel needs to be careful again, though. Doesn't have himself any summoners. There is a Hex Flash on the side of Chocho. LWX could flash forward as well. Some people might be looking at that collector first and saying, what the heck is that first item? It did get buffed. The base stats are really good now. At 18 lethality as a first item makes it fairly valuable. And if you want to start picking up those first kills of the game for Samira to snowball, it is a fairly good first item. Sometimes we see the Duskblade, the collector. Not a bad item either way, but Abel stays safe. You can't use that item just yet.
No, not at all. I mean, again, it's something I think we even saw it in previous patches. I need to pause Shallow.
Again.
Yeah, Protobelt is used to go forward. Shanji not getting the Electro Harpoons. Good kiting away from Shallow, but that's the threat, folks. First item picked up first naturally because of all the plating he got topside, because of the near kills, because of the solo kill, of course, as well. Brandon early on. It's a 4k gold lead for OMG. Shanji close to getting this topside turret with the pressure from OMG in this jungle to boot. It feels like this should be opening up the map for OMG nice and early.
And in the first game, around this point in the game, OMG were at a gold deficit. They were getting pushed out of the jungle, and Aki was dying when he was going for those warding missions. You can see that comboing up with the Rel, getting the extra move speed from that E, helps him get out at the right time, and his solo lanes are absolutely demolishing structures across the map. I think that Demolish proc from Cream going to continue to be a real threat. Look at this, pushes in that full bot lane out of turret. It's threatening the inner, and the amount of attack speed you get from the static shiv as well coming through does give you a lot of extra tower threat. OMG, they're even forcing FPX off of the Herald they're trying to respond with.
They are indeed. Chocho in trouble though, as Equalizer doesn't do much, but depth charge as he dies. I mean, FPX, it's a total turnaround play. Shallow does good poke damage, but it's about the commitment here. He doesn't have flash. The teleport coming in. Oh, dear Lord. Chain up. Cancelled. Another TP failure. As Shanji just flashed on top of Hacker. Shallow pops the ulti, but Shanji lives. He will not die today as he's interrupted. LWX can't catch a break. Cream kills Care. OMG have spiced up the relationship in game number 2.
Best of 3 salesmen back again. Would you like to browse our wares? OMG win across the map. You could not tell me this is the same team from game 1. They looked so lost in game 1. Aki gonna walk into Shallow, who doesn't have ult though, doesn't have that kill threat. OMG, they look so much more comfortable. They are at an 8,000 gold lead nearabouts. And they're winning with a very similar composition than they did to Game 1 as well. It feels like, again, they're relying around the ability to play around multiple lanes at once with the LeBlanc in the side lane, but they're so much further ahead in Game 2 because of their lane leads, because of their macro leads in the first fights which they've taken. And it feels like their communication is really on point. This is, what, the second or third time this series we've seen a solo laner from OMG cancel a teleport or burst them out before it. We saw it a couple of times in Game 1. Game 2, really getting value from it. And FPX, they're snatching at these plays because they need to bring OMG to the fight so Samira can get value, so Kennen can get value. But as opposed to Game 1, they just don't have either the map state or the goal to make it work.
I mean, this is just such a different game number 2. It's a complete turnaround. It's OMG looking back in charge, and it's OMG beating a Samira. I mean, for Abel, this must feel pretty good after he wasn't able to pull it off in game number 1. LWX not doing too much now in game number 2 as he tries to all in. And FPX left with limited options here as, I gotta say, Nomira, it feels like the game has kind of been set up by people like the Rel, right? Like PP God, again, having another decent game, but this time on the Rel, what can FPX do? They can't get anywhere in the zone. PP God just takes over.
This is the worst part of that question, because what they need to do is what they tried to do around that Herald. Force OMG into a bad fight where their solo laners can teleport in and win a grouped up fight when OMG are playing the wider map. They just misexecuted, OMG read them like a book, cancelled the teleports. And when you fail that play, you no longer have those same tools to force the fight the next time, nor do you have gold because you're losing out on that. Every time you lose an extra 600 gold over to Cream. Every time you make one of these mistakes, you fall so far behind, and look at what they can do with that gold.
And roll out the carpet. There's a 2-man repository as Care. His ulti's big, but it would have been bigger if FPX had some gold. Shallow, hello, welcome. He got Abel, that's nice, but he's dead. Because they can just teleport in themselves, run him over, a triple over to Arki. And this is going to a game 3 at 18.5 minutes. It feels like this should be over in the next 5.
Monkey See, Monkey Bonk, 7-0-4 on this Wukong. The early double kill from that bot lane has accelerated Arki to such an incredible point of power. OMG, game 1, as we said, really not the best look for them, but game 2, much more back to their winning ways. Very much on the same page. You can see that, of course, Shanju doesn't have that teleport, roams down to the important play, and this is the big kind of issue when, you know, you fail a fight just before this around that Herald. You don't have the same tools to make all of these big plays here, nor in this case do you even have the map state to turn up to the play first. OMG, they just take them apart.
Complete different team from game 1. The gold lead, 12,000 just about. It's huge. It's absolutely massive. This is done. This is completely over. OMG showing so much as I don't know why that's a thing. Why does the emote enable Nico to be there for longer? Like, that's short. That's okay. That's probably by design, but I don't understand what's going on.
Removed. I would imagine that gets removed because I think that skews the pick too heavily towards pro play, which is often something which is looked at by the balance team. You think of champions like Ryze, Pyke in the past as well, where he can kind of be played in every position. There are some champions where you look at like niche interactions and say, okay, let's just take that out. I'd imagine that was just a little bit overlooked. So I'd imagine that one gets taken out of play, much like the Dustblade Samira ult as well, which we are going to currently have again. If we have some extra kills coming in from LWX, even at turn 4, 2 items, need to be scared of that to OMG if they approach the fight from the wrong way.
Well, they're going to be sitting on Baron for now, just toggling away the chances of FPX. Teleport comes through, they take it from Care, and they'll just walk off the Baron, easy as you like. Because look at bot, look at this champion with Shiv. Oh my god, like AP scaling to turrets. Oh, thank god this item's getting nerfed. What is this? Why is this a thing? Why is this allowed?
A fine question indeed, but this allows mid laners to show a different kind of skill set, which is their macro play and their split push play, which we've not seen as much before. Cream running into Hacker though.
Okay, against Kha'Zix. Now surely Hacker should take him out. He flashes out though. Meanwhile, FPX, the rest of their team's dying, and Cream is not dead. Instead, OMG just get a couple more kills on the bottom lane, and they'll move back to Baron. Easy as you like.
I have to say, Cream looks very comfortable in this sort of side lane pressure style. We sometimes know him to be that, you know, that mid lane melee assassin player, stuff like Akali, Silas. He plays around side lanes a little bit at that point too, but with this LeBlanc, Feels so at ease pushing in these side waves. Even in game one, it felt like the rest of the team was disconnected from him rather than the other way around. And he allows his team to just play out with uneven numbers advantage, even with the gold lead. This is the combo, of course, which they pull off with that gold lead and that advantage of numbers. It's the red carpet rolled up into that storm. It is absolutely nuts amounts of damage, and FPX just don't have the stats to deal with it.
No, not at all. Hacker going to try and kill Cream. But, look, can you? He's got no flash, that's good. But FPX are going to sit here for about a country year. Okay. And Cream's just out, never mind.
It's just out.
And
he doesn't care. He doesn't mind.
Yep.
We've gotten to the point now where Shanji has himself a Medra Soul Stealer. He feels that confident. It's at 10 stacks as well, so you get the extra movement speed buff. Shanji, if you walk up to Cream, maybe he escapes. If you walk up to Shanji, he probably just kills you.
You'd never walk up to Shanji. Also, realize country year.
Yeah, I
country
wasn't
mile.
going to mention that. I was going to give you that as a freebie.
No. Well,
country
look,
year is, in fact, the same as a year in pretty much everywhere in the world.
it depends on what planet. You know, if we're talking about a different planet, different country, be like, I don't know, how long is Mars in a day? Mars is like 30 hours?
I can't remember that. I know Venus's days take months because it rotates the wrong way because it was basically spun upside down because it got hit by a huge object. OMG are looking to find a huge object and smash FPX's base with it.
Interesting enough, is Cream's still bot. Cream just sitting here. OMG getting engaged on, but oh my god!
What?
Oh, they're gone! Oh, Attract and Rel. That Magnet Storm huge, that engage is so slick. FPX just don't know what hit them.
I am fire! I am death! OMG in game 2, bring it back with a storm. What was that combo?
That was so well executed, and that's just what we're going to say about OMG's game 2. FPX blown to pieces. And this time around, you have to say a lot quicker, a lot more convincing. OMG just make the series more interesting in that regard as well.
Yeah, and now we have this wonderful comparison of, you have this giant celestial object which hit Venus and spun a whole planet upside down.
Oh, yeah.
Was that, in fact, a larger impact than that combo we saw in the base? And I think it is an open discussion because that was utterly ridiculous. 4-man Infernum Ultimate, the Mega Inferno bomb lands. PP God once again setting up for his team. You called him out as a player which was really instrumental in the way that OMG were playing the map and playing out these fights. And then you just throw in the incidental damage from everyone else. No HP bar in the world would survive that.
No, that was insane. Oh god, OMG! Like it's from start to finish, right? Like we saw a lot of scrappy plays, but topside solo kill. Aki getting the double kill down towards bot as well early on. Cream just bodying lane. Like Care didn't really do much in that game because Cream was just always unlocked with the early turret push. I feel like OMG were given, ample opportunities to win like all 3 lanes. Aki made sure that bottom side of the 2v2 wasn't anything special. And so OMG just had 3 winning lanes, as simple as that.
And, you look back to Draft 1 as well. I wonder now if FPX just goes straight back to red side and say, you know what, last pick, counter pick, we need that now. It's not necessarily about the first pick, power pick, even though the LeBlanc was picked up in game 1 and was still fairly valuable for OMG. The last pick, counter pick has come in very valuable for both teams at this point, and you have to now look at this and say, FPX, you did well enough in game 1's draft, but you are against OMG. It's a best of 3. They have a lot of versatility. You need to match that now to take this series.
Oh man, you have to do something because if OMG are given drafts like that again, it feels like they're just going to clean them out for the final game. As you said, this is a 3-game series team. As OMG have showed us so many times before, you brought up the stat. That just shows us that OMG, I guess they take a little while to get warmed up. I don't know, maybe the game 1 is like a throwaway game. I'm not sure what to say about it because it's just, now it's not even just a trend, it's them.
It's just them because it's not. The draft in game 1 was playable. It wasn't the best draft. I mean, you can say that that the Alistair from Shochka really gave them a lot of issues, but they could play that draft. But Shanji getting solo killed, not really on the same page as the rest of his team. Then Cream went into his side lane mode, and then the rest of the team were getting caught out in mid lane at the same time. You're like, okay, that's a lot of different skills going wrong in game 1. Game 2, pretty much everything we've just described went incredibly well for them in Game 2. Yes, it helps that they got lanes leading as well through some early skirmishes. FPX on the other side, I mean, I don't think you can point the finger at any one person from that game, right?
True.
Because it's not necessarily like it's an individual failing. You say maybe the solo kill in topside is a bit of an awkward one. It's a difficult matchup already, though. I mean, Cannon to Rumble. Rumble tends to win that one out. And it does feel like, I mean, OMG just turned on in Game 2. There are very few ways that you can kind of say, oh, this was the one issue.
Yep. I mean, again, as you said, like, FPX cleaned out as a whole. So that's why we can't lay blame. It's just a pure cleaning that FPX showed us, or rather OMG, lack thereof from FPX. Game 2, a win. Now we find out what happens in our final one of the series as we take a break to return with game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's looking for something now. With the flash available to him, they can see they're trying to corral everyone around here, and they will be able to get something going, and I think WE recognize something is in the air. Nice ultimate, good flash.
Not going to come and steal plate gold. Just going to keep on mentioning that. Lien is Fofo. He's found Baolan, and we know he's going down. Fofo grabs a kill as Lien re-engages it. Mako has to flash away, Strive with a chain as well. Fofo the target for now. As Uzi is kind of alone on the top side, but they don't really focus him, and Strive's in trouble instead. Uzi's just charging at them, and Strive forced away. Assume now under the tower on his own. Root goes wide, but the minion wave is moving on in, and Uzi's behind him. Featherstorm comes out, and the pull's gonna be good. Uzi is surfing on RA. It is brutal.
Gonna pause though, because Forge in a bit of trouble. There's the flash. Oh my god! A level 2 solo kill. Scout does it again.
3K gold lead for FPX. They've had full map control for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, hang on, wide cam. What? Just solo kill Jojo in front of the team and he's out!
Oh, they're just gonna pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Blast is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's gonna be game.
Just as boring as it has ever been, but I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words. some party. You were talking about your band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acting the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain.
Well, OMG woke up. That's all you can say about game number 2. It was a 24 5-minute stomp, an absolute barn burner for OMG to burn down FPX's barn. I'm Hysterics. I'm joined by Nomira, and game number 3 is about to be underway. All I can say, Nomira, is that OMG just sticking true to their trend.
They don't like game 1, but they're very good in best of 3s. I'm kind of surprised you didn't wake up alongside them, the change out of the pajamas at this point, join solidarity with our OMG brethren. But either way, we're still cozy here, and that was such a cozy game for OMG because it really felt like Shanji, as soon as he got that topside solo kill, just popped off. He controlled the cannon in so many different ways, despite the fact the cannon didn't have to play into an exhaust. You had to play into ignite in that top lane, and that burned him down more than once.
Oh, more than once. I mean, ultis weren't, they were still great, but it wasn't what we were talking about. I was talking about Shanji just running melee and burning down people like Xiaolao, who, this is a solo kill at level 4. And remember, Nomira, they picked this cannon knowing that Shanji is he's got Rumble in his back pocket. They knew that. Every team knows that. They were the ones who even flexed around and threw the threat out there, but they didn't care.
I think OMG now, when you're facing them, I don't think there's ever a good reason to give Shanji Rumble. I think that was known before this series, but going into this game too, maybe FPX thought, okay, there's some other stuff which is always important to take away from them. There are a lot of things you need to take away from this team. Rumble, though, I think should pretty much always be on that list because it allows OMG to have that pressure in towards the top side. It feels like Shanji wins pretty much every individual matchup as this Rumble, and then allows him to join fights from so far away, even though he doesn't have a teleport, that stuff like this starts to happen. This is one of the cleanest wombo combos I've ever seen. Utterly disgusting amounts of damage, and OMG in that base, that was ruthless.
That was insane. And again, the Rel was another part of that package that we had to talk about for maybe being banned away. OMG were given a lot of priority picks in the meta. LeBlanc won. We talked about the Wukong. It was last pick, but I think ideally, let's be real, the Rel and Rel, LeBlanc, and even an option for Shanji to play something lethal in that top side. That's what needs to be on the board here, Nomira, as we go into game number 3. For FPX to have a chance of finding their mark again in this series.
Now, the only champion which I prefer more alongside Rumble than the Rel is Kiana, and it's not because it's a better champion for the game. It's just because I call it Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom, and that gives me a lot of entertainment value. Now, we haven't seen that in a little while. However, Cream is a Kiana player. We have seen a couple of games of this between both of these mid laners, so there is the off chance that that does happen. We're into the draft again, though. FPX did choose red side for game 3. They will have that last pick counter pick. I assume that we're looking towards maybe a LeBlanc first pick again. FPX have been happy to give that over so far, valuing other bans. Gotta imagine the Rumble's gotta be on that list.
Yeah, okay, FPX, still. No, LeBlanc instead. Still paying respect, I was going to say, in one regard, but yeah, maybe not the other. As OMG, but if they pick it early, I mean, Xiaolahu might still have a tank option for the top side. Let's see, as we look towards draft, anything can come out of these teams at this point. I mean, it is game 3. Phelios is not anything. Okay.
It's pretty valuable. Both of these AD carries have taken over the laning phase from this point, and they've answered with the Samira. The Samira is way too snowbally to be very consistent. We've seen both these teams deal with it very well.
But things like Annie that we saw in game number 1 from Care had a big impact. And that's an option here as well, especially with the Nico down. And especially with the LeBlanc down as well. Priority options towards mid go down a little bit. So Nomira, what else? AD carry again. Something like Varus, Ashe still available. Zaya's been banned away in this series before, and LWX just locks it in.
LWX does go towards that Zaya, which means the Rakan has a lot more value now. Milio is still on the table. There's a chance you go towards that. That was second round banned in game 2. This would be an option for them. If you do pick up something like that Milio or the Lulu, though, you are, of course, giving over the Zaya Rakan on the other side and giving Chocho good ability to engage. However, I mean, passing at Milio, you don't really do that nowadays. It's really, really good still. And at least now LWX has himself some more self-peel potential. You don't have to deal with the problems of Samira into point-and-click or crazy AoE damage that you can't really block out. So at least FPX can play a bit more standard in the team fight, but you're still going to have to deal with Shanji and the robot.
But does Xiaolahu have a response, or are they just going to go for the Rakan on the bottom side? Where's it? Nomira, 2 directions here for FPX, and they go, no, we're just going to take Blitzcrank, which, to be fair, against the 3 picks so far, that's high value.
I absolutely agree. I mean, it has been the Milio answer. We saw even LGD take a game off of JDG, very bottom of the table versus very top of the table, take game 1 in their series versus them by just continually flashing in and hooking the Milio. Started at level 1 trying to blow that flash. We'll have to watch for that in this game. And I think it's also very important to remove that Wukong, which we've seen off the table now, though, from FPX, because that extra kind of AoE setup, which can allow the equalizer to tick just a little bit longer and still have that early presence, really affecting things too. Jungle Pool getting hit hard on both sides now, though.
Yeah, it really is. 3 out of 4 of the second-tier bans are just jungle. Remember, Ivan Maokai also taken away. We are going down the list. As Hackers game 1 on the Kha'Zix was exceptional. Definitely worthy of a ban from OMG. But what else? Viego? Like, we just keep going down to now A, B tier.
I think Sejuani has value because you have the melee top laner for Shanji. The Jax ban might also signal something like a Sejuani as well, because you could have looked to lock in the Sejuani on 4 here from FPX and then go towards the Jax on the 5th pick, knowing that OMG can't take the Jax away because they already had that Rumble. That would be a very different pick. They're hovering through a lot of our BT junglers who were saying that.
Oh, Vi.
This, though, of course, wait, yeah, I mean, Vi's been left up. Why don't you just take that one point and click? That now allows something like a last pick Ari coming in from Kara as well, unless Cream wants to take that away. Oh, no, of course, they already have the Annie, but the Ari now raises up in priority with and against that Vi either way. So maybe Cream goes towards it.
Still a good point, but you do have double AP solo liners, which for OMG, is that really going to be the direction? I mean, Nocturne would facilitate a bit more. But you were mentioning this before, this is one of the few left open that teams still see as, gets a priority.
Allows you to play around that melee synergy. OMG were one of the best Sejuani teams in the world. Are we going to get it? Oh, please, come on. This will be... Yes, we get it! Welcome to Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom. We have the double melee synergy between the solo laners of OMG and the Sejuani. OMG, I love this team. I love this composition. FPX, they have themselves a lot of pick potential. But if they ever get caught out of position, this is such large wombo engage.
Oh, it's huge, isn't it? While for FPX, their direction's different, isn't it? It feels like now we're just going to be saying the words front to back. Longer team fights here, Nymira, or pick potential. OMG, let's be real, though. Their comp looks hell of exciting, with those R buttons being huge once again.
I love this so much. So much kind of turnaround from fairly long range away can come out from OMG. You have the Kiana flashing in. We have seen Cream take a lot of these solo kills as well with that Kiana. Someone like that Annie never really gets tanky enough to deal with Kiana completely in a side lane. It's not going to be the LeBlanc, which has as much safety when you're playing in larger map states, but you do have a huge amount of ability to take out pretty much anyone that comes up against you. Shallow, who on the side, if he gets ahead, maybe he'll be an issue because he might be tanky enough to stop Kiana coming in from the side of a flank, but still, I think there's a lot of individual playmaking potential from OMG, which they'll revel in.
Let's see how we go in the lanes, though, because again, for Cream, for Shanji, eyes will be on them. Kiana, Rumble. What a combination to come through. I mean, OMG, they are just I'd say the most fun team to watch in terms of draft. They've got so many pocket picks. Cream always flashes them out. You know, we thought Care would be the one doing it this series. Hasn't really been. Instead, it's been about Cream. It's been more so about Shanji as of the last game as well. Let's see how the lanes go, Nymira, because last game, OMG ended up winning all three. Bot side was the focus to stabilize. They did that, and then mid and top tore the rest of FPX apart. In game number 3, OMG with the momentum from the last. And it's a shy away from what FPX showed us in game 1, which was, I think, one of their cleanest games of League of Legends so far in the split. But OMG have obviously woken up. And maybe that's not a good thing here for the Phoenix to run into the last of the series. Lao Gantier all the time. LGD are the TSM of China without fail.
They are currently sat, of course, quite near the bottom of that table. So not necessarily finding themselves the great amount of success, but their fans love them nonetheless. FPX, they need to blow as many flashes in this early game as possible. I think that gives them a lot of ability to use Hacker's Vi and Chocho's Blitzcrank to stop OMG getting to a point where they can find their first big ults of the game. On the other side, if the top side of the map goes towards OMG and they start taking off, that will be very dangerous. Chocho trading flash for flash, I think that's his goal here.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, decimating smash, the combo. Aki's just dead. It's 125, Nymira. Thank you so much for the free red or Raptors. Pick your choice.
Cream doesn't get to do that much at level 1. He does get a good trade onto Care. Very rarely does Kiana get that strong trade there. Hax is going to take an entire quadrant of the jungle. And because Shallow, who has himself to teleport, he can get back towards that top side. I'm not exactly sure what Shandy's doing on that top side. I think he'll probably be looking to deny a couple of minions. I don't think he can really threaten to crash into tower this early on, with also denying so many minions away from Shallow, who he'll probably teleport back up in time. But this is the game plan that FPX need to do. Chocho on this Blitzcrank, they want to put as much pressure towards this bot side as possible.
Shallow, just, stay. No problem. No worries whatsoever. 4-bad bot. Aki hovering out. Chocho needs a hook here onto Abel. That'd be everything, but waiting for the wave to crash. I mean, Shallow, who is going all in. FPX throwing balls to the wall as he's interrupted from the decimating smash. Not great for the time being as Hook connect. Chocho not taking it up. It's Shallow who, as Abel picks up the kill, but meanwhile Hacker's got good damage onto Aki. But this has not ended yet, has it? Abel now using range, but they're all dying. Oh, OMG! Still, it means that FPX pick up the kills, but it's 2 kills onto Abel. What a mess as PP God's left by his lonesome. Oh, it's just another hook angle, isn't it?
And no CS! He hasn't killed a minion before he's killed 2 champions! The dive is what FPX should be going towards. But at what cost now as well? Shanji is utterly off. Hacker has no flash. This is really dangerous.
Into his hands, ignites down. Shanji's gonna auto him! No way, solo kill on the jungler! OMG are also going to keep their top laner intact. It's a solo kill this early on. Man, I don't know what to make of it, Nymira.
Okay, who has the gold? Right, so you don't have CS onto Aphelios, 20 CS down, so that's where some of the gold falls back towards FPX's bot lane. Giving gold over towards Shanji in that kill onto the jungle, though, is a big problem afterwards. The way that this tower tanking ends up happening, because Aki cancels the silent Q to start things off, which stops Shallow who kind of cleanly starting off the dive, really changes things for FPX. It's not as clean as they would have liked it to happen, especially with that Ghost being able to give Abel enough mobility to get out alive after that point. While this happens, the hook barely misses. That's the other thing which I want to talk about, though. You have the carpets being rolled out later into the game are going to be absolutely nuclear. Cream has had a strong early laning phase. Sometimes Kiana can struggle against ranged characters at level 1 and level 2. The Care not able to stand up in that regard. And then Shanji gets the kill as well. OMG, even though they're even in gold, they have important gold in important places.
That's very true. And they also have themselves a 2-0 Aphelios on top of that point. That is 15 CS behind. But as you said, picked up the 2 kills before any CS at all. It means that Abel is down a little bit in experience. Level 4 on LWX, level 2 on Abel. As his next wave should push him closer to 3. He's just hit it, in fact. But still, the point stands that a recurve bow to kick things off is still a great start. Gold being even. Oh, for FPX to commit that much, maybe a disaster is lying in wait. Chocho now with his flash. He gets the Milio, but PP God and Kara's his way out of it. And Hacker can't come in. Aki here just in case. And there you go. A summoner taken for a hook as, no. Hacker's just used Q. Doesn't have flash, but wants to re-engage onto Aki. That's big. Chocho. The hook, I believe, a couple of seconds off as Care does get a stun over the wall, but FPX keep hard committing to this, but not finding exactly what they're after.
And now we're getting to the point where ultimates are going to start getting available. The gold towards the bot side of the map seems fairly good from the side of FPX. I think that, again, continually trying to punish the summonerless Aphelios and now the Milio as well. I think that's probably their game plan, but the next time they do that, there's the chance that Cream comes down into the play and absolutely mullers them for the attempt. Chocho hex flashing forward again and does land it.
E doesn't connect, though, after the fact from Chocho. Not sure about the mana situation there, as LWX has a lot of roots to pull in, but Gravitum gets a trade off. And in fact, it's actually OMG who do so much better in that situation. FPX just have to leave themselves.
That feels like the last window of time to really be dominant. They have themselves the CS advantage, but again, the 2 kills give at least a decent amount of gold back to Abel. The problem is the XP, right? It's 2 levels down. Minions losing out on them really does set you behind, so Aphelios is catching up in that one. Cream level 6, Shanji level 6, OMG, they have more than enough power to play around top side of the map, and of course the Sejuani double melee synergy. We've not really seen the most of that so far, because it's not really been about top side skirmishes. If it does become about top side skirmishes, FPX, I think they're going to be in for a lot of trouble.
I mean, look, still already, I think they're in a bit of trouble because this top side is huge, just on its own. Mid is doing fine as well, like, as Equalizer comes down, Xiaolao getting bullied out of lane, well, at least to a degree, as this Unsealed Spellbook Scion has Ignite to land on, but Shanji will just continue chilling in the laning phase, so... Nymeria, I don't know what we've witnessed in that early game. It's thrown me off completely. Like, I just don't know what to make of it.
Hang on, buddy. You've been in the LPL a lot longer than I have. How are you not prepared for this?
Because that was crazy. That was crazier than normal LPL stuff. That was like, oh, I couldn't even track it. We've seen level 1s. We've seen crazy 5v5s. But dives that go for a minute and Aphelios that gets a double kill without CS. I mean, now I've apparently seen it all.
So, funnily enough, the last time that OMG played Kiana, they also reached, I think it was a game 2 after a game 1 loss, and they came out with the Kiana. They were playing as Zera Yuumi at that point, and they got a level 1 quadra kill effectively onto the Yuumi. It was absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
It feels like when the Kiana's in the game and it gets towards game 2, game 3, things just go off the rails a little bit. It's one of the reasons why we love watching this region, and of course this team as well. But yes, that was outside of any reasonable expectations.
It's set up Shanji to have lots of solo time in lane. 20 CS is the lead. Looking elsewhere, as we already talked about, Cream in a great spot. Bot, I didn't see gold there, but I'm assuming Abel pretty much even, if not inching out a little bit ahead. As he now has Berserker Greaves on top of that recurve bow. So things still good here as FPX looking for options into lanes. You can see now Chocho starting to move Nymeria with mobility boots picked up. Trying to sync up with Hacker a bit and get some of these picks that they desperately need.
And I think what they need to keep doing is keep forcing these summoners away, but if LWX loses his hit, that's really awkward. Just the Ghost and the move speed from PP God forces out something away from LWX. And we saw this a little bit in, I think it would have been about game 2 when Abel was on the Aphelios himself. You saw if you move your support away from a losing kind of 2v1 or 1v1 AD carry matchup, you can get really punished. That does mean that LWX not nearly as safe as he was before.
Okay, though. Got his Hacker nearby. There's Hacker, sorry, I was going to say jungler, but still, the point remains. Can't find it engaged, though, as OMG's bot side moving up. Nymeria, it's all for this Herald. I mean, again, this play, everyone's putting their 2 cents down, but OMG are the ones who are damaging it first and pretty much shredding it.
No sign ult, that's important. No. Aki goes in.
Oh, and Cream. Oh, what do you call it, Nymeria? It doesn't really land, though, from Cream as still the carpet's down. FPX walked into a trap, and they can't walk out. Because they love Herald too much, baby. Oh, who sticks that? So I'm going to play that after this because it's just a win, isn't it? It's just an OMG win that moves them up to 2K.
Yeah, we're like half of the way there to Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom. That was like, that was the carpets of like mild dissatisfaction for FPX. It still hurt, but it wasn't quite the game-ending play. They still lose Herald. They didn't have the Scion ult to play that fight around, and it meant that again, just the fight became too broken up too quickly. FPX couldn't start it on their own terms. They couldn't make it a front to back. And that's going to be a big problem later on now, because you're going to have a Herald thrown into one of these turrets. I mean, I can understand it being thrown into mid lane. If you want to throw both Heralds into it, that's often the way it goes, or try and break down a full turret for one of these side lanes. But this is such a big issue. If you are getting involved in all of these big ultimate fights, you just don't win when everyone presses their R button if you're the side of FPX.
True.
Unless Kai gets a huge, huge tibbers, which wasn't the case here.
Oh, God. Look who got the kills again. Like, just, you were saying earlier in the game, gold in the right places. Look at the kills. Again, right places. One for Aphelios. April says thanks. And another over to Shanji, who's already doing so well. This is just OMG who've switched on in the series since game 2, have really just come up to the plate. You'd think it's a completely different team. If we didn't have cams, I'd be asking the refs to check who's behind the keyboard. Because game 1, OMG looked like they were asleep at the wheel.
It's like, oh,
game 2...
I'm not actually left-handed. Let me play with my right hands. And they've gone for the cross map now. They have themselves the Herald towards top side. They had the Crescendum for Abel. There's going to be 2 plates already on that top side. One of them, I believe, was taken by Shanji earlier. And this is the problem with cross-mapping against that Aphelios. Yes, Shanji is going to be zoned out a little bit, but he can have that ultimate on the next wave. He can save that if he wants to clear out that wave. Instead, he's going on a bit of a jaunt towards this bot side jungle.
Well, Herald giving gold away as this might even turn into a dive. Shallow, who has his flash, has ulti, but is he going to be able to use any of it? He ultis, but at no cost as Abel picks up yet another kill. LWX gets solo time with bot side turret, so there is at least something here for FPX, but more opportunity to open up the map to get more gold and, of course, get those carries in an even more comfortable position here in the first 15.
So Shallow, who clears out the wave under turret, but he doesn't have this ultimate to get back under turret where he needs to be on the map after that point. Hacker's trying to reclaim something in his jungle, and luckily Kare and Chocho are in mid lane to at least kind of buy him that red buff at least. But OMG absolutely turbo feeding Abel after this Herald play in the way that you can basically only do with Aphelios because of his ability to cut down turrets. In this early game with those chakrams. Maybe someone like a Tristana can do similar. And of course, they're very good at playing Tristana too. Wouldn't you have that in your back pocket? But OMG, they're walking back out onto the map now, and they are so comfortable with how this game 3 is going. Again, this team in best of 3s, it is so alien that they are so poor in game 1 compared to the rest of it. But this is why we call them a top 3 potential team. Top 4, top 3, call it what you want. They look really good.
And again, you know, I doubted it in game number 1. But again, I feel like I've casted OMG and said the same thing in other game 1s of theirs. But this is looking so much better as the 3K gold lead is blooming in front of the Dragon that's now up. And FPX looking for a pick beforehand is onto Shanji. Well, they might get his flash away in a front line. He lands, but flashes a little bit late. Stun up. Shanji so disrespectful not to flash the hook. And he's shut down because of it. So net positive for FPX to now pick up second Dragon.
Thought the movement speed was enough to get himself out of that hook's range. Not the case. So Chojo gets himself another hook in an important moment. That opens up a lot for FPX. It allows them to get a second Dragon potentially, but instead, maybe, because they still have Flash, looking towards bot side.
Look at this Lancer. There we go. Another one. Decimating Smash locked up as Glacial Prison doesn't connect here, but Abel, he's so fed against the Scion. It's a nightmare. They're meant to be having a free Dragon, but Abel is spinning to winning as FPX is still in the river, but have to fear Abel who has Flash available. Running in for the fight. It's so dangerous. Shallow who running in as well as Abel gets another one. The range is there with Calibrum. Abel. LWX is running away from the set man, Mr. Abel, as his Flash wasn't even burnt, but he picked up a kill in the fight. They get more after the Dragon. Oh my God, he is enabled this game. FPX run.
Care forced to walk away from his turret. I'm telling you, man, this guy has to rename to Kane because he is so adept at murdering. Shows us how to do that one. So many kills. They didn't manage to kill him at that level 1 dive. The gold given over to Abel, because of Arki's great play to kind of elongate the dive at the very first levels of the game, have allowed this Aphelios to pop off into the absolute stratosphere. Cream gets pretty much an entire turret in mid lane too. FPX, they've made too many mistakes at this point. OMG have the gold in the right places, the XP, the map pressure, and despite the fact that they have a couple of good picks, you don't get to do this for free all the time. This one's a good moment. Gets the Shanji Rumble off the board, who does so much damage as we know, but they can't replicate that, and Abel manages to thread the needle, pops the ghost, and runs them down.
Did I mention Abel in the bot side? Oh, man.
Did you? I don't know. Did we mention him yet?
I don't know. If we said Abel enough times here, I'll be honest, you know, that other kill makes 5, and I'm still worried after the fact is, look at Shanji in the backside. Again, right kills going to right people. Excuse me, it was Cream in the end. As look, they might get second dragon, but Nymera, when we come back to live, look at the goal. 4,000 in the lead for OMG. A dragon early was picked up by OMG, so it's not like soul stacking is there for FPX. As speaking of which, one of the picks here, Arki in vision, but they know, whatever. Pick the Sejuani. Hilk doesn't connect in the end, and look at the carpet. Oh my God! A supreme display of superiority from OMG. Guess what the man I spooked about is going to die? But FPX are blasted from this series in one fell swoop.
There are your carpets. That's the red carpet of doom for you. And FPX, they try to play it tricky, but they can only lock up the frontline target, who doesn't care about the damage he's taking. Aki gets himself the aftershock, plans things out perfectly. Don't think they had correct vision in that bush, but they spot them out all the same. Cream has enough lethality now to take down an inner turret after that point. And OMG, they just live up to their namesake, because it is what we're calling out in every team fight. They're just so good at piling onto the play.
7,000, second Herald. You wouldn't believe that it's pre-20 minutes with the way the game's going. 13 kills for this blue-sided squad. We're about to get a replay, ladies and gentlemen. Gear up, buckle in. This was everything you want out of this comp.
Put down that ward, and this is just absurd. 3-person equalizer and the Supreme Displayer's talent catching a 4th on the side as it wraps around the wall. I mean, what more do you want from this kind of composition? They've had so many clean wombo combos between Game 2 and Game 3. I love this team, man.
Yep. I mean, OMG, look, deserve the respect in Game 2 and 3 for the later half of this series. 7, 1, and 5 on Abel. You don't have the kills under Cream, but you've got the assist to show how much he's been involved. Shanji on Rumble again, not given respect as he was left with his pick that dominated FPX in game number 2. They didn't think it was a big deal, but I guess OMG said otherwise. As now, we're going to talk about FPX. I mean, I'm trying to look at how they come back into the game, Nymera. It feels like picks, but the problem is OMG do that better. Bye-bye, Chocho. PP God somehow picks up the kill on a champion that has barely any damage, but still, it's just another nice pick.
PP God being the glue which keeps the team together in this game. Sticks Chocho to the ground and gets the kill afterwards. And now even Hacker forced out of his own jungle. You're absolutely right. You're talking about how FPX, they have themselves a pick composition, lots of point-and-click CC with the Annie and the Vi and then blah, blah, blah. But when you lose vision control and you lose control of the game and your towers are down and you're losing gold, you don't get to do that as well as OMG's composition, especially with the amount of damage that comes in from just across the map. It doesn't matter if they're not global ultimates, but everything that can fly in from a full screen away sure feels like it.
Oh, it does indeed. OMG now using the pressure that they've got with Herald for the bot side inner as Hook lands, but it's onto a Sejuani. You know what that sets up? Turret to go down, Equalizer to fall through, Shalahu to get flashed in front of and die. There goes the turret alongside with it. If I didn't mention before, as Care's now teleported in, there's the ulti from Abel, but flying through the heavens is Hacker as a supreme display of talent follows through. Cream is putting on the moves. The Dairy finding suit. As Shanji again, in he goes. Care is just auto-attacked by Calibrum. And OMG putting on the moves. These carpet salesmen are incredible with their discounts at the moment.
Shanji's in the robot again, and FPX just don't know what to deal with it. Golden Fire rakes across the team of FPX. LWX just hasn't had enough self-peel available. He picks up the Zyra, it's not been enough to save him from all of the engage from OMG. Maybe if he'd had more gold early, maybe if that dive had worked out, but it didn't. Chocho's getting caught again. He's hitting the ground again.
He is indeed. Dragon was tried to be taken by Hacker, but Not when Cream's got his way back to say something about it. 10,000 gold. Hacker on no man's land. They're like, hang on. Dragon was started. Someone's nearby. Oh, dearie me. Well, Hacker's only got one way out. Over the wall here. Q going to be blocked. Cream in his face. It's going to be a little bit slower than you would expect. But Hacker's still dead to a solo kill. And OMG putting on the moves like a first date here in Game 3.
So much gold in pocket, so much ability to just pile on the damage. Shallow, who has managed to catch up a fair amount of gold, despite the fact that he was 0-5 before this play. It's just not enough. The flash in front of the ultimate stops him from being in place. And as soon as that front line is down, how do you stop someone like Care just getting completely blown up on the backside? Almost takes out Cream in return at that point, but LWX is the one that gets completely blown out. FPX, if they don't start this fight off well and they manage to maintain a front to back, it gets too broken, they get torn apart.
What can you do? Gold continues to grow. 20 minutes in, feels like FPX are back against corner, and that's because they are. Chocho's still the one who needs to be reliable, one of these hooks on the carries, but every time it's really been Arky who gets pulled in. Now with Baron as well. I mean, that's the other thing. OMG had the ability to start breaking down the base even further. With Baron, something that FPX have to walk towards.
I mean, it's a difficult question, right? Because it's like, where are you choosing to dig your grave? You're going to do it at your base when the Baron's been taken, or are you going to do it in the Baron pit in the hopes of a steal? I suppose that's slightly better. OMG, I suppose, when they're in the enemy jungle, have a lot of extra options as well. Fighting Kiana in something around that red buff pit, it's just terrifying. That ultimate covers so much of the battleground which you're choosing. FPX take this moment to try and push in mid-wave, but now Baron's been started. They're going to be forced into a very difficult series of choices.
Oh, Chocho there with a flash forward, gets PP goal, but look again. Down with the carpet, the supreme display of talent follows suit. And once more, the salesmanship is incredible. It will be a quick pick from FPX off the back end, but even though it's messy, look who's alive. Running forward, Abel's picked up the double. There's a triple on the horizon. Luckily, LWX gets out of there. But now just take the Baron. FPX can do no right.
How the heck does PP God live through that? He was the one that was hooked at the start of it. Cream's the one that dies after flashes are committed by FPX. Luckily this time LWX manages to get some damage off and put Cream into the dirt for the first time in this game. Kills the Kiana. But it's, again, it's where do you choose to dig your grave? They choose it at the Baron. They didn't have the vision control. They didn't have time to do that. They weren't allowed the time to have that vision control. Starts off with a hook. Chocho, on the whole, has had a good Blitzcrank game. But a 4-person equalizer with no CC to aid it, that is actually a really good ult. That's really hard to pull off.
Yep.
Doesn't manage to clean up the kills towards the end of it, but does enough damage to just make sure that the HP bars are not there for FPX to keep fighting.
As you said, somehow PP God survived. Hilarious after the fact with the 1-0-19 Milio, almost 100% KP, but you're getting towards that point for a lot of people like Abel, even like Arky as well. This game has been all OMG all the time, all together, with those ultis we talked about from the draft as well. It's surprising that Cream still only has 2 kills in a full lethality build. It's just hilarious. Again, he's been setting them up, and it feels like the rest of the members on OMG have been knocking him down.
So, Baron buff enabled, active on OMG. Where are they going to start swinging the punches? They have a lot of dive available to them. They can try and throw out that Rumble Equalizer again. That's exactly what they're doing.
Chocho not going to land a rocket grab on the back end either. Cream off on the wing. He's spotted on a ward though as FPX still being hurdled down. I mean, look at this. Aphelios running down the Scion. Almost dies to the ulti from Abel. Didn't even need the flash forward for that as that's coming off the cooldown. Meanwhile, Cream is hurtling through mid. Topside's being blown down. 23 minutes in, a second inhibitor will fall. Bot side minions are traveling in as well. Nymera, we know this is over. It's just about how quickly OMG are going to finish it.
There's FPX. What have they got left in the tank? I don't even think a miracle Blitzcrank hook can help you unless it's onto Abel, which just about misses. Now they're under their turret without their key weapon.
And they're trying to finish the fight right here. FPX's win streak, it's only 1, but they've hurdled it themselves out of the bottom of the table, excuse me, as into Abel. That's a good pick, a great rocket grab. But remember, other things are still available. It's Cream in once again. It is that Rumble who does die in the end and loses Magive. FPX actually winning the fight here. is looking for more. Chocho going to pull in the enemy jungle. FPX with numbers advantage won't care though, as that ulti from Cream, not the greatest. He'll find a kill in the back end though, as Hacker, Shallow are looking for the chase. Care as well. They'll hold on to their base. That pick from Chocho, that setup, it worked.
How does Abel get hit by the hook? You're meant to be deep inside your own team composition. Like, you should never have a clear angle to hook, but Chocho finds it. And again, sometimes scorelines really do a player dirty. 0-5 on the Blitzcrank. Chocho has still been really the one reason why FPX can look for these plays. It's just kind of sucks the player, this champion, when the team's behind. It's Hacker getting the ult first. Everyone has to clear out the way and knocked aside. It's the buy into the Blitzcrank. That's how they managed to get the hook onto Abel, even though he's inside his own team composition. FPX, they buy themselves a bit more life in this game.
Just a little bit. But how much further can they travel? That's the only question, right? Off a good Blitzcrank hook, small opportunity, but meaningful to keep the game going. We'll be talking about people like LWX and what he can achieve now, if anything comes through, as Abel, I believe, just picked up the Mountain Dragon. Yes. And that's why Observer decided to zone us in to OMG, picking up one more objective to make them harder to kill.
Asheen was on cast yesterday, and he's talked about this a little bit, where like he likes to characterize the observers of different leagues, and LPL will just zoom in on players for quite nonsensical reasons. They'll zoom in on cannons, they'll zoom in on anything. Might need to zoom in on Abel again.
But he used everything to get out. Look at the distance between everyone. The difference is that Hacker's gone too deep, but rest of OMG are still here as Shanti gets half HP, but the ulti again. They're still so far ahead. One opportunity does not beget another. And now with the final touches, Cream finally gets some kills on the board. Abel back on in. And this is a 26-minute win. It was a hold from FPX in this final game to keep it going a little bit longer, but it is still a quick one. It is still 27 kills at 26 minutes. And OMG moving up to 7 still shows us this team is getting ready for playoffs.
3-6 in game 1s, but you wouldn't know it from their series score. So dominant in games 2 and 3, and a rare opportunity for me to see one of my favorite team compositions, the Kiana Rumble, Kiana Jones, and the Carpets of Doom, doomed FPX in that game 3. I don't even think FPX looked weak today. I think they had some good plays. Game 1 was a good answer to what OMG had put onto the map in terms of their LeBlanc trying to split push. They forced fights well in that game 1. They just couldn't replicate that in game 2 and 3 when OMG really turned up to play.
I mean, OMG, you know, is a completely different team. That's what shocks me the most, that this series hinged so much on that game 2 and 3. Lucky we're not a best of 1 region, because FPX would have been walking over the victors. And it gives me a little bit of hope that OMG, you know, when we do get to playoffs, which we assume this team's going to be a part of course, and it feels pretty impossible with how their schedule is as well, that this team, you know, will be greater in these longer series. They've got such great drafting capabilities, Nomira. And when they warm up in a best of 3, we go, oh, wow, 2 and 3 were amazing. When they warm up in a best of 5, might say the same thing. 2, 3, and 4 looked really good. And OMG might be a lengthier series of a team.
And, you know, looking back to spring, and then also seeing who their next couple of series against, we're going to see OMG top esports soon. That is going to be so cool, because in the best of 3 in regular season, OMG beat top esports in one of the best series we had, with crazy Baron steals, game 3 turnarounds, and then they beat them in playoffs as well, and they beat them there. So now we have the chance for them to extend their winning streak over one of the most successful and dominant orgs in the LPL of top esports, again to a series of three win streak there, and then potentially set themselves again as a clear-cut 3rd, 4th place team ahead of the rest of the pack, which is trying to reach towards the upper end of playoffs.
I mean, with what they've got left, I think we can kind of diagnose where this team should specifically sit, right? A win against FPX, it was hard today, but it was in OMG style at the very least. They've beaten WE. They lost to JDG. They lost to BLG. We know they're not in the top 2. That's obvious as well. They beat Weibo, which is quite an instinctive win. LNG comes up next. Top esports, as you're saying, you know, that's coming up soon as well. I feel like apart from that, maybe EDG, even though they've been a bit back and forth.
Yeah.
That's, a we'll see moment. But as you said, everything else is very winnable. And that will put OMG in the top 4. If they can beat those 2 teams, then OMG are, 3 teams with top esports included, OMG are a top 4 team. And that's kind of crazy to say at season end.
Absolutely, especially given the expectations, given the start of the season as well, and how the LPL's kind of shaken up. We looked at this region and we said, okay, we're going to have ourselves a couple of super teams coming into it. JDG, top esports, EDG looked really good from the start of spring as well. They surprised us. OMG, for me, though, they've been the surprise of the year from the LPL. And coming into Game 3 here, a lot of it has been through... You look at these picks here, and this is a very quintessential OMG draft. Able, being able to play aggressively with an Enchanter from PP God. Yes, PP God's gone towards his engagers as well, but allowing Able to play Hell for Leather and just run forwards has been so important. And then the top side melee picks, which OMG have had, have defined their team this season.
Really has. And again, those ult combinations, I think what we need to realize is that Nomura, Game 2 and 3 had beautiful combos lined up with each other. Like, you know, we saw the Rumble again. No respect on it for Game 3. Shanji got it 2 games in a row, but how OMG play their fight, how OMG play their all-in, it's kind of what feels like is defining them in some regard. Yes, they can play early lanes, but we know that this team fighting comp, these early skirmishes, what gave them a lot of success is they just kind of brute force their opponents and wins 9 out of 10 times.
In spring, I would have said if you're going to pick a champion for each of OMG's members, it would have been the Rumble, and it probably would have been Maokai and then Yone, actually, for spring, which is very similar. Engage from full screen away, throw your ultimates onto one person, get an important pick, and they've really perfected that style. OMG, you kind of know they're going to go towards that archetype one way or another, but that's not as easy as saying we have a counter available to. We saw that FPX could manage that in Game 1 just about, but they couldn't do that later into the series. And again, FPX, I don't think they played poorly this series. I think that OMG were just a cut above them.
They were. And again, like, FPX is still a good sign. The ability to take that Game 1 off and the signs of life throughout, because this is a team that I was kind of expecting to be bottom again. They've had some pretty hard matchups, but hey, they've still taken games off the likes of LNG. They've beaten the IGs, the LGDs. AL was a little bit upsetting, but still, the Weibo win is what I focused on because of how important it was to them. FPX, we'll leave it there. They've got to get a couple of big wins for them to make playoffs. It's looking hard after today, but on the other side, OMG is looking hella easy with Shanji lined up for our interview over in Shanghai.
Thank you so much, guys. And now we have Shanji from OMG with us. Congratulations on today's win. And now OMG is on a 6th winning streak. And even for today's game, after the loss of Game 1, you guys were able to bounce back so fast. And after that, you guys were able to show us a very solid game contents in both Game 2 and 3. So how would you like to evaluate the team's performance, the team's momentum at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们今天获得比赛的胜利，来赢下今天比赛之后，队伍也来到了6连胜，而且即使像今天的比赛第一局失利之后，你们也能很快迅速的调整，2、3局很漂亮的赢下。你怎么评价队伍最近的一个表现和状态呢？
就最近发挥的挺好的，然后就可能第一把会出现问题，但我们会及时调整的挺快的。
Definitely, I feel like as a whole team, we were able to perform quite good recently. And also, like for today's game, even after the loss of Game 1, even we made some mistakes in Game 1, we are able to make a very quick feedback to help us to just bounce back, to have a good performance in the following matches. And definitely, I totally agree with that. And for today's best of 3, we must talk a little bit more about your Rumble. We feel like your Rumble is always, if you pick this champion, you can always super carry the whole team. And also, your Rumble made the solo kills in Game 2, and also in all the games you were able to make the hard engage to help the team to deal a huge amount of damage. So what makes your Rumble so different, so strong regardless of the meta change? 那说到今天的 BO3， 就不得不提到我们山鸡哥的兰博了嘛。感觉你的兰博好像选下就一定能够 carry 比赛，而且你今天在第2局展现出了线上的单杀，包括说每一次都能够成功的开团，然后也打出了非常高额的伤害。你觉得你的兰博为什么可以无视版本一直都这么的强呢？这么与众不同？
因为这英雄上午玩的好的，然后这版本就兰博刚改版，可能他们想试试就我先把兰博玩的好不好。然后我想说的是，我先把兰博我很强。
Yeah, I must say Rumble is one of my comfortable picks, one of my confident picks, definitely. And also Rumble got some changes and rework. Maybe we would like to just give him a try. And also after that, I must say my Rumble, the new Rumble, is still very strong, and I can really play him so well in this meta as well. Definitely, we totally agree with that. And also, let's talk a bit more about Game 3. In Game 3, the opponent's team FPX, they were able to have very successful level 1 invasion. And after that level 1, together with Blitzcrank, we feels like the opponent's jungle, he would like to just have some early game tempo to open the situation, to start a snowball. But then after you guys were able to stop them from doing that, so what's the early game strategy from OMG after that level 1 fight? 那其实也想问一下关于第3局的内容。其实第3局对面是有比较成功的一个1级的入侵的，然后在1级打完之后，也能感觉得到对面的一个打野是试图的想要去上下做事，但是呢，反而都能被你们给反制到，让你们拿到更多的优势。所以说，可能在1级团之后，你们前期的一些处理和应对是怎么样的呢？
就1团我们想过会进，然后打野死的话，当时就觉得不关键，然后他们说吃完那个石头人就很好守，然后当时那个位就。在下路死掉了，我想着他肯定会来上半区杀 buff， 然后我过去就碰运气，刚好逮到他了。
Yeah, although we didn't, to be honest, before the game, we have already predicted that the opponent's team, they may have some plans in the level 1, they may have the level 1 invasion, and also even the opponent's team were able to cut our jungle, but we feel it's okay, we can still play the game, and after the opponent's Vey got killed in the bot lane, we feel like maybe he would like to just get the buff around the top, around the upper half of the map, then I would like to give him a try, and after that, we're able to got him, and after that, it's just a smooth game for us. And my very last question is, after today's game, OMG has reached the milestone of playing 900 games on LPL, and now you guys represent OMG, you guys surprised us a lot, left us lots of highlights on the stage of LPL. What's your expectation? What's your goal for the following matches? 那其实，在今天比赛之后 ，OMG 也是迎来了 LPL 的900登场嘛。然后现在你们也是代表了 OMG， 你们也是有很多惊艳我们的操作和画面。所以说，对于接下来的比赛，对于接下来的旅程，你有什么样自己的期待和目标吗？
就今天拿到OMG 的900胜，然后希望就我们这支3.0能创造OMG 的就刷新队史吧。
Yeah, after today's game, OMG reached the milestone of playing 900 games on LPL. We feels like I hope that as the OMG 3 version, the new version of OMG, we are able to refresh the team's history. We were able to have a better result, and definitely we are all looking forward to that. And congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，后面继续加油。And back to our casters.
Thank you to Wendy, thank you to Shanji. Honestly, we're not too surprised with OMG having 900 games. Like, it's kind of insane. That's how long they've been in the LPL. But more importantly, that Shanji agrees is the new generation of OMG. This is a new team that we're pretty excited to experience the run of, honestly, after so long.
OMG are a team with, crazy amounts of history. You think back to Season 3, Season 4, the days of Cool and the likes of that. They have long since moved beyond that into a new class, and they are really of a high class. And being able to go onto this Aphelios again, run forward aggressively, he knows the limits of this champion so well when he's in an advantage.
He really does. 12-2-8, MVP for this game. Abel had the time of his life, and I'm sad they're not showing the level 1 Nightmare, because it was the 2 kills he started off with. And 0 CS, as you mentioned, that got him into a good spot in the game.
2 kills, 0 CS. That's the 80 carry life, baby. Trying to get dove by a Scion very early on. Shallow, who sadly for himself, just not quite able to... Man, that word it's in my head, man. In my head. Abel is in my head, and he's in this game as well so heavily.
Yeah.
He did so much damage. He was set up for a lot of success. I think that this game could have fallen apart very quickly because of that bot side dive. It didn't end up going towards that way, and then the Aphelios just completely popped heads.
True. I mean, again, honorable mentions to all the supporting staff around him. PP God, of course, on the Emilio, but I think more importantly, Shanji, Cream, hell, just mention Aki while we're at it. Solo lanes today, had a lot of fun, and seeing Cremata, I was gonna say, like, what is the best combination of name right now for Kiana? Cremata. It's his champion. Point being, bloody beautiful game again on one of his unique picks. Close enough.
Close enough. I mean, the thing with Cream is that he has so many kind of quote-unquote unique picks now at this point where you look towards a champion and go, oh, that's a Cream champion. Because when it comes to the melee, particularly the AP Assassins, you think of Silas and Akali being big names for him as well. Yeah, again, he puts his name to them. We have a lot of great Akali players and Silas players, though, in the LPL, so it's kind of hard for him to say, oh, that's just the Cream champion.
Yeah.
But Keanu, though, he's really starting to claim as his own.
I mean, again, so many pocket picks, so many big picks, but ultimately, guys, with OMG finding a 2-1, we're done with Shanghai. Now, normally we'd go to a break, but forget breaks. We're not here for breaks. We're here to get into the next series straight away. You might be waiting for LNG versus WE. Of course, there is a delay because it's being played in WE's home arena in Xi'an. However, because this series went a little bit longer, we are going to catch up. It started about half an hour ago. English broadcast will be doing back-to-back games. So game 1, let it begin. Let's find out what Draft is doing here. I'd be super pogged to find that out because ultimately, LNG versus WE Nymera is such an important series to the standings.
Yes.
And it is like another battle of that 4th, 5th, 6th, ultimately, as WE and LNG are both having good splits and bad.
And LNG, we have a bit more information on because they've had a few more games played. WE, they took a break from LPL games to go play Road to Asian Games qualifiers. So they played the Chinese qualifying games. They were undefeated before they did that. They come back and they still look fairly strong. They had some incredible games from Hope as well in that AD carry role. This team has an awful lot of potential. We just don't know where they stand amongst the top teams.
This will give us an understanding, though. This will tell us a little bit more, as you mentioned, WE without many games played. As we get in the game, and it's in WE's home arena. This is a 600-person arena. The fact that there's LNG fans there is amazing. As we have a Tristana mid from Scout. We've got Gala on his Ziggs.
Yeah.
Hello, Gala.
And we have the Heimerdinger. So we have some very unorthodox bot lanes. We've got the Comet coming out of the Varus, which means that it's going to be a poke Varus. We haven't seen Ziggs bot lanes in a little while. The logic, as ever, is that you have a hard CC support. That CC chain is long enough for your big ult to land. When you have a Leona, Rakan, those are the two champions which you normally see. There's sometimes a Nautilus as well, where you just try and lock down people long enough for them to get absolutely obliterated from orbit. And when you have long-range backlines like the Poke Varus and the Azir, that will have value. And then, of course, that's evened out by having a traditional AD carry in that mid lane of the Tristana, which we thought would be picked to load in our second series of the day, the one we just finished. But, of course, it was banned then. It gets through in this draft.
Consistently, right? I mean, again, it's something that we talked about. Maybe we should have talked about being a priority in the LPL in general, as it has started to come out more and more and more. Interested to see Shanks on Azir, because remember, Azir buffs come through in 13-12 at Nymera. I mean, Shanks has been a big Azir player for the longest time. I feel like if this champion's a meta, Shanks will try and play it.
And he's also just been a big performer for WE this entire year. Even when WE didn't really find the results that they wanted in spring, Shanks looked really good on stuff like Cassiopeia on his control mages, and as you said, the Azir, huge champion pick for him. Scout on the other side, maybe even our best Tristana player in the LPL from spring. He picked up MVP of the entire spring split, and a lot of it was through early lane dominance on this pick in the mid lane.
Well, I mean, only the other day, Scout solo killing, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Forge, a couple of times on the Jace. He was absolutely battering him, so seeing something like the Tristana is going to be exciting here from Scout. Has gone TP, but again, don't let that dissuade you too much, as already leading with a bit of a lead towards the mid lane. Junglers on opposite sides of each other, letting the lanes play out for the time being. And Nymera, what we do have to mention about the lanes is that, outside of the proxying top and a bit of a CS lead from Zika, bot side in the 2v2, I mean, Hope and Iwanti have just played for full range in lane, full lane dominance, with how impressive that the early game damage from Varus and Heimerdinger is.
You are now on the side of LNG, looking at that lane and going, nope, not fighting that one. Wait until level 6, see if you can get a combo out there without falling too far behind before you reach that point. Again, we talked about the Ziggs and the Leona. The CC combo is what makes that combo really, really strong. It allows the Ziggs to land all of his damage. He's no longer a skill shot champion. He's point and click at that point. But you don't get to play the game very easily before that point. So that means that Hang gets to walk towards this bot side river, knowing that his bot lane will be first to kind of push the enemy under tower, but Hang, oh my god, we have Hang and Hang. That's going to be, good luck with that on team fights. But he gets to see the Wukong going towards that bot scuttle.
So for anyone out there, I'm going to share my limited Pinyin knowledge. ENG is Hung, ANG is Hung. So it's versus So it's the smallest difference. But you're right, it's because I am this Australian yobbo, it's going to sound pretty similar. Hung. There we go. We're going to try that. Good little training from Scout. Continues to bully Shanks down a little bit.
Yeah.
Where
so
is
for anyone
Hung
else
right
interested in the Leona and the Wukong, no, we'll try our best. We always do on this one. But yeah, we have Zika on the top side. We saw that proxying earlier. The Jax has been a pick which has also been something that he's fallen back to a lot. You talked about the Gala going back towards Ziggs, the champion is picked up very occasionally. Zika very commonly goes back towards this Jax.
I mean, again, Zik has been a pretty hot topic. LNG paid a lot for him in spring. One of the biggest transfers, one of the biggest changes. Remember, IG's top lane at last year. LNG put a lot of faith in him. Scout's getting ultimately low. Tarzan's going to invade as well. Might affect how much Scout can do. As Hung versus Tarzan, just over the Raptors. Shanks over the wall just in case. And Tarzan just going to steal away those camps. But yeah, Nymera, I have to mention, like, Zika was one of the biggest transfers for a player that a lot of people just won't know.
And Zika has been a little bit of a sticking point for the way I view LNG as well, because when it came to later on into playoffs, LNG got dumpstered by, well, OMG, the team that we just saw in Game 2, because Shanji wrecked Zika. And when LNG went against top teams like your JDGs of the world as well, felt like Zika wasn't really in terms of the top lane. Oh, wow, Cubes is going straight in.
Oh my god, I mean, Zika is so deep. It's an inner turret at 5.5 minutes. He'll get out there, but he has to burn his flash to do so. Looking to go back in on Cube. That's so dangerous. Look, he's baiting him in. He's trying to lure him in. The flag goes up as well, as Cube will just absorb the rest of the minion wave.
Just about gets the cannon, importantly so, but again, some pain points. Zika has occasionally fallen down to our top-tier top laners in the LPL. I think Cube, I don't think you can class him as a top-tier top laner in the LPL. I think he was fairly underrated from Spring. It's also his first split away from Rare Atom, since Rare Atom have been a team in the LPL, so he's found himself some new ground and been a real point of kind of pride, I suppose, for WE. He's been a good top laner for them and one of the reasons why they found their success, but Zika on the other side gonna have to really show himself up in this game.
Scout to take a turret shot. Ulti is burnt. Scout holds on to his own, but Shank's doing some real good damage against this Tristana. Scout just going to be going away, trying to get towards this dragon, but note that Shanks without the ulti might affect how this dragon looks for WE.
I don't know why they're zooming. I don't know why they're zooming in on the honey fruit down there.
Lovely.
Feeling quite arboreal today, or whatever the word for plants is. Floral, that's the one. Arboreal's trees.
Arboreal. What is arboreal?
It's a kind of tree. Arboreal trees.
Arboreal. Hot damn, dude.
Yeah, well, there are arboreal forests. They're really good for like carbon sinks and creating oxygen and stuff.
How many words do you store? I mean, honestly, the craziest word. I can't even think of a word. Actually, I shouldn't set myself up for this.
Okay, you know what? Next time you cast a Vladimir, try and throw the word exsanguinate in them. Is to remove blood from something.
Exsanguinate. Oh, hell yeah.
That's great. It's so metal. I love that so much. That one of my favorite word. I really like vitrify, which is to turn something to glass. So maybe when we have sand soldiers getting absolutely blasted in this game, I'm just throwing that out there. Might work for you. You can throw that.
Okay.
And you're gonna have to trust me that I'm not making this word up.
I do trust you. I don't trust myself to remember it, though. As Dragon goes down, it's a very different story. Hung's up towards his top side. It's 20 seconds towards Herald. I just want to see how WE approach this one, because LNG are going to get a reset off here. But Scout with his priority towards mid. This might make it hard for the Wukong to get too much done, as Zeke is also converging. I mean, this is a bit of solo lane priority.
Hung's not been spotted. He's still in the pit, right? Yeah, he is. So he's going to get spotted out finally. Zika forces out that clone. Important stuff to know, ultimate's coming online. LNG, they've managed to survive through the bot lane laning phase. Yes, they've lost a plate down there, but they've traded one back. And now suddenly you have Ziggs able to throw in that Mega Inferno bomb on top of something like Tarzan's ultimate, which has been unlocked. Hung on the other side needs to get himself a bit more XP to get himself into that combo. WE, he might be able to combo into turret here if an ult lands from Hope, but Gala pays respect, walks back.
I mean, he's got so much range as well. That's the power of Ziggs. You just walk about 1 kilometer back. You're still able to clear waves and essentially threaten anyone from diving you in the end anyway. CS lead actually evened up. Or rather, should I say, it's been maintained as Iwandi. Oh, he's getting nuked! Dude, Gala in a 1v2. Hope was just walking away, and Iwandi almost dies with his heal having to burn.
I mean, if he had tower aggro a little longer, Iwandi would have gone down. Another tower shot would have sealed the deal. Gala doing really well to get the most out of this. Hope throws out an ult on the other side just to remove some HP from the Leona. I don't know if that's the most valuable thing he could do.
Oh, speaking of value, though, this could be good for WE. Hung thinking about going in, but Zika just leap strike out of there. So Cube unable to find that follow-up that was needed. As now that the jungler's topside, not spotted out, but topside means that bot is safe for the time being for Gala. But man, this early game, I mean, let's be real, Nymera. Coming into LNG, they're not an explosive early game team. But so far, this is more action than I think I've seen out of a lot of their early games so far in the split.
This split for sure. In spring, they were so good around playing around Tristana, allowing Tarzan and Hung out onto the map. So potentially they can play around that jungle support combo again. They've struggled with it in summer, but it's something they did better earlier. Cube's now in trouble.
Zenith Blade connects, and Cube, as you said, he does have flash available, but he also has the all out, but he doesn't get to use a thing. First blood over to Zika on this, Jax. That's big.
That really helps the matchup. We saw how close it got a little earlier. Cube almost punished Zika when he pushed up. Now Gala teleports towards the top side because remember, Ziggs is in a game and there's a Herald and a Tristana. Your Herald pushes are absolutely nuts with this combo from LNG. This tower is going to get absolutely blasted before the Herald even goes down. They don't need it. They'll just satchel the tower.
Oh my god, it's so close as well, isn't it? Wait for
There you
it.
go.
Oh,
That's it. It's
dear
just gone.
Lord. Well, in a turret, that's on the menu next, isn't it? Let's go.
What they can do is they can just hold this Herald over the heads of W and say, next time you make a play, if you lose track of Ziggs or Tristana, that's a full tower gone. That's another 5 plates into our pockets. Scout's getting pushed under turret just for now, but if he finds a window to walk up and put a bomb onto the tower, that is so much damage. LNG getting a lot out of this trade. They're getting a slight gold lead. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but the threat of the Herald being used is something that Team WE really need to pay attention to.
Well, LNG from that play, though, let's be real. It's a 1k gold lead with the help of Ziggs. A 1k gold lead that also opens up the top side. Nomura, we just saw Zika get first blood. He was also able to pick up Divine Sundra from it as well. So another big item, or rather should I say the first item, picked up now for LNG's top carry. And we've got a minute 15 towards the Dragon. LNG already picked up the first one. Early game is looking good, and we did get a chance to talk about the comp conditions here and how it works holistically, but we just know Jackson, a side lane, will take over, and LNG have infinite wave clear, so if this game just lulls out like this, it feels pretty nice with this team.
I mean, Cassante could at least clear waves versus Jax and be okay in the 1v1. You're not pushing the lane versus the Jax. You don't get to control the wave, and that means that LNG will have some map pressure and some vision to play around. Herald is going in towards mid. Let's see if Scout can get... I don't think he can get a bomb on turret. Shanks has ult. Hung's nearby. Well, I don't think they're going to get the full Herald value, but at least it's something, and it means that second Herald might be able to threaten the mid tower fully.
Let's just see at the very least. You might be right here as Gala tries to walk up. Satchel charge used aggressively instead. They still got a couple of plates out of it, and that still means gold, and it still means setup as Nuke flies in. 20 seconds till Dragon, though, Nomura. That's the setup I'm talking about. LNG will be here and ready.
Shanks is chunked out, doesn't have teleport. He won't be able to teleport into a... Dragon fight, if it came to it. That's up in 10 seconds. LNG really controlling the early objectives and the early waves. They have full control of the side lane towards top as well. Zika has, of course, the ability to unleash teleport alongside Cube, but he has the wave push. So advantage LNG across the map.
It's what we know about LNG. It's not an explosive early game always. It's just calm and steady, finding advantages where you can, punishing mistakes. They're not like an old top esports or like a JDG, right? They don't just pull out skirmishes out of the bottom. They essentially just find leads nice and steady as the Dragon's there for the taking, so why not? They take it. They lead by 2. They've got an Infernal as well. Infernal for a Ziggs Tristana. That's nice.
That's nuts. That's really nuts. And LNG, like, they have been so good once they find that opening of leveraging it. Yeah, it doesn't always end up being the huge skirmishes. We saw a little bit of that when we saw like Tarzan Scout playing, stuff like Lee Sin, Annie, Elise, Jace, stuff like that. But they've moved away from that style. It's much less about that kind of early crazy explosion. But when they are in a lead, they've worked very hard on making their mid games more lethal. They need to see if they can close out this one. Again, WE, it's not like they don't have damage of their own right. Hope is starting to get towards the point where he can add a huge amount of poke into the fray as well. And there's nothing like a cleanse on the other side for LNG. A good Varus ult lands, maybe that opens up a play for WE.
We've got Yomu's Crown, Divine Sundra. We've got Iron Fists up in the top side for Cube. Items are there. Herald is going to be there in 25.
So for a second I thought you just said the Cube, but I thought you were talking about it as an item. Like, what the hell is the Cube?
Oh, hell yeah. Wasn't there a cube in okay, thank you, Ziggs. Wasn't there a cube in Dominion or something at some point? What was that 7k item that just did everything? Maybe it was in Twisted Tree Line.
No, that was Nexus Blitz, and that was the stat stick of power, right? Because that was because it used the old brutalizer icon. Which, for those of you that don't remember, it's like if you had Dirk in season 1 to 3, that was what brutalizer did. Except it gave you every stat you wanted.
Didn't it
so
go
when
into
it got
Black
removed,
Cleaver?
a load of it went into Black Cleaver and Yomu's because it's what effectively Dirk became later. It was like the flat armor penetration item. It's before lethality was the thing. And it was super broken back then, so a load of AD Assassin mains, who of course were really strong back in the early seasons of League, were like, yo, what do we do? Now this item's gone. So they brought it back for Nexus Blitz in spirit, if not in actuality. Came back for like 7,777 gold. Oh no, was it like 7,337 gold? It was a lot of gold either way.
No, I think you're right. It was it was a repetition.
It was
of
a lot of
numbers
gold.
regardless. Yeah, but like again, side note. Speaking of modes, I mean, how excited are we for this new one? What is it? What is it called? Isn't it a 2v2 game mode?
Oh, Soul Fighter. It's 2v2v2v2, so it's 4 teams of
hell
2.
yeah.
And I think it, you know the mini games in Nexus Blitz where you had like either like playing off against everyone or whatever. I think it's like that. I haven't watched all of the trailer just yet. I kind of caught like some snippets of it. I haven't had time, but I'm really looking forward to that. It reminds me a little bit of Battle Right if you ever played that as well, because you get to actually augment your champion's abilities by kind of like TFT, I suppose, in that way. Like you can fundamentally change the way your champion works. So, for instance, in the trailer they showed Fiora with her old ultimate Blade Waltz, which I don't know what this means for the rest of the champions on the roster, but I'm really looking forward to it. Like I want to cast that. I want to see how that works in a pro setting. That'd be so cool.
True. I mean, let's have ranked. We've been waiting for ranked in ARAM for 10 years. Let's get another competitive game mode. That's the thing as well. Is like no one plays flex. Let's be real. I mean, you know, my team.
We play Clash at best.
Dude, it's Clash, but even then, people don't play Clash. They play solo queue or they do scrims. You know, like my team will attest to the fact that no one plays flex queue. It is a weird misranked system where people who are
on
like
your first 2-0, by the way, the other day.
Oh hell yeah, they did.
Making some progress.
Yeah. If people aren't watching the LCO, my boys Vertex 2-0.
So earlier in the day, I got my LGL shout out. That's like my little mini region home away from home. You've had your LCL home, like actual home shout out. You know, we're like making sure we're making things international before we delve back into what's on screen.
Man, it's just important to know that they won. I mean, they did so well. They did so well. Oh God, being like a proud father. It's kind of crazy
to talk
because
about his CBL all days as well. You know, we've got a lot of ground covered between us here.
He did. He definitely did. It's kind of crazy because watching two regions, like being heavily involved with LCO and then seeing LPL, like LPL's priority for first picks, for example, is just so different. Now LCO, as I need to pause because Hung is caught out. Tarzan's here. Arctic Salt interrupts, but he's on a blast cone, so he's okay for the time being. It's because Dragon's up in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I was going to say, priority in different picks. Like, we love jungle priority. And we look at, you know, like banning Maokai as a priority, but we're willing to give Wukong, Sejuani. LCO's just like, yeah, we're going to handshake. We didn't see Maokai as a priority. We're willing to give things like Nico, maybe. Longer story is we're still lulling about a bit, but 10 seconds. LNG feeling confident to contest?
I think they should be. Again, they haven't really had a chance to throw out their ultimates in a combo just yet. Gala has his ult off cooldown now. He's going to shove in mid lane. And the great thing about Ziggs is that he doesn't really need to add in... That's a teleport. Cube, you okay there?
Ooh, Cube is just going to get chunked. But he's Cassante. I mean, you could teleport to Mount Doom and you probably make it out alive. As Tarzan looking for the contest. Ulti great on the Hope, forces the cleanse. Still not there, though, as LNG now looking for the fight afterwards. AoE is going to be huge, though, as Gull's already thrown out the ulti, but it's just up to Scout here as Hung re-engages onto Hung. And the battle ensues with the names. As Zika thinks about the counter-strike, but doesn't pull the trigger. LNG losing the Dragon, not getting much off the back end. WE just kite away.
WE hold their ground, they get the Dragon, and despite the fact that they've been kind of playing to the beat of LNG's drum for this early game, they walk away with a slight victory from that fight. They lose the cleanse on Hope. That's going to be a bit annoying. They're going to lose mid and the turret too as well. That adds an extra factor to the equation.
Cube dead. Woo-hoo! He's okay. He's healed away. And Gala just presses W once again. So, LNG still with a gold lead, but WE, it hasn't expanded too much.
No, and that's going to be a little bit of an issue for LNG, because I think one of the most famous Ziggs bot lane teams of all time was the 2018 KT roster. outfit. They played it a lot with Deft on that roster. And one thing that we saw about that team back then, even one of the better teams playing it, they were great at taking down your outer turrets. But when it came to your inner turrets, or even just beyond that, you kind of stalled out. And that's where your gold income starts to stall out as well. Unless you're continually denying jungle camps as well, taking vision and threatening stuff like dragons, ending the game, you fall into a point where you get stalled out. And I'm worried now for LNG, because you've taken your outer turrets, you're not that far ahead in gold, you haven't got yourself to early soul point. How much longer can you rely on this gold lead and increasing it?
And how scared are you going to be as the game goes on with things like Virus? You talk about Poke. You know, they are getting their items. They're getting to a point where they are relevant in shredding people like Scout and Gala. And the range won't matter as much. As WE getting some turrets of their own. Top side now opened up. Bot side, remember, was open a little bit before. It's just that mid turret left standing as WE gets some standing gold back into their pockets. And with a 1-0 20-minute game, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you. If you haven't been here before, this is LNG. LNG play like the slowest LCK team that we've seen. It happens every series pretty much.
Especially with, well, Tarzan trying to speed things up a little bit. The thing with LNG is you can tell how fast they play a game by how well they understand the game. In Spring, they understood the game a lot more than they do in Summer right now. In Spring, they were aiming for top 2. They were a solid top 3 before playoffs kind of hit. They fell apart, sadly, and Tarzan really fell off. LNG in Summer, they just haven't felt like they've understood the meta in the same way. When Scout was MVP, when they had such a good read on how they could play out their early game, Scout, speaking of it, in a bit of a difficult spot now.
He ultied that. I mean, Scout's ulti now down. He's got Flash. When's rocket jump there? Cube is just timing it out. The all-out there. Flash finally through. Teleport also going to be burned by Gala to come down bot side. Nothing's up. Gala, that TP starts the Baron.
And WE, they seem so calm and collected right now. Cube buys them a chance to Baron. The ult lands.
Chains of Corruption. There's the follow-up. The Photon Grenade hung at half HP, but no follow-through damage. Baron stopped for the time being. LNG for that TP. I mean, it could have been so much worse.
And this is so many of the worries starting to culminate. Gala can't cancel any recalls with that ultimate. Now he doesn't have an ultimate for potentially for Hung to get involved in the play. So going back to that point, because I think it's relevant again, LNG feels like Cube takes out blue buff as well. LNG, they are one of the best teams at playing through clean games and finding advantages where they are to be found when they understand how the composition works and how they are playing their composition. I don't think they understand their compositions as well as they did in Spring when they were playing around Scout's Jace and even this Tristana and Tarzan having a winning jungle matchup or at least winning lanes to play off of. They could find early game advantages there, and they're really struggling to do that now in Summer. They're just not the same threat of a team. And WE, we're starting to understand now why they are starting to put their name in there for one of our top teams in the LPL and holding some of the other top teams to account.
I mean, WE have been so much fun to watch as well. Like, Hope has had a split and a half. A Solarflare comes through. Speaking of, he's just going to be burnt down a bit. But I think this 80 carry, this bot lane duo, been one of the most exciting parts of WE for me. Shanks had some bangers too. Cube has been a great addition. Like, we're excited for the new WE. And against LNG, if they can find a series win here today, even if it's a game, it would be a start. But a series would indicate, as we were just talking about, that WE are a top tier team. That top 4, top 5 position. Definitely still up for grabs as we're getting an action replay of Solarflare out from Hung on towards Hope. And Solarflare down for a little bit as Dragon now spawns.
That it will do so. That's going to be up on the table. WE, they won that last Dragon. This is a real test for their composition, though. Hope is not at 100% HP. There is no Solarflare to threaten him this time, though. If they can set up these turrets from the Heimerdinger, the soldiers from Shanks, it's a big moment.
Hung. Lockdown Scout, that is a clone, brother, as here we go. Shanks now joining the fight. The poke huge from Hope as well. Hung still holding on to that ulti. Hung has his ulti coming up. Flash for Hung, flash for Hung, smite for Hung, ignite for Hung. Now we've got the ground rules covered. LNG are trying to poke their way in, but Hope is hurting so much more. As LNG playing with some fickle health bars.
Yeah, Hope is not at the highest HP himself. Solarflare's back up and available. What can you combo with it? Apparently nothing. LNG, they call it off. LNG, this is a big issue now. You've got that Baron up on the table. Maybe they can set up some vision for it. Maybe they can even start a rush. Gala's looking for a steal, doesn't manage it. But WE, they managed to outlast some of this composition from LNG. This is the key moment in the game now.
I mean, Gala needs to get there, at least zone off. He's keeping track of Hung. LNG on top of the Baron 5k. I mean, WE know this is going on, but is the Baron quick enough? The answer is a firm yes. Trading the second Dragon for Baron. Genius.
Okay, big moment. So LNG, we talked about them potentially getting stalled out with the Ziggs and not being able to get a huge gold lead, even though or rather, not being able to do much with their gold lead, even though they've been able to take the mid lane inner turrets and the inner turret on top lane as well. This is looking okay for WE in regards to not losing soul, but now this Baron on the table against a Tristana and a Ziggs, LNG have a chance with the Baron buff to absolutely slaughter the base and the turrets with all of their demolition abilities.
With Scout and Seeker, I mean, how fun a side lane's going to be, especially if Gala starts joining in to shove. The wave clear we talked about here in this game that we've jumped impromptu into, LNG are going to give you a little bit of taste of that menu. At 25 minutes, the Baron now pushing us. Look at the replay. It was over the Dragon that LNG just said, okay, we're going to run up.
In WE, they had vision of LNG not sticking around River. They just didn't have any great teleport options towards the top side of the map. I think maybe you had to teleport someone towards that top lane minion wave to at least get someone on Baron, try and harass LNG from finishing it, but WE didn't pull that in time. And now they have to withstand this siege.
And from Gala, it's going to be a pain. One thing Ziggs does as well is siege. Bouncing bomb on like a 1.5 second cooldown. As Wave's still going to be cleared from Shanks, from I Wonder, who helped step up as a Heimerdinger. So it's not like WE, Nymera, getting that caught out, but as I say, that jump on I Wonder, the range there, Ignite, Gala gets the kill, but now the Sacrificial Lamb Hung dies to Hung. How many times are we going to say that as Cube survives the poke as well? But LNG lose one for the Baron. I Wonder dies on the other side. Is that worth? No.
Because LNG can continue the siege, I don't think it is. Hope, very lucky to get away with his life. He doesn't have the HP to defend the towers. So LNG is still going to get themselves 3 grand from this Baron power play. I think with a minute left on it and with resets coming through, they're going to settle for no more structures taken. WE, they survive, but they get a bit of a bleeding lip after that one.
Somewhat, because, I mean, our lips have been pretty cracked so far in this game. Look again, finally some blood here with WE stepping up to be aggressive.
This is the combo. You're looking for the big CC to allow that Ziggs ultimate to get guaranteed damage. Ignite on top of it. I Wonder on this Heimerdinger, not nearly able to last that one out. He didn't have something like a stopwatch to save him. Hope, his positioning just a little bit awkward, cost him both of his summoners now. And now with those summoners down, you have to feel like LNG have another opportunity to really open up onto that backline and threaten them.
Well, they are 6,000 gold up. I mean, despite this game being slow as anything, that, the 1,000 gold, excuse me, 6k, hurts a lot. And I feel like it's because of Gala. 3 items, Void Staff now complete. Gala is a wrecking ball. And this Ziggs is going to get only worse from here. Half HP, bigger bomber. Let's get ready for more of that because, remember, it is an Infernal Soul. If LNG continue in position of power, they are about 7-8 minutes off of getting themselves an Infernal Soul on that Ziggs.
Another factor to add into the tools to combo up with the Ziggs is the Zhonya's now on Zika. He has Flash, he has the ability to go into the backline, stun everyone up, pop that ult for the resist, and then use that Zhonya's to survive through to his second Counter-Strike if needs be. LNG feel like they've gotten over that hurdle of being stalled out. Now they're in a really good situation with their items.
So can we just quickly talk? I just need to know. I got a question. Now, in the past, I've seen, when being in chat when I'm not casting, as this back is going to come through, some people say that you sound similar to Vedius. Now,
okay.
Are you...
There is a reason for this.
Is it because you're Welsh?
It comes from that, right? So when you are learning how to speak when you grow up, right, you learn mostly from your parents. My dad grew up in South Wales, around Cardiff, that kind of area, and then moved to England. So then you think of someone like Vedius, who's also someone who grew up in Wales, lived in Wales, and now speaks with more of an English accent. It's a very similar kind of line of accent thinking, and I learned how to speak from listening to my dad. What we have done is we have perfected the casting accent. If we sound similar, I think we just both think of that as a great thing.
I think that's a nice definition. It fills the time, Vedius, as LNG go for the pick. I'm sorry. I know you're different, Nymera. As Arctic Assault flash onto Hung, he's just going to die here. That damage from Gala has just been too much. Great setup from Hung. And meanwhile, Hung will die. LNG find the pick, and it's just in time for Dragon.
Yeah, when are you going to start being medic? We could have used a bit of a on-field first aid there because
surely
this
not.
we got to complete the duo at this point.
Oh man, look, do I sound like medic? Who do I sound like as a caster?
You should. Well, I mean, it would have to be one of the other OS guys, right? I mean, you've got a little bit of. I mean, you've got Atlas. You have. I mean, Papa's got a little bit of the OS in there still. Rusty, of course. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's obviously pastry time as well. So at that point, you have an array, but then you have to narrow it down to one, and it's really difficult because you are hysterics. And you are very unique with the way that you cast.
Hey,
I think many people would agree with that.
You are Nymera. You're not Vedius. You're not Chefius. You're not...
Thank you.
Strongius. I don't know his alter ego. So I'll be honest. I stopped at Chefius. The one, Bicepius. What else has he got?
A great many. Those of you who wondered what a multiverse looks like, that's the peak of it. This one hurts no matter what multiverse you're in. That is some great DPS. You're going to look at the damage at the end of this game, and like a solid third of it is going to be from those ults.
Okay. I mean, it's just Gala set up and knock them all down. Look, outside of the casting conversation, LNG slowly burning this game down. They got 3.5 minutes till the soul, but right now looking towards the Baron as they're trying to catch out Cube. Scout jumps on in. He has to flush away. Cube is out of there with his summoner, but now for the turn on the other side, Hung onto Zeka, but would you really want to be on Zika? Excuse me. They need more follow-up than that. Shanks is here. The Azir doing a lot of damage. Poke as well from Hope. Not going to connect as Scout tries another attempt. There's the ult from Gala. This time not hurting as much as Hope's jumped on. Scout! What? Into the back. Almost kills Hope in the back end, and Baron does it. Scout is a maniac. Flashing forward. That is some old 80 carry vibes. He'll clean up the other, and all of a sudden, LNG are like, let's end this puppy.
Scout is forever the vanguard, leading the charge. WE feels like they've got nothing left to play around. All is left is the victory lap. Wave in the mid lane, Demolitionists on point. LNG thought they might stall out. They were really in control of this game from beginning to end.
Man, that was a beauty to watch in the end, though. And let's be real, it was a slow one, but LNG just find that final fight and then close with an instant. 32 minutes, and we've got LNG that we came for. The team that is trying to fight for a top-tier position, recover off their losses. I don't know what happened there, but we still get a game one. I guess a confident win, we'll call it.
Yeah, and, LNG, we were going back and forth a little bit about how they'd kind of evolved as a team throughout this year. What's happened to the early game feels a little bit slow. It's methodical, but it's a little bit slow, especially when you compare it to some of our top teams in the LPL. And I really do think back to spring when they were on top of form. There's still a ways to go for LNG for them to kind of regain that confidence, which I had in the back then, where I thought that their mid-jungle was maybe one of the best in the entire world at that point. Tarzan and Scout were on great form midway through spring. Into summer, you see Scout coming out with some big plays like that in the late game. That's great to see. My next question for them, especially against another potentially top team in WE, again, they still kind of have to prove that, is how much can you really stomp your authority in games 2 and 3 if it comes to it, but you'd really love to see them bring out a game 2.
Yeah, you would indeed. I mean, again, like WE having some good moments there, I think needs to be said as, ladies and gentlemen, game 1, pick and ban on the bottom of our screen. Yeah, I was like, hang on, we got a game 2 already? No, that's just what we missed with pick and ban earlier on. And I was wondering, things like the Renekton and LeBlanc, right? Not seeing Nico banned as well. Kaiser even banned away. It's just funny that LNG's option were like, okay, forget the 80 carry. We'll just we'll pick up the Ziggs to run Tristan mid.
And, of course, coming into this patch, we have the changes to Zeri, which means that she's not really as available anymore. That drops Yuumi in priority a little bit more as well, because that's part of the threat with the Yuumi is that if you have the Zeri unbanned, if the Yuumi's on the table, you have some really awkward choices to make very early into draft, whether you allow that combo to go through or not. So with that off the table, maybe it does allow you some more flexibility toward this bot lane, like we've been seeing. Double poke this time, and Gala. But, when you're in ARAM, you get an award for doing 40% of your team's damage or more.
Yeah.
And that's when, it's the It's All Me award. It was all Gala in this game.
It was indeed. I mean, again, paced himself nicely. And even though Hope was doing some good damage as well, as you can see from WE's angle, it was just all Gala all the time when Hung got the lockdown, and Gala spiked him down 50% of his team damage. He did 50%. What in the hell?
I mean, get yourself someone who can do it like Gala, man. He had to deal with an awkward lane early on, the Varus and the Heimerdinger. You expect that to be a real pain in the butt very early on into the game, but then you look at the composition which they built up, the Jack stuns even, the Sejuani, the Leona, they set up for Gala to not have skill shots after that point. He walks away with the MVP, understandably so. He defined this game.
It really did. I mean, again, that's just an insane damage number. I think one of the highest we've ever seen in the LPL. I definitely know we've had a 54% game in a couple of splits past, but 50% is outrageous. And just shows you again why he's confident enough to pick this champion. It's the second time, I believe, that we've seen this out of Gala. Just pull the stats just to make sure. Yeah, it is the second time. He's the only one who's pulled it out in the bottom lane, and there's obviously a reason that Gala would be willing to do it. I mean, what an absolute Chad to want to take this matchup. And I don't know if you ban it. Are you scared of it? Like, what do you do about it?
I think the way that you ban out Ziggs is by banning out the supports which combo well with it instead. I think that has more value. Typically, you want to ban away Rakan and Leona. But then you have like this third pick of maybe the Nautilus in there as well. It becomes a bit of an issue, right? Because you'd rather ban away the supports than the Ziggs itself, because the supports in themselves are probably more meta than the Ziggs is. The Ziggs needs the combo, the supports don't. But it's still a question on the table, and that's one of the great things about best of threes, right? We talked about it in Series 2 with OMG bouncing back and innovating both in-game and in the draft as well. In a series like this, you now have some very difficult questions to answer.
You really do. We'll be getting into Game 2 shortly, Nightmare. No break. I believe we're just going to catch up at this point for a series that, you know, ladies and gentlemen, should be delivering on all angles. I expect this one to go to a Game 3, honestly. Like, with how WE's been playing recently, surely there's going to be other adaptations and drafters. Yep, there we go. Ash and Brom, frozen bot lane, as Gala and Hung got some OPs. Hang on a minute. That's dangerous.
Kai'Sa versus the Ash. So we have a bit of setup from Hope. A lot of assassination from Gala. Scout back on the Tristana. Dive is the name of the game from LNG this time. Gala could not be playing much of a different champion. I suppose the W is still poke. It's not quite the same as throwing a bomb from half of the screen away, or actually being the bomb yourself and flying in to do damage.
Yeah, that's right. He is the bomb. Well said. All in. Going to be fun to watch as LNG playing with a couple of melees here with the Rel, with Zika. So Tarzan has someone to emphasize with. Let's see what WE can do this game, because last one, it was a very quiet early game, Nightmare, but we saw just LNG slowly eking it away. WE weren't able to have really any response, but at least this time, you know, there's a bit more pick potential again with the Ash, but we've also got some of that range added in that last game we, I guess, saw in a greater emphasis with the Varus.
Shanks back on the Azir, of course, talked about that being a comfort pick for him. He had an okay game in Game 1. It wasn't necessarily his fault. He was just against a composition which, I mean, what do you do as an Azir who has to deal with artillery raining down from the heavens onto you? You don't have the range to deal with that one. The way you beat Azir's range is having even more range. Don't necessarily have that from LNG this time.
He's don't. But again, as you said, it's the all-in. We'll see what happens in the 2v2, because I'll be honest, these are two picks that a lot of the time have been taken away from teams in multiple regions, right? The Rel has risen up to top-tier priority, not only in the LPL, but in other regions too, as almost first pick worthy, as I think the Kai'Sa can be said the same as Gala on this Kai'Sa as well. His 400th game in the LPL. It's crazy to think that this guy has played 400 games since 2019 spring when he debuted.
That's actually insane, because I think in my eyes, because, you know, when you started watching many seasons ago, we were thinking maybe like the RNG Uzi era being kind of like the olden days of the LPL back then, because then after that it was Gala. So Gala, for me, in my mind, is still of a later era than some of our, you know, true tarzans of the league. But he is a true veteran now. Might have himself a bit of jungle attention towards this bot side. Tarzan picking off the vision. Here we go.
Flash in flip. There's the attract and repel as well. Nicely done from Hung, and now Hope's in a lot of trouble. There's Tarzan running in. He gets out with double summoners and ghost pops as well. I wonder now without any, and all it took was Hung dropping 2 of his own.
And the wave is in a pretty bad spot for Team WE as well. The cannon minion currently surviving. I wonder if that means if Gala and Hung can get themselves in a decent slow push or free situation. Hope has to go back to base. He has no choice. Tarzan using this opportunity with Hope back into base to get some vision down in the enemy jungle.
Great start, though. As you were mentioning, it's big for LNG's bot side that Tarzan wants to hover around. As now still in river, Scout doing the same, but Hung is going to be cheeky with it. Rocket jumps out of there just in the nick of time as Tarzan will be able to smite this one away. And the fight for bottom scuttle ends right there.
I think that's quite important because you normally expect the Ashe in the early levels to get pushed over the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa not always able to walk up to the wave to control it and push it in. Now having the Scuttle Shrine against you means that Tarzan has a couple more options towards bot side to see something there. Shanks getting flashed on.
Yeah, it's going to be matched here. One more auto, rather two, excuse me. Shanks would have been dead and locked in place, but it's flash or flash, which is always going to benefit the jungle of LNG.
Scout has no rocket jump right now. Hanging around, seeing if you can find something in that mid lane. Not able to do so. They will get himself a view onto the Raptors. We'll get the timer on that at least. And it looks like he will get the spawn kill as well.
I was going to say, Hung may be looking for a devastating angle, but Scout's still playing towards his jungle. And Shanks just hovered back into his own turret. So for Tarzan, think about what he's just done in 4.5 minutes, Nymera, as Hung is trying to play with that summoner advantage. It's, what is it, 5 summoners in 4.5 minutes. A Scout, rocket jump, and he's out of there without burning his flash, but still a health trait that Hung will be happy with.
That's your typical jungler comes into your lane to help you reset. Don't know whether that means Shanks will save his TP. I'd imagine not. I think he wants to use his TP to get back into the lane. It means that his second teleport of the game will be available on that second, on the Unleashed teleport. Quite close to the timing when that comes off of cooldown. So, the early jungle pathing, getting mixed results across the map. Not really striking the first hammer blow yet, though.
Remember that as Scout tried to hold minion wave there, he can't really freeze Tristana. Not really, but Tristana can't freeze, let's be real. So as the wave gets reset in, this will be another TP timing.
It's funny you mentioned that, because one of the best games I remember from Spring was Scout on Tristana, where at level 1 you take Q, so you can hit the enemy champion really hard, but you can slow stack the wave. They used that to beat Kassadin when they kind of ego picked it into the Tristana. So LG were really good at setting down up like level 3 minion wave dive, or like wave 3 minion wave dives on mid lane, something that LNG were really good at. But of course, as soon as you unlock that, I mean, same point, right?
Yeah, that's right. It becomes harder, but I like it though. Unfortunately, we didn't really see much at level 1 because it didn't matter too much. It was about bot side that the cameraman was focused on, as he should have been. And speaking of which, Tarzan's still the same. Guess where he is? On the bot side that has no summoners. He's going to be spotted out by a ward, but Hope and Iwandi have to pay respect in this lane, considering how strong that Sejuani will make him.
It's an awkward kind of decision-making process for the Braum in this lane in some ways, particularly when someone else turns up to the party. Do you stand next to your Ashe so you can put up the shield and get the Guardian, but both you get damaged? Or do you stand further apart and stop the Rel getting huge value? You can't stop her engage. That crash down is going to happen either way. The Q stun will happen either way. The stun on the E obviously has been removed nowadays. It's just to speed up and an extra damage, but that Q, even though it's a projectile, I think it does hit everyone through that shield.
See more of it in action as Scout's the focus here for WE. Meanwhile, Hung just crossing a ward. But guys, if you didn't hear me say it in game 1, I'll say it again. LNG are a slow team. WE aren't sprinting it either. This is going to be a slow early game unless they expose bot, which will be real. Nymera, those summoners are almost back up. And it's an Ashe who, at level 6, alongside a Braum, there is a lot of disengage. That makes it hard to all in.
It's so annoying playing into that combo if you can't close the gap very effectively. Now, once you get to 1-2 items, you can potentially blow up the Ashe with the Kai'Sa flying the other side of the shield. And Gala, of course, one of the better Kaisas of all time. Thinking about it, you know, back to his original MSI run, Gala was incredible at this champion.
True.
Let's see if he can bring out a vintage performance. Had a pentakill on the pick in Spring as well. How much can he do with it? He's got some help for a dive here towards bot side.
It's
Heal is up. Most of the other summoners aren't.
I mean, timing here for LNG is huge. Those summoners are almost off cooldown. Hope and Iwandi about 5-10 seconds. Crash downs there. Hope doesn't have it. Iwandi now the next target, or is it Hung? Well, there's a trade kill, and Hung dies to Hung. I knew it would have to happen again as LNG are on the escape. That Scout is here over the wall with ult with flash. Everything shoved on in. The ult combo, beautiful from WE. They start spitting, and Shanks starts autoing. In fact,
Gala?
one more to get the kill, but they've left Gala to auto-attack. Shanks wanted the kill on Tarzan, but is he in trouble now? As Gala tries to get out, he flashes. Shanks with nothing to get over the wall. And it's a 3 for 2 in the end. LNG somehow trading up.
It's Gala's Kai'Sa with 2 kills at the end of it as well. Hope doesn't have himself the level 6. Sees the Hawk shot.
Can't do anything.
Can't do anything, sadly, for him. Picks up some farm in this minion wave. But Gala, so much gold. And you're right, it was the dive before level 6, importantly so. No Ash ult, no Brawl Mult with that Glacial Fissure to make things interesting. But this is the problem when you're playing against the Rel. You can't really stop the engage. The stun from the Q added after her rework. It's so easy to point clicks, lock someone down, and then get your guaranteed crash down, which was always a little bit hard with the previous Rel. Sometimes you could just flash out of that W. Didn't really work the way you wanted it to. After this point, though, it feels like when you see Shanks flying over the wall, this should be pretty much lights out. This should be done, but Gala manages to get so many people low HP, and then Kai'Sa passive has the execute damage. Second cooldown of the W comes up, 2 stacks of that, easy as you like. Doesn't manage to last out against Shanks, blows the flash, but doesn't die either, importantly.
As we come back to live, Scout's in the bot lane. Shanks has to match this. He just gets a bit of turret plating, almost sets up for the next one as well. Gala sitting mid. We've just changed lane dynamics completely with Gala and Hung still here. I mean, even before the replay, Nymira, they switched to mid, so I guess we're just doing this for a while.
I think Hope just saw the big minion wave mid, and they changed lane assignments for that period of play. You can see right now, Hope, Iwandi, they're heading back towards bot lane. You can't always recall at all times in the game. You need to wait for a certain break in the waves. And as it stands, I was wondering whether Hope and Iwandi would swap back down towards this bot lane after they'd found that gap, but as it stands, recalling. Really interested to see if W go back towards bot lane proper now, because Gala and Hung will be there first.
Will indeed, with the Kraken actually on both 80 carries of LNG. Getting close here for Hope. Wait and see when that Noon Quiver is backed on. In fact, excuse me, he already backed, so there is a big item advantage here for Gala, as you'd expect, as Hung thinks about chasing up, but it only forces Shanks to leave the lane. As we go back to standard lane assignments for a little bit as well. LNG with 1.5k gold lead. We got the first dragon, second one up in 2 minutes. It does feel like with Herald being in the inventory as well, Nymira, this early game, once again, is just going to slightly edge out LNG like it did in game 1.
So, catching back up on those lane assignments. Shanks still in bot lane. Hope and Iwandi still in mid lane, even after they'd seen Gala and everyone else kind of moving around the map in the right ways. Scout still on this mid wave. I don't really see what Hope and Iwandi are gaining from this, I suppose. You think maybe, hey, we might get dove again. Is that going to be an issue? We need to mismatch our bot lanes. Is that the play? Trying to stop Scout getting priority as well? Feels like Team WE at least not under threat of having their Ashe dove again.
I just realized, probably first time, I don't know if it's ever, Kraken first on Kai'Sa instead of the Shiv. We have seen so many Shiv AP builds. Even like we've seen a variation on Tristana as well. It is so nice not to see that broken ass item first. Like seeing Kraken first for Gala. I mean, this is not poke Kai'Sa here, Nymira. This is not like, okay, play it safe. This is Gala Kai'Sa. Dive in with the rest of his team. No holds barred. Just shred down with AD damage. I mean, I like it.
No, I did actually have a think about that earlier, because like, I wonder what build it's going to be. I think because you have the Gwen who wants to be sole AP, you just go towards AD and you say, all right, I think it is, majority has been Shiv in the LPL. We've seen a couple of Kraken Slayer games. Remember Ruler playing 1 or 2. But still, it has some potentially earlier spikes in terms of damage. The Shiv build kind of needs 2 to 3 items before it really starts popping when you get the Nash's Tooth and the Rage Blade in. This is much better to snowball the game before the enemy team can really get online.
WE going in for the invade to start off this dragon, though. That's what we need to focus on, because LNG are nowhere to be seen, and we've got a Herald still for Tarzan. He needs to put it down sooner rather than later. I'm not sure what the timer is, but Tarzan, did he just flash purple? Where's Herald going?
That's a good question. Not sure about that one. Where is he going? That's a good question.
Well, Hung going to be arrowed up as he's a follow-up engage. Tarzan has to get on in. Doesn't care about Herald right now. Instead, they care about giving another kill over. Unfortunately, over to Hung as TP follows suit. LNG are bringing in the big guns as Scout just jumps into a prompt. Zika now with the needles flying through as Shanks takes full advantage of that. Thank you so much for the turret shots. Hope gets the kill. Now for the follow suit. Scout is going to have to ulti out of that as WE is a 3 versus 3 using range onto Tarzan, the flash forward. He flashes out. It is chaos. It is yakety sacks. Put down the bloody Herald, I would say, as Tarzan still waits it out just in case WE are nearby.
That is such an overforce from LNG. They double teleport towards that play, and I think they're
oh my
now
god,
they're forcing
never
again, but
mind.
this one's going to work.
Hope is dead, but guess what? Shanks is nearby. Dragon's there as well. Scout's going to get the push in bot side, and Tarzan, the Herald, is in base.
It's going to go down towards that mid lane. Hope dying at the end of that play is such a... That is such a freebie for LNG. They should have walked away from that play feeling very awkward about things. Cube got huge value out of that top side, 3 plates. And Zika gets nothing in that bot side dive. Dies, doesn't get access to any of those plates or anything. So that Gwen, who normally wants a lead, is one of the better matchups into the Cassandra as well. Being put down a little bit, but at least the Ashe dying towards the end of that play means that LNG aren't losing completely on both sides of the map.
At least they're able to get Scout, I believe, or at least we got a bit of gold transitioned over to WE, so gold is even, but this Dragon fight, maybe it's not. Gala's still big as he gets Shank's Crown of the Shadow Queen down. Hope with the arrow flies on in. Gala in the pit, he's stuck as TP's there, but Hope is running into a Tristana again. Scout flashes out after getting the kill as now Rocket jumps over the wall. Dragon's gone as well, but Zika thinking about the angle, has needlework, but nothing to get over the wall. Scout is just getting away with literal murder.
Absolutely is. Hope's giving the openings, but Scout is the one taking them. He found the opening around the Baron in game 1. Gala had 50% of the damage, but Scout had some very important moments in that game too. Make no mistake, LNG, it's not been an easy early game from them again. They tried to accelerate the tempo a little bit, and as we said, summer has not been the split of fast LNG early games. This has somewhat been rectified, though, by the fact that Scout has managed to pick up the pieces.
Scout has just been given a window into the mid game as pretty much as big as Gala's going to be as he gets turret bot side. Meanwhile, this is the play from WE. Zika going to launch out with the needlework. I'm not sure what they expected here, but no one else pulled the trigger. 3 members top side and nothing really gained apart from the opportunity of their first turret. But they're not even going to get that.
Not going to get the first turret, not going to deny the Gwen any farm. You could argue, okay, in the last play that happened around bot lane out of turret, you could say, well, Cube got some individual advantage, took a lot of that HP down on that tower we just saw in that top lane outer. But they don't manage to keep Zika even further down. Hope, he's just away from his team. Again, dies in that bot lane towards the end of the last play in a very awkward moment. That felt like it kind of threw the play back over towards LNG, and once again, just out of position.
3-1-1. Scout, absolutely massive. Gala as well, don't forget about him. As we come back to live, WE getting the second Herald, but what is it really going to mean? Mid-turret, not pushable at this point. Not even going to knock over from the Herald. Top side they got by themselves with Shanks. At least getting an objective away from LNG at this point in the game. But meanwhile, while Herald's going down, this is happening. Scout probably not going to be able to get it, but Nymira, I mean, this is just the power of Tristana left alone in the side lane.
And now you can't afford to leave this bot lane unattended, otherwise you're giving 600 gold over to someone like Scout's Tristana, which will be a lot of gold to throw into a carry that's already got a lot of gold in pocket. On the other side, Shanks at least gets that top lane out of turret, finishes that one off, but you know, it's not going to be a particularly easy game for Shanks. It feels like he's going to have to survive out on the dives. I don't think LNG are going to sit in his soldiers to allow him to DPS for particularly extended amounts of time. So as much as I like Shanks as a player, I think he's been very successful for WE. He's had a lot of great moments for them. I don't think, once again, like in Game 1, he's got a very easy job ahead of him.
No, and look, in Game 1, I mean, it took a while for them to come online, but by then LNG just found the perfect team fight. And it feels like for WE, again, it's like Game 1. Being slowly edged out, side lanes taking over yet again, team fighting looking good. Even though gold's not that far ahead for LNG, even though the game's definitely not won, it just has that same vibe to it. 2 dragons now stacked up as well. 3rd coming online in 2 minutes' time. And no, Mira, we just got to track the items here because Gala will have himself 2. Hung now has himself the Evan Shroud as well. I mean, we are set up for 80 carries to be, well, set up by likes of this rel, by Hung, by Tarzan. Double Evan Shroud in the team.
Definitely helps burst down the first target. I think that makes a lot of sense when you're playing around resets on Tristana. Gala flying in to assassinate someone as well. And they have the damage to do that. The gold is not crazy in favor of LNG right now. It's only the 1,000 to 2,000 gold lead, so WE, they're not completely behind in that regard. But again, you have to look at where the gold is. Yes, maybe Zik is not the most fed Gwen ever. Those 280 carries are very much hitting their items at a very good time, though.
Yeah, look again, we already talked about the second item coming through shortly. Gold on the side of WE on this Wukong. Maybe partially on Shanks, on Hope, but not enough at this point. 50 seconds till Dragon, guys. I know you've been sitting around, you've been in bed, you know, twinkling your little toesies. That's natural. That's what's going to happen here in this series. If it goes to a 3 as well, expect it. We've had a bit of blood in the early game, more so than game number 1. But around this Dragon, Nomura, what do you reckon? Reckon people got to get out of bed for this one, or are we just going to handshake deal?
WE have done a really good job of keeping vision control down. So LNG, they found really good angles for Scout in the last few fights, and he has that second item. If he finds that angle, he's going to really tap W a new one. I just don't think they have the best options to answer right now. They haven't pushed bot lane, they haven't pushed mid lane, they have no vision towards the bot side. As it stands, I think WE can stand on top of these Azir soldiers and hawk shots and play this fight out pretty well.
As you mentioned, though, those ultis will be up and available. Hope with the arrow, Shanks with his own. Cube thinking about the engage. Scout just looking to poke out. Hung's angle huge, though. This Wukong, if he flies in now, LNG without Zika, he's walking in, spotted out on a ward. But hang on a minute. Oh, you cheeky monkey. Actually spotted out before he can do any damage, but the Dragon's already started, and WE have full control of the river.
So LNG say we don't have river control, but we do have a Tristana and a Kai'Sa. We can take down a lot of damage on this inner turret.
So with that going down, unfortunately, the topside wave is not set up, but, I mean, LNG can threaten Baron. Nomura, Shanks is backing away to TP in. They can draw out that teleport. LNG have a very quick Baron. Arrow's going to fly through, but if they get the TP, that would be worth.
It's an important moment there again, because Baron, if it goes down against a team like this LNG team, they have a Tristana for the siege. Again, they have great ability to kill turrets, but WE, good Ash ult, means that Gala and Scout can't finish that one off. Taking this mid lane out of turret is very important to Team WE. They've lost their mid lane in a turret. When it goes to these Dragon fights, these Baron fights.
As Needlework flies through, as Iwandi tanking it up for the longest time. Needlework doesn't really do that much to Hope at this point. With 2 items regardless, Zika on the split pushing builders. LNG unable to defend, WE able to open up the map, but again, it's the same threat for Baron Nightmare. Like they're in a spot to make sure WE have a delayed back and double 80 carry. Baron will go down the quickest.
That mid lane turret needed to go down for WE because the Baron setup is so much harder when you don't take that down. LNG, they're trying to keep the mid lane push, keep going into the end of the jungle.
Are they inting over red? Zika just used Needlework. Tarzan in a weird spot, jumps on in though. It's the Magnet Storm from Hung that may have done it all, as LNG now in a good spot, but hang on! Shanks flashes in, but Gala gets him! Gets the better of him, look at the 80 carries! Look at the LNG 80 carries! Gala, 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 Gala! Freaking Gala again! You're not escaping Iwandi with a triple kill in the back end. It's Cube who picks up a good couple of shutdowns, but he's the only sole survivor with Gala standing 5-0-3.
This is not a fight which is won one-sidedly enough for the Baron to go down afterwards, though. Smite was back up and available for Team WE because Wukong comes back out of base. So LNG, they walk away with important gold. Gala is getting insanely fed yet again on his iconic champion. But LNG don't walk away with that Baron, which they were fighting so heavily for. Again, this whole back and forth in mid lane, it's about setup for that Baron. Having towers up in your advantage really helps you go towards Baron. And LNG, I felt like they'd overstayed a little bit because they just lost mid lane out of turret. They thought, okay, well, we've got to keep fighting in the enemy jungle because Baron's still up. We need this. And then the Wukong ult comes through. Luckily, Rel ult has more value in this one. So Hung gets a really good value out of that. Like, buys space for Gala and Scout. If that lands, maybe we have a different conversation. But Shanks on his ear, waited a long time for his big play. Can't make it work.
Love it, Scout. Look how aggressive he is on this Tristana. I mean, the bat is nuts. It cost him in the end, but still, it's the position from Scout that is such a threat to WE as well. Triple over to Gala, as we said. Scout with a lot of DPS too, but almost 3 items now off the back of that play. This Kai'Sa is everything, and Nymera, it's just like last game. It's a 3k gold lead. It's now onto Baron. LNG trying to draw in WE. Not fully committing, just waiting for WE to get lured in.
Can see second item picked up for Hope. Infinity Edge picked up for that Ash. We don't really see this item that much anymore, ever since it transformed over to being a mythic. The other utility items tend to be much more valuable, but with Ash's passive, Infinity Edge does give a fair amount of value to that one. Maybe with that 2-item spike, Hope can play behind the Braum Shield, get a bit more damage done, get some of those key shots onto the Navori Quickblade 80 carries on the side of LNG.
Now walking into a ward. WE getting deep vision because his Baron is completely blind. LNG have to walk into Fog of War. Tarzan first, Hung next, Gala behind, Scout there too. Look at the range as Arrow follows through. Great Braum ulti from Iwandi. Hung jumps on in and Tarzan's just dead. Scout, okay, no more praise for that man. A double over to Shanks. LNG in a 3 vs 5.
Gala still has ult. What can he do with it? Still in Fog of War. LNG, they need to stay in the area. They can't allow Baron to go down.
Well, Hung needs a beautiful ulti here as Hung is the dangerous one. You're going to get confused as Zika runs on in with the needlework. Shoves back the Magnet Storm. Great Gala now pacing out. Iwandi going to follow through from Shanks. No way. Do they win a 3 vs 5? And Cube's in. Gala ultis. Oh my god. It's Kai'Sa. Absolutely unmatched. It may be Jackie Loveskin, but with the kite away. Whoa. Cube says no. Jumps on in on the Cassante. You can match skill with 200 years!
He's made of pixels, and all of those pixels form up into one beautiful cube. That Cassante, we've kind of been paying attention to him on the back end of the fights, cleaning up here and there, but that Cassante performance does a really huge amount of heavy lifting for the side of Team WE. Once again, though, the fight is not one-sided enough to get the damn Baron down. WE, they are really strong when they get control of the river. We saw that around some of the Dragon fights, which LNG chose not to go towards. This happens again up towards this top side. Rel doesn't manage to get over the wall, so Hung is kind of out of the fight. This Rel doesn't get a huge Hex Flash over. It means that the front line just gets obliterated alongside one of their 80 carries. At this point, you'd say, okay, Team WE probably should be running away with the fight, but Gala is so ungodly fed. Even with the Braum Shield up, it doesn't come in time. One of the carries goes down. Rearranging over to the other side of the map with the fight with the ultimate. Gala so clean on this 80 carry.
The target prioritization, insane. Of course, Cube in the end, nailing down the rest of the fight. Give credit to Cube, of course. Great buffering. Ultimately, though, Nymira, as Dragon was taken, Baron is what we come back live to, and we do it all again. Let's fight us! A 5-Magnet Storm! Hung is in! Change the name, he says to the Wukong, as Cube is doing it again. Oh no! Gala runs in with his dying breath, gets a trade kill with Tarzan, flashes into Shanks, but Cube is unhinged, man! 4 dimensions from this top laner.
And all of them are looking mighty fine right now. Gala's ult hits the Cyclone. He gets knocked out of his killer instinct. He gets put down into the dirt. Luckily cleans up Hope towards the end of that play. But this saga around Baron ends up with LNG taking the objective, but now they can't use it. They're getting pushed in across the map. It's only Scout up and alive after this point. Maybe he can jump forward onto Hung. It's not going to be the case, though. Teleport back under this turret. WE trying to get back out on the map quickly before LNG can use the Baron buff.
I mean, timing, at least from Scout to get some damage down, will stop any further of that push. Somehow, LNG still have a gold lead after all said and done, but you have to be real. I mean, W are the one winning these fights. No one can get through Cassante. There's Nymira, Baron, but the cost of it with WE getting a good engage.
Really need to see what happens with Gala here, because he's sat up here trying to kill down the front line. Watch what happens with the Wukong ult. It's spinning, and then as soon as he jumps in, just clips the side of it. Can't get out onto the back line. If he times that a second or two later, or just gets a better angle, he kills both the back line right there. Doesn't manage to do so, takes the damage, takes the CC, goes down. Close run stuff.
God damn, you're right. Good pick up there. Missed it in the fight. Just saw Gala trying to clean the backside, but then saw Cube doing the same. 6-0 and 3, 3.5 items. Cube is massive. And even though in that fight, Zika was shredding with that ulti and so much AoE damage was coming through, after the beautiful kinematic engage from Hung, as you can see there with the damage charts, look who does the most. That's a tank! Nymira, that is a tank! That's a tank! He has no damage items! What business?
We need to bring back the copy pasta for Ornn. Remember the Ornn thing where he's like the tank, mage, paladin, assassin, warden, fighter? Like, we have revisited that again with Cassante. I mean, the Showmaker's got his own copy pasta for this one. Really feels like it rings across the ages, though. Top laners which do it all, they somehow keep coming out.
I mean, what is the... Hang on. I'll find the copy pasta. I've written this down somewhere. Cassante, 4,700 HP, 329 armor, 201 MR, unstoppable, a shield, goes over walls, has airborne, cooldown is only up. I mean,
1 second, by the way.
Sorry, 1 second, that's right. A different game. It costs 15 mana. May as well cost 15, bro. I don't know. Honestly, being a caster in 2023, what is the world? What is the world coming to?
I wish I had an answer for that. I mean, Cassante is a champion which, I'm trying to remember who said this in an interview. It was one of the LPL top laners post-game, but Cassante's laning phase has got nerfed over time. That's been where he's gotten hit. It's harder for him to get the solo kills like he was getting so often in the lane, and he still occasionally gets them, but it's harder to do. His team fights haven't really been touched, though. Even though his ultimate shreds more resistances now than it used to. You lose, what, 85% of the resist you built up, and then that gets transformed into damage by the same... You don't get more damage for that, it's just a straight nerf. He's still killing the AD carry. He's still doing enough damage that the Omni Vamp he gets from being in that form makes him basically unkillable in melee range. Maybe he can be killed in a side lane. I doubt it, though. Even with the 3 items from Scout, a cube is so ungodly strong.
I apologize. Maybe I should apologize now to stop the firing process. Whether it's a fight or being fired, I mean, I don't know. Should I be in fear? Should I be saluted? Should I be praised? Should I be reprimanded? Just leave it up to the gods of League. I'm so glad next patch we lose this champ, don't we? Is 13-13 Nymera? Is that what happening?
You know, it feels like one of these champions, much like when Vladimir was buffed in Season 5 and then remained after infinite nerfs after that point. We've had it with Zeri recently. We had it with Zoe and Yumi. I'm just not willing to say a champion is dead until I see it on the pro patch, because sometimes the players are so good at the champions after that point that it just doesn't matter. I'm afraid, I am petrified that he's going to be around yet again. I love watching the best players play it, but the champion is so damn strong.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Cassante, but Cube has still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. As LNG force a TP from WE because they're around this dragon. It's going to be dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind Arctic Salt Hung. Gets into the backline, though. That's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in. Needlework, number 1 doesn't connect, but it's an AoE. The kinematic fusion scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kills. Gala flies in, flushes over. Quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know, it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business!
Gala does it again on his champion, and he does it his way. He locks in the Kai'Sa, and he makes it oh so worth it. LNG, they're a slow early game team, but they absolutely take off with rocket boosters when Gala's ready to play.
This man is one of the best ADs in the business. Long gone are the days talking about Uzi. The new generation, the new AD no longer. Gala is a god, and LNG are damn lucky to have him in this 2-0.
Funnily enough, in spring, I also was present for the Kai'Sa pentakill he had at that point too, versus his old team nonetheless as well, or rather his old mid laner in Xiaohu. That was a heck of a split from him in regards to his own individual carry performances, despite the fact that RNG couldn't quite close things out. Now again in summer, Gala was added to this LNG roster to be the extra late game insurance, the way that only Gala can be. Now it has been a difficult summer for LNG. I think they've struggled to be on the same page as much as they were in spring with the roster changes and their understanding of the meta, but when it gets to late game and items are online, the carry potential from this team is nuts.
It's insane, and again, on an LNG squad, like, they leveled up when they brought this guy in. He was the RNG AD carry. He was the replacement strategy, right, when he came onto the squad. Gala is just a different beast, and with LNG shoring this up, they give us a lot of faith because this was a hype matchup. Remember, Nymera, we were hyping this up because WE have looked real good recently, but overall, like LNG with their recent loss, we were a little bit scared coming into this. No longer. I feel like this is just showing us that LNG are back. They've fixed themselves after the IG 2-0 loss. Now against WE, they help move themselves up to 7-4, and LNG once again look like a top-tier playoff team.
And I mean, we still have worries about that early game, especially when we compare that to how well they did in the early game in spring. They were fairly slow, but it was methodical and they played to a win condition. My question now is when you go up against your JDGs and your BLGs, or your OMGs are top esports as well, let's be fair to them, they are much more early game centric teams and they will get leads and they will have drafts which will make you think about how you play the game because they have a lot of pocket picks, because their players have really good champion pools.
Yep.
This is a good game as a stepping stone towards higher moments in this league, but they still have a long way to go towards me. And on the other side, WE, this was meant to be your benchmark game because you did come in as like the 4-0 undefeated team. Oh, but they went away to Asian games. Maybe they've got something to show us. They couldn't show us that today against LNG.
They couldn't at all. I mean, WE, it was some close calls, especially in that second game. But when it comes down to it, when it comes back down to late game, LNG just do the 5-stack better. Some individual plays from people like Scout, moments from Zika as well that we didn't get to talk about. But Gala on Kai'Sa. And even game 1, Nymira. Gala on the Ziggs as well. He's everything you need to talk about in this series. As I said, best in the business for a reason. Gala, I think, is our best AD carrier, at least one of. And this split is again showing up.
He's definitely up there. In any other league, Gala would be like pretty solid first. I mean, maybe you look over towards LCK and you think, okay, there's some good AD carries there too. But it feels like right now, LPL, our specialty is AD carries. We have Elk, we have Ruler, we have Gala. Even some of our like mid-table teams have AD carries. But again, anywhere else in the world, they'd be absolutely tearing it up. You think of people like LP, Able as well on OMG. We have great AD carries here, but Gala still sets himself apart from the rest.
So much so. Kai'Sa's insane. Oh god. 14-2-5. Well, there's MVP.
It's like if I had $1 for every time Gala picked his first Kai'Sa of the split and got a pentakill with it, I would have $2, which isn't a lot, but it is really strange that it's happened twice.
Yeah. Oh man, I just love it. Absolutely love it. On the other side, I just want to quickly sign off WE before we go any further. WE were 5-2. They were a team we're really excited about. I mean, their schedule gets really hard. They've got EDG in the mix. They've got Weibo. They've got the RNGs, BLG, JDG. Still yet to come. Their time away for the Road to Asia Games, you know, maybe has been a little bit deceptive with the little games that they've played. Nymira, this team still looks like it's going to make playoffs, but I just wonder how far up, because like 8 or 9 wins is what I'm thinking right now, could be the reality for this team.
If they make playoffs, I'm willing to hold off on judgment on WE because their schedule is going to be incredibly hard. They have 1 week where they have 4 series in 1 week. Preparing for that many best of 3s is incredibly difficult, especially when you're up against a lot of different diametrically opposed teams. You know, LNG is very different to an OMG, which is very different to a top esports. All of these teams will have different things you have to prepare for. As long as they make playoffs, I have faith in them to show what we saw at the beginning of the split and some of our games since as well, where they can have a bit more time off, prepare, improvise something to come up into just 1 best of 5. I think they do have that potential, especially with Cube coming into the top lane. That's the big difference between spring and summer. I think Cube has been a revelation for this team, and we saw it again in this game. Very nearly did some great stuff, but they need to have that prep time.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, again, Cube, you can't go past him on WE, but ultimately, maybe some of the carries this game, maybe people like Shanks, Hope, with a better performance. Who knows? Let's be real. It's just going to be a big conversation about people like Gala again and what LNG are going to show us next, because I want to talk a little bit about LNG's schedule now that they're 7-4. OMG are coming up next. Okay, very important game. AL, LGD, TT, NIP. LNG have a very real possibility of finishing maybe 12-4, depending on how they do against OMG, but at least 11, right? And that is in our top 4. So LNG, despite the disappointment last time, they can still make top 4, and it still looks like a very real possibility, with Gala picking up a well-deserved double MVP.
Now, I love that you mentioned that OMG game, because of course LNG got knocked out of playoffs by OMG. A bit of a chance for them to get some revenge, potentially with the AD carry change, and Gala and Able both having stunning performances today on their own kind of main champions at the moment. Kai'Sa, of course, has always been Gala's iconic champion, and Able on the FLS showing us how it's done earlier in the day. That is going to be a clash. It does feel like 2 icebergs just hurtling towards each other with a whole lot of momentum between them.
Oh, hell yeah. Looking forward to it at the very least. I can't believe how dominant, Gala was in both games. But ultimately, excuse me, what we've got left on the menu. It's still going to be exciting, especially going into that OMG game with Draft. We'll see how OMG's pace as well for a lot of those picks affects LNG. Because as we're talking about today, Naimira, LNG can be a really slow team. Like we saw in both games, early game, first 15, 20 minutes is slow. They then pick up the tempo a little bit and then they're able to, I guess, react a little bit to their counterparts. But against OMG, how are they going to fare for a team that in games 2 and 3 of today were so quick off the punch with the strong lanes that they picked up? How will LNG be able to respond to that?
I think a lot of that for me, a lot of people would be tempted to say, oh, it's about 80 carry versus 80 carry based off of results like today and the rest of it. I think it is much more towards the top side of the map, in top lane and jungle, about can LNG survive against Shanji and also have Aki not be that kind of the glue which holds the team together. It feels like OMG they need Aki on something which can get involved in the fray as well. Tarzan's not had the best split. In Spring, I thought he was one of our very best junglers. I thought he might be our best jungler in Spring.
Yeah.
Then playoffs happened, and it feels like he's really struggled to regain that level of form. And Zika, despite the fact that, he kind of walks away with, like, some solid performances, he was still outvalued by Cube. In the second game, definitely. The first game got a little bit awkward, almost got solo killed. It was a bit more even there. If you can't stand up in jungle and top lane, I think OMG run away with it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think with how today played out with Shanji and Aki having some real baller games, it's a very big deal, especially with Aki's ability to play the right lanes at the right time. But folks, I mean, that's it for today. We rushed into this one. Of course, we were delayed. LNG WE could have gone a lot longer. And let's be real, with the way today went, especially with OMG FPX, I was expecting 6 games to finish off our series today, Naimira. But hey, we still got quality that delivered. We still got ourselves a long day.
We still got one break.
We got one break. Hey, we did indeed, actually. We did. Well, we got a couple with OMG and FPX. But
yeah, that one helps.
Yeah, that's right. Indeed.
But,
we'll bring up today's shortly, but please continue.
Yeah, I think today, we walk away from Series 2 and 3 with a lot more information about how our table is going to start shifting up. I think the only thing we knew for certain was that JDG were our best team, BLG were our second best team, and then after that was a bit of a toss-up to see who was going to really finish the season out strong. We're going to have another couple of those games coming up, of course, throughout the last couple of weeks. They're coming thick and fast, but this was an important day to tell who really is starting to stack up.
Well, I can say for a fact that it's LNG. It's the OMGs, despite a long run there. BLG, first team to get to 10. I'm not sure about locking in playoffs. We're at 10, but because our middle of the pack is so beefy, because we've got teams like AL, FPX, Ultra Prime still making a run, 10 doesn't lock them in yet, but Naimira, I guarantee you 11 probably will with how things are running out, especially when teams like IG, LGD, TT in focus of getting eliminated next. We'll bring up what the standings are doing, and what I mean by that is that it's only going to take that top of the pack to grow bigger, and then we start finding out closer to who our top 10 is and who is impossible to make that top 10 as well.
Yeah, and even down into kind of like your 9 to, well, heck, basically everyone with 3 wins and up, you still got your nose up and your ears kind of perked up. There's still something which can work out with that, of course. When we look at tables like this, you have to take into account strength of schedule. There are so many teams where you look at and say, oh, but they've lost this many series. We've been saying that about OMG, who have only lost against, guess who, the 2 teams above them in that in the standings as well. There are other teams in regards to that. WE, they were 4-0, but they'd only played against teams which were struggling a little bit more. We're starting to get a more complete picture now.
We are indeed. Tomorrow will give us the same thing as well. Weibo taking a couple of random hits to FPX. That was unexpected, but against NIP, have they shored things up? That's tomorrow in Shenzhen. A big one for you all at home as well is Top Esports versus IG, purely because TES expected to be a top team as well. Get them to 8 wins, which feels like a benchmark. Tomorrow is about asserting dominance and kind of putting yourself in playoff position, especially when, again, we are only a 7-week split. And Naimira, what is it today? Are we in week 4? We're in week 5. We only have 2.5 weeks to go.
But the thing is that we have so many games on like every day beyond this point. We have like one day where we have 2 series a day, then the rest of it is just like 3 best of 3s per day. It gets absolutely ridiculous very, very quickly.
It does. And again, we all knew this to be the case, but for how much LPL is on, we hope you're keeping up. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Nymira. Thank you to our duo early before of Munch and
Thank you,
Jamada.
Starks.
Hey, no, it is always a pleasure casting with you, sir. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow to open things up for yet another day of LPL.